Chapter 741. Chiao Tong's heart was pounding like a little deer. What girl didn't yearn for love? Chiao Tong was the same. It was just that she had not met anyone who could move her heart. But now, she suddenly heard that a disciple of the ethereal sect admired her a few years ago. He even wrote a confession letter and gave her a birthday present before her birthday. How could she not be overjoyed? Even her vanity, which was rarely seen, was swollen at this moment. Even Yen, who was lying on the side, looked at her with envy and jealousy. After all, she had never received such a direct confession in all these years. However, when Chiao Tong opened the letter with trembling fingers, her face was full of surprise. Then, she flipped through the letter and said, What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and thought to himself, why, did I take the wrong one? But then he thought about it. He had a lot of pills and herbs in his bag. If it was a letter, there was only one of it. How could he have taken the wrong one? Could it be that little Yu secretly wrote it for me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Let me see. Oyen said. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to say the same, but this involved Chiao Tong's privacy. He didn't dare to say anything. Chiao Tong looked confused as she passed the item in her hand to Yen. Yen took it and looked it up and down. She said in confusion, Chiao Tong, this admirer of yours is quite interesting. Is this the place where he wants to meet you on a date? So what if he wants to meet you? Will it kill him to write a word? Why would he spend so much effort to draw a map? Also, you can draw it if you want. But why didn't you draw it completely? It's just... I think it's just a corner. As she said that, Yen seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she raised her head in shock and looked straight at Chiao Tong. Chiao Tong also seemed to have realized something. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she met Yen's eyes. Quick, see what's in the box. Yen said without hesitation. Okay. Chiao Tong quickly opened the box. However, he was flustered and nervous. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, saw that the two of them were acting mysteriously and did not find it strange. She stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister Chiao Tong, shall I help you? Only then did Chiao Tong and Yen realize that Zhang Xiaohua was still in the room. They were slightly taken aback. Then they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Chiao Tong turned around and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I think you might have realized that this... Before she could finish, she tilted her head to look at Yen and continued, I won't go into the details first. I'll tell you in detail later. Now, all you need to do is swear that you won't tell anyone what you saw today. Otherwise, Chiao Tong wouldn't be able to come up with anything that Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said warmly, Okay, Sister Chiao Tong. I definitely won't tell anyone what I saw today. If I violate this oath, I'll be struck by lightning and die. Chiao Tong heard Zhang Xiaohua's sincere oath and gradually calmed down. However, she still turned to look at Yen. Yen was a little listless and only nodded slightly. Thus, Chiao Tong handed the box to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Open it carefully. Don't be too surprised if there's anything special inside. Zhang Xiaohua took the brocade box and pretended to look at it. His divine sense had already been released. Then, his finger moved lightly on the lid of the brocade box a few times. With a soft puff sound, the brocade box opened on its own. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at it and just handed it to Chiao Tong. Chiao Tong and Yen were very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's actions. They looked at each other again before Chiao Tong took the box. When she saw what was inside the box, her eyes were filled with confusion. Then, without saying a word, she handed the box to Yen. Yen saw that Chiao Tong was confused and found it strange as well. Is there something special inside? However, when Yen saw what was inside the box, her expression wasn't one of confusion, but one of excitement. Inside the brocade box was actually a small and exquisite jade bottle, and on the jade bottle were the words, Longevity Pill, scribbled on it. Who was Yen? She was sect leader O's biological sister. Although she couldn't practice martial arts, she was doted on by sect leader Junhui and his wife from the Misty School. Her knowledge wasn't any worse than O Peng's. In fact, because she didn't practice martial arts, she knew more than O Peng. Since O Peng knew about the origin of the longevity pill, how could O Yen not know? O Yen immediately knew why the Misty School was annihilated when she saw the longevity pill. With such a heaven-defying item in her hands, how could she not be coveted by others? Moreover, she immediately understood O Peng's arrangement. To let a young Misty School disciple pretend to give this item to a servant girl as a gift, even the incense cult wouldn't be able to find it. Who would have thought of this? But isn't this too risky? O Yen thought. If Chiu Tong didn't know and just left it on the table, wouldn't she be caught? Just as this thought appeared, O Yen laughed. As the saying goes, take the unconventional path. Big Brother must be thinking of this. If he can take the risk and give it to me, then so be it. If he can't, then so be it. Now that it's in my hands, doesn't it mean that Big Brother's judgment is correct? Sigh, Big Brother. Then, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. O Yen forced herself to stay awake and forced herself to look at Chiu Tong and Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, her heart skipped a beat. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You even let him take it?" As soon as she finished speaking, O Yan's eyes closed and she fell into a deep sleep. So fast? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless as she watched. She muttered in her heart, "Could it be that O Yen is like me and has something on her? Does she have to fall asleep on time at a certain time?" O Yen fell into a deep sleep and the brocade box in her hands fell onto the bed. Chiu Tong sighed and picked up the brocade box. She didn't close the box and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. "Take a look. Since young mistress told you to keep it, wouldn't it be immoral if I didn't let you see it? Rather than letting you sneak a peek, I'd rather let you see it openly." Chiu Tong was so straightforward that she obviously didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as an outsider. Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly and took the brocade box. She pretended to look at it. Needless to say, everyone already knew that there was nothing within 10 feet that could be hidden from Zhang Xiaohua. After looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua asked hesitantly, "Big Sister Chiu Tong, what is this longevity pill? I've never heard of it before." That's right, Zhang Xiaohua had taken many jade slips. Although there were many records of elixirs in these jade slips, there was no mention of this longevity pill. Chiu Tong was also at a loss. She only said, "How would I know? I'll ask young mistress the next time she wakes up." Then she handed over the letter in her hand and said, "Take a look at this too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is Big Sister Chiu Tong's private matter. It's not good for me to look at it." Chiu Tong pursed her lips and said, "What private matter? Take a look first. I'll tell you later." Zhang Xiaohua didn't read Chiu Tong's letter with his divine sense. He took it from Chiu Tong's hands. As soon as he touched it, he felt that something was wrong. What kind of letter was this? Wasn't this just a sheepskin scroll? When she opened it again, she was even more surprised. There was something drawn on the sheepskin scroll that looked like a mountain peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the incident when she encountered the Xen Rong gang on the island. Didn't the red-clothed corpse have a similar piece of skin? Didn't it have the same drawing? Even the edges of the sheepskin scroll were the same. How could Zhang Xiaohua not understand now? This sheepskin scroll and the other sheepskin scroll she saw before were torn off from a complete map. When she compared the two sheepskin scrolls in her mind, she knew that this was two of them. There were two more that she hadn't seen before. However, just based on these two sheepskin scrolls, she seemed to have a rough idea of the shape of the mountain peak. After looking at it, Chiu Tong reminded her, "Zhang Xiaohua, young mistress has entrusted this to you. You must take good care of it. This concerns young mistress's life. Even if you lose your life, you can't lose these two things." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed at Chiu Tong's nagging and how precious these two things were. Sigh, she's still treating me like the village child from before. However, he didn't refute her. He nodded and said, "Big Sister Chiu Tong, don't worry." "Oh, that's right. How can you hide them so casually in your clothes? How about this? You should take off your underwear. I'll sew a pouch for you. It's most suitable for you to put them in there." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. "You don't have to go that far, Big Sister Chiu Tong. I've carried these two things for so many years without any mishaps. It won't happen again in the future. You're doing this. It seems like you don't trust me at all." After thinking about it for a while, Qiu Tong also laughed. Zhang Xiaohua had kept it with him for so many years and had not lost it. He had even sent it over in perfect condition. She took a look at it and then asked him to keep it. That would cause so much distrust. It was really too much. Perhaps her brother should be more sensible. Qiu Tong was a little distracted. Then she smiled and said, "Don't blame me for talking too much. All right, keep these things properly first. I'll tell you the reason behind it. Perhaps you'll understand why I'm so serious about it." Zhang Xiaohua complied and kept the two items in her clothes. Then she smiled and said, "All right, as long as it's with me, even the best thief in the world won't be able to take it away. Don't say that I'm a thief from Pingyang City." Qiu Tong seemed to have recalled the past. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're still as talkative as before." Then she explained the importance of these two items to Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 742. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already listened to the conversation between Qiu Tong and Elder Yu when he was outside on the roof last night. He already had some impressions in his heart. Now that he heard it again, he was even more clear. Unknowingly, he already had a general understanding of why the Misty School was annihilated and why the incense cult was colluding with the Daoist Temple and the Righteous Alliance to obtain the Misty School. Although O Yen, Qiu Tong, and Elder Yu had experienced the annihilation of the Misty School, they were only martial artists after all. They were only people from the Misty School and didn't know the mysteries of the immortal Dao. They also didn't know the specifics of the incense cult. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua happened to be an immortal Dao practitioner. He knew the immortal Dao's cultivation techniques and immortal Dao alchemy techniques. Moreover, he had also been to the Yulon Grand Canyon and knew some details about the incense cult. Therefore, what he could see was much further than the other three. Zhang Xiaohua had seen a lot of immortal pills, but he had never heard of this longevity pill. It was enough to show the preciousness of this pill. Such a pill also had such a map. Even if he used his heel to think, he would know that the incense cult's goal was definitely not this bottle of pills, but the origin of the pills, which was also the location marked on the map. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of this pill before. And was this place hiding secret martial arts manuals? Was there a hidden pill that could increase one's inner strength? No, definitely not. What the incense cult was after was the immortal Dao's cultivation techniques and immortal Dao alchemy techniques. But when he thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. The Church of Fragrance itself was within a huge restrictive spell, and was blessed by the heavens compared to the other sections. The other sects' cultivation methods may have been destroyed, but the Church of Fragrance may not have them. Although the qi of heaven and earth in the Church of Fragrance was not enough to cultivate a qi practitioner in the early stage of the qi refining stage, but would stealing other people's cultivation methods be beneficial to the growth of one's own sect? Or perhaps, they were aiming for the pills in the secret area marked on the map. Zhang Xiaohua could only think of this. After all, Aroma's sect couldn't refine the original pills themselves. If they could easily obtain pills from other sects, it would be a delightful thing. But then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of another question. If the Misty School had already been to that place and obtained the pill, then why didn't Openg take the longevity pill? Moreover, if Openg had taken the immortal Dao pill, why was he so easily destroyed by the fragrant cult? Sigh, there are so many questions. Let's not waste time. These things have already happened. When it's time to know, we'll know. What's the use of wasting time now? It's better to comprehend more of the heavenly Dao. Oh, that's right. Didn't I just remember that there were at least 2 sheepskin scrolls? That is to say, including the Misty School, there should be 4 schools that have obtained the sheepskin scrolls. They have all entered that place, so who are the other 3 schools? Was it also destroyed by the Aroma cult, the Daoist Temple, and the Righteous Alliance? Who is that man in red? Which school does he belong to? The Shinrong gang was able to invite the monks from the Daoist Temple. They're probably from the Daoist Temple. That sheepskin scroll was obtained by the Daoist Temple. The one from the Misty School was obtained by me. Could it be that the Aroma Cult and the Righteous Alliance obtained the other 2 sheepskin scrolls? Then, without the sheepskin scroll, the 3 schools wouldn't be able to enter that place, right? Hee, thanks to this Xiaoxia's cleverness, I've already read the sheepskin scroll obtained by the Daoist Temple. Even without the one from the Daoist Temple, I've already memorized 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Sigh. She had to admit that it wasn't only women like Qin Chen who were curious. Men were the same as well. After Qiu Tong told her everything she knew, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua with bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She couldn't help but lower her head and look around her body. She almost released her divine sense to check her back. Then she was extremely puzzled. Sister Qiu Tong, I'm not dirty. What are you looking at? Do you know? Xiaohua, do you know how heavy the burden on your shoulders is now? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. She looked around and said, Sister Qiu Tong, I don't have anything on my shoulders. Qiu Tong shook her head. Do you know that the Misty School has placed the hope of reviving the Misty School on your shoulders? Don't let the Misty School down. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands. Sister Qiu Tong, capable people do more work. You'd better find someone else. Qiu Tong's expression relaxed. Oh, don't worry. Even if I ask you to do that kind of thing, I don't think you can do it. However, as long as you keep these 2 things well, it'll be the greatest contribution. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a long time, she finally got up. She wiped the sweat on her head and said, Thank you for thinking highly of me, Misty School. Thank you for telling me, Sister Qiu Tong. I'll definitely live up to the expectations of Huanxi Villa and contribute to the revival of the Misty School. Qiu Tong was very satisfied. She almost patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder to praise her. However, when she looked at Ou Yen, who had fallen into a deep sleep again, she couldn't help but feel sad. She asked, The pills from Lingxiang Peak are just SOSO. Why can't they last for a while after eating one? Moreover, it's even shorter than yesterday. What should we do? That's right. They couldn't give Ou Yen the awakening pill every time she fell asleep. Moreover, the effects of the awakening pill seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. If she ate it a few more times, it might not have any effect at all. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and easily sensed that Ou Yan's vitality was fading away just like yesterday. In fact, it was even a little faster. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Sister Qiu Tong, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to use less of this awakening pill. If you use it too much, perhaps. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to say the rest, but Qiu Tong also understood. She only felt that her chest was stuffy and flustered. She slowly walked to the window and pushed it open a small crack. She said, We're already far away from home. We can't rely on anyone. Mrs. Hart is higher than the sky, but her life is thinner than paper. If she doesn't wake up, what should I do? Zhang Xiaohua also let out a long sigh. She looked at Ou Yan's face lying on the bed and said, The ancients say that beautiful women have short lives. It's really true. Although Sister O has a beautiful face, when she passes away, she'll only be a skeleton. Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the scene when she saw her own skull. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's expression froze. She seemed to have thought of something. However, she frowned and couldn't figure out what it was. What is it? Strange, it seems to be related to Mrs. Illness. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head a little. However, when her hand touched her forehead, her eyes couldn't help but brighten. I'm really stupid. Why didn't I think of looking at Sister O's head? The doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak can only take the pulse like me, or use inner force to check the meridians and organs. They can't check the head. Isn't this lethargy related to the head? The ancients say that practice is the only way to test the truth. Sure enough, I usually only look at medical books and have never come into contact with real patients. I thought I had mastered it, but when I see real patients, I'm flustered and don't know what to do. I should have thought of it last night when Sister O was like this. Presumably, looking at Ou Yen, who was still leaning against the window and feeling sorry for herself, She released her divine sense and swept it directly into Yan's Naiwen palace. If it was a cultivator of the immortal Dao, they would definitely fight back and not let Zhang Xiaohua enter at all. Even if it was a normal person, they would definitely resist instinctively. However, Yan was already unconscious at this moment. She only put in a little effort to resist and was forcefully invaded by Zhang Xiaohua. Yan's Naiwen palace was like a clean virgin land that was being wantonly scanned by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, after looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled again. There's nothing here. It's completely empty. Could it be that I'm wrong? Pinching his chin and standing in front of Yan's window, Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Sigh, luckily no one came in now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be nice. A man standing in front of the window of an unconscious woman, pinching his chin and sizing her up carefully. Anyone who saw this lecherous man would be able to guess what this lecherous man was thinking. However, poor Zhang Xiaohua was completely unaware of those things that the spectators were thinking. When he thought of Yan's Naiwen palace, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the Dan core in his own Naiwen palace. He also thought of the golden divine restriction on the Dan core and the few golden talismans that were gradually appearing on the divine restriction. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua already had a faint feeling that if he could fully understand any one of these talismans, he would definitely be able to cure Yan's illness. It was a pity that this was just a thought. He had already spent such a long time trying to understand the rabbit talisman, but he still wasn't able to fully understand it. Although the other talismans contained the same number of talismans, the difficulty level was definitely much higher than this. He didn't even know when he would be able to fully master them. It was like water from afar couldn't quench one's present thirst. Following that, he thought of the blood elixir refining elixir core and spirit traction. These two were cultivation techniques for cultivating the Dan core, especially spirit traction. There were also methods and techniques for using the divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua recalled carefully and actually didn't seem to have anything related to this. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua finally focused his attention on the bewitching finger. Zhang Xiaohua had been cultivating the bewitching finger in Pingyang City. However, he neglected the essentials and focused on the details after that. He only used the techniques of immortals to imitate the Tao of immortals and threw the essence of the technique to the back of his mind. Now that he encountered Yan's illness and thought about it carefully, he was delighted to discover that in the records of the bewitching finger, there were techniques to seal the acupoints on the head. Although these techniques didn't directly target the Naiwen Palace, since it was called bewitching, it was definitely related to the Naiwen Palace. He could give it a try. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Qiu Tong say angrily, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you staring at Miss like that?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He saw that when Yan was unconscious just now, not only were her arms exposed, even her soft breasts were exposed. Calm. There are more chapters. Chapter 743. How could you do this? Qiu Tong was exasperated. She walked to the bed and covered Yan's body with the blanket again and again until only her shriveled head was exposed. How could you be worthy of Miss Special treatment? Qiu Tong did not intend to let her go. I know you've grown up, but you can't. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put her finger to her lips and said mysteriously, Sister Qiu Tong, don't say anything. I'm just thinking. I think I've found a way to save Mississippi. Her words worked. Qiu Tong immediately shut her mouth and did not say another word. The way she looked at Zhang Xiaohua changed again, as if the person in front of her was the most adorable person in the world. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought carefully. The bewitching finger was nothing more than sealing the major acupoints in the brain. It was like trapping a person's thoughts. Then, a special method was used to lure the person whose acupoints were sealed to tell the truth. Zhang Xiaohua used the bewitching finger to treat Yan. Of course, she did not need to go through the last step. She only needed to try sealing the major acupoints in the brain and see if there was any effect. After thinking about all the methods carefully, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister Qiu Tong, stand aside. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Let me try. Qiu Tong hesitated and asked, What do you want to do? If there's anything like taking off her clothes, I'll have to do it. You'll have to cover your eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. There's no need. I'll just seal a few acupoints in Mrs. Head. It won't damage her reputation. Then, that's fine. Qiu Tong moved aside and asked, Then, you won't turn Miss into an idiot, right? Seeing that Qiu Tong was so distrustful, Zhang Xiaohua felt rather helpless. But thinking about it, these techniques were all in the category of martial arts and had nothing to do with treating illnesses. Yan was more important in Qiu Tong's heart than anyone else. It would be strange if she was not worried. I know how Miss treats me. How can I do something I'm not confident in? Moreover, if young Miss is like this, isn't she worse than a fool? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart, This is my first time using it. Who knows if there will be any consequences? If it doesn't work, I'll just release it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was very confident and that she didn't have any good ideas, Qiu Tong could only step aside. However, her eyes were already fixed on Zhang Xiaohua, afraid that he would do something inappropriate. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and walked onto the bed. She slowly raised her left hand and extended her index finger. Then, with a slight movement, it was as if a cool breeze had brushed past one's face. She had sealed several of the major acupoints of the bewitching finger. She had even used her immortal true energy. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully examined it. Her face revealed a mixed expression of joy and worry. She was happy because the life force that she had sensed was fading away, and it had slowed down. She was worried because the bewitching finger only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. It couldn't stop the life force from fading away. Moreover, from the looks of it, Yan seemed to be in a deeper sleep. Hurry up and do it. Qiu Tong urged. Are you not confident? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. I've already done it, big sister Qiu Tong. It should be effective. It's effective? Qiu Tong was stunned. She stared at Yan for a long time and said in confusion, Isn't Miss still in a deep sleep? Why do you say it's effective? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it to her. She could only point at Yan's face and say, Big sister Qiu Tong, look. Didn't Miss' face turn a little green earlier? And now it's faded a lot, right? Is that so? Qiu Tong was surprised. She stared at her for a long time before saying, It seems so. Your hand really worked? Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. What do you mean? I didn't even see any changes in my face. However, her face was still serious. So, big sister Qiu Tong, you have to believe me. I believe you, I believe you. Qiu Tong hurriedly said, But, how can you wake Miss up? She won't wake up and won't eat or drink. How can she live on? Of course, Qiu Tong was still the most considerate and attentive. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't thought of this at all. When she heard this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Qiu Tong. Big sister Qiu Tong, this is Rejuvenation Valley's fasting pill. I don't know if you've heard of it before. You can stop eating or drinking for 7 days after taking one. There are 3 pills here. Help feed Mississippi. Qiu Tong took it and poured out 1 pill without hesitation. When she saw the tasteless pill, she couldn't help but blurt out, Is this a pill? Why doesn't it have any fragrance at all? How would I dare to feed Miss this? I'm not sure. In any case, Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nye gave it to me. Don't you think it's true? Zhang Xiaohua didn't bother to explain and directly pushed all the blame to Valley Master Nye. Rejuvenation Valley's reputation was resounding, and Valley Master Nye was a godlike figure in Qiu Tong's heart. When she heard that Valley Master Nye had personally given it to her, her suspicions turned into trust and she immediately fed it into Yan's mouth. The fasting pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Qiu Tong no longer had any doubts and only praised it endlessly. As expected of Rejuvenation Valley, the place Miss often talks about. This pill, there's nothing to say. It's different from other people's pills. Miss hasn't eaten or drunk much for several days, and a single fasting pill was able to cure her. Valley Master Nye of Rejuvenation Valley is truly a god. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled wryly. However, mortals judged others based on their reputation. If one heard too much, they would think that the person's skill was profound. If one hadn't heard of the person before, they would think that the person's skill was low. Other things aside, Valley Master Nye couldn't compare to her in terms of pill refinement. However, when she took out the pill, Qiu Tong was suspicious again and again. When she said that it was a gift from Valley Master Nye, and that it wasn't personally refined by Valley Master Nye, this pill immediately became a treasure. Was this the effect of word of mouth? Everything in the world is like this, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. It's not just pills and martial arts. It's the same for the biographies and novels that ordinary people read. Zhang Xiaohua was about to warn Qiu Tong about a few other things when she heard an angry roar from outside. You brat, who are you? How dare you barge into the ladies' room? Zhang Xiaohua was so focused on Yan's condition that she forgot to pay attention to what was happening in the courtyard. Qiu Tong was the same. When she heard the angry roar, she realized that someone had entered the room. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw an old man with a red face. He walked into the hall and glared at her. His one-armed right hand was raised and pointed at her fiercely. Wasn't this Elder Yu, who taught her the nameless sword art? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and allowed Elder Yu to see her face. Elder Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He looked her up and down and was about to speak again when Qiu Tong said, "Good morning, Elder Yu. Why did you barge in without saying anything?" Seeing that Qiu Tong was very calm, Elder Yu snorted and said, "I already called you in the courtyard, but you didn't answer at all. I was afraid that something might happen, so I barged in." "Who is this brat?" Qiu Tong mocked. "Can't you tell who he is with this face?" "Zhang Xiaohua?" Elder Yu exclaimed. "How is this possible?" "How is this possible?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly in her heart. This sentence had been repeated countless times by her old friends when they saw her face. In fact, even she herself didn't know why her appearance hadn't changed after so many years. "Greetings, Elder Yu. This little one is indeed Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room and bowed respectfully. This Elder Yu had taught her, so she couldn't treat him lightly. "Are you really Zhang Xiaohua?" Elder Yu was still in disbelief. "This is really inconceivable. It's been 4 to 5 years, so why haven't you changed?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to explain. She took out Chasing Dream and handed it over. "This is the small sword that this little one used back then. Elder Yu has seen it before, so it can be considered as proof." Elder Yu took it and looked at it. He nodded and said, "This sword is not bad, but..." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "Why do I have to prove that I'm really Zhang Xiaohua every time I see someone? I might as well be Ren Xiaoyao. Why don't I put the label of Zhang Xiaohua on my forehead?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain. She took Chasing Dream and stood up. She casually executed a few moves of the nameless swordsmanship that Elder Yu taught her. At this moment, Elder Yu's eyes were filled with warmth. "The sword moves are exquisite, and you can move freely. Zhang Xiaohua, it seems like you've practiced these moves quite a bit." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Yu. This swordsmanship is truly amazing. It has saved my life many times over the years." "Good." Elder Yu stroked his white beard and looked at the eastern room. He turned around and asked, "Qiu Tong, how is the young miss?" Qiu Tong recounted what happened last night and this morning. Then she said, "Zhang Xiaohua said that he has a way to treat the young miss. First, he has to seal the acupoints on her head." "What? Seal the acupoints on her head?" When Elder Yu heard this, he immediately stood up. "Zhang Xiaohua, how can you act on your own accord? Don't you know that the acupoints on the head are the weakest? If you're not careful, you can seal the acupoints on the young miss head. Even this old man doesn't dare to seal the acupoints on the young miss head. How can you be so daring when you've only learned how to seal acupoints for a few days?" After speaking, he didn't waste any more time with Zhang Xiaohua and rushed into the inner room. Qiu Tong didn't know martial arts and didn't know the importance of sealing the acupoints on the head. When she heard Elder Yu's rage, she thought that something big had happened. Her expression changed, and she glared at Zhang Xiaohua before following Elder Yu into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua calmly sat on the chair with one leg crossed over the other. He actually picked up a teacup and leisurely sipped the tea. Then, he heard a faint voice from the inner room. What time was it? What do you mean just now? How should I describe you? Qiu Tong, Zhang Xiaohua is still young. It's fine if he messes around, but you... AI, this old man will take a look first. Chapter 744. Zhang Xiaohua calmly sat on the chair and sipped her tea. That was the bewitching finger. There were very few people in the world who could unseal this acupoint. Zhang Xiaohua had used the immortal Dao's true qi. It was 100 times stronger than the bewitching finger's true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of Elder Yu's martial arts. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua was looking down on Elder Yu. If Elder Yu could unseal her acupoints, then the bewitching finger would be worthless. As expected, after a moment of silence, Elder Yu rushed out and whispered, "Brat, which acupoints did you seal? Why can't I unseal any of them?" Zhang Xiaohua calmly put down his teacup and asked curiously, "Elder Yu, I heard that acupoint sealing techniques are passed down in secret. Each acupoint sealing technique can only be unsealed with the same technique. Could it be that you know my acupoint sealing technique?" Elder Yu's face turned red. He naturally wanted to use his inner qi, which was much stronger than Zhang Xiao's, to forcefully unseal her acupoints. Since he couldn't do it, he could only say, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and unseal her acupoints. If you take too long, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. This Elder Yu was a warm-hearted person. Back then, he saw how hardworking he was and imparted the nameless sword art to him. Now, he was here to protect O Yen. Of course, he wouldn't allow him to do anything to O Yen that he didn't understand. However, if he didn't seal her acupoints, O Yan's vitality would be drained away every second. Even if he managed to refine the real spirit awakening pill in 10 days, O Yen would already be dead. What use would the spirit awakening pill have? Why would he waste his time? However, he couldn't explain the loss of vitality to Elder Yu. He had used green and light green to fool Qiu Tong. Such a clumsy method wouldn't be able to fool Elder Yu. How should I explain it? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He smiled and said, "Elder Yu, I've already sealed her acupoints. Furthermore, I can't unseal them in a short period of time. This is for young Mrs. sake." Elder Yu was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, "Elder Yu, please don't speak first. Let me finish." He continued, "I know you don't trust me because my martial arts are weak. However, you've taught me swordsmanship before, so I don't dare to spar with you. How about this? I'll show you something. Once you see it, you'll definitely believe me." "What is it?" Elder Yu asked curiously. "If it's really as you say, Elder Yu, on the other hand, was careful not to say too much. Zhang Xiaohua smiled but didn't pay any attention to him. He reached into his bosom, but his heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, this is bad. I wanted to show Elder Yu the dream-weaving sword art sword manual and let him know that I had a fortuitous encounter. Also, I wanted to give this sword manual to Elder Yu to repay his kindness of teaching me the sword back then. But in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I gave the jade water sword to second brother, and I put the sword manual back in its scabbard." Elder Yu became more suspicious when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his chest and didn't take it out. "What's wrong? You can't take it out? This old man wants to see what you have to convince me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out her hand. It was Zhu Meng. Elder Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhu Meng and said, "Elder Yu is wise. This little one obtained a set of swordplay and an acupoint sealing technique. Not to mention the acupoint sealing technique, it's used to treat symptoms like bewilderment. Elder Yu might not understand it, but this swordplay is similar to what you taught me. You should understand it when you see it." Elder Yu's eyes lit up. Of course, the manual he obtained was incomplete. He had always wanted to complete the swordplay, but he couldn't fulfill his wish. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that it was similar to the swordplay, How could he not understand the meaning behind it? His heartbeat immediately sped up and his eyes lit up. He said with a trembling voice, "Can you show it to me?" Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "I don't know where I put the manual." Elder Yu's face turned ashen and he almost cursed out loud. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua said in time, "However, this little one has memorized the moves very well. Although I can't execute them very well, I should be able to remember all of the moves correctly." As she said that, she raised Jumeng with her right hand and executed the moves according to the instructions in the manual. Qiu Tong was baffled, but Elder Yu's expression became more and more excited the more he watched. Zhang Xiaohua usually used his sword to execute the dream-weaving swordsmanship, so it was different from holding a small sword. Therefore, when he used his right hand to execute the dream-weaving swordsmanship according to his memory, he was rather unfamiliar with it at first, and there were many flaws in his sword moves. After he finished executing the set of swordsmanship, Elder Yu nodded and shook his head. The one who nodded was that Zhang Xiaohua's memory was very good. Elder Yu felt that these moves were very exquisite, and the 16 sword moves that he had learned were faintly included in them. The one who shook his head was, "This Zhang Xiaohua, why is she so lazy? She has long lost the tenacity and willingness to endure hardships that she had when she was young. She can memorize the moves well, but her execution is still unfamiliar. She must have neglected her practice. What a pity, what a pity." After Zhang Xiaohua executed the swordplay once, she was afraid that Elder Yu couldn't see it clearly, so she executed it again. This time, it was much smoother than the first time, and all the flaws were gone. At this moment, Elder Yu already believed in the authenticity of the swordplay. How could he still look at Zhang Xiaohua's unfamiliar moves? He only focused on watching and racked his brain to memorize them. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped and stood there with a smile, Elder Yu closed his eyes and carefully savored the rhythm of the swordplay in his mind. Qiu Tong was curious. When she was scolded by Elder Yu earlier, she felt that she had made a huge mistake by trusting Zhang Xiaohua too easily. She was filled with guilt, but now that she saw Elder Yu close his eyes after watching Zhang Xiaohua's swordplay, she was even more curious. She quietly walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, what did you do to Elder Yu? How did you freeze Elder Yu with just one round of swordplay?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that Qiu Tong didn't know martial arts, so she couldn't understand the significance of this move to Elder Yu. She smiled and said, "I only wanted to prove to Elder Yu that it was right to seal the young Miss Acupoints." "Just one round of swordplay is enough to prove it?" Qiu Tong asked curiously. "Oh right, you sealed the young Miss Acupoints. Is it a big deal?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "You're asking this again. I already swore, why don't you believe me?" "But you swore something else, not this," Qiu Tong said anxiously. At this moment, Elder Yu opened his eyes and nodded. "Qiu Tong, don't say any more. This old man believes him." Qiu Tong's mouth fell open. She thought to herself, "You were the one who didn't believe me just now, and now you're the one who believes me. You've played both the good and the bad guy for me." "All right, Elder Yu, I've always trusted Xiaohua. Don't forget that I was the one who picked him up from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency back in Pingyang City." "Picked him up?" Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Who would talk like that? Elder Yu ignored her and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's ear. He said shamelessly, "Xiaohua, look, what kind of relationship do we have? Your swordplay only allowed me to take a few glances." But Zhang Xiaohua was a casual student that he taught casually in the past. She wasn't even considered a disciple. It was really difficult for Elder Yu to say that he wanted to learn from her. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Elder Yu, you're right. I've had this sword manual for many years, and I've practiced it every day. But even now, I still can't master it. You've seen it just now, and I can barely remember it. I'm still far from mastering it. I've always wanted to meet you and have you teach me. Now is the perfect time. Why don't you teach me after you've mastered it? How could you not know where to put the swordplay manual if you practice it every day?" Elder Yu was overjoyed when he heard this, but his eyes were glued to Zhang Xiaohua's chest. It wasn't that Elder Yu was coveting Zhang Xiaohua's things. After all, the thing he had been dreaming of was right in front of him. Even someone as calm as Elder Yu couldn't help but be tempted. Perhaps this was the difference between immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. Seeing Elder Yu's expression, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "It's just that the swordplay manual is extremely precious. I don't keep it with me for no reason. I didn't expect to meet you here, so I'll bring it to you the next time I come." "I see." Elder Yu was obviously disappointed. He looked at the courtyard outside and suddenly thought, how did Zhang Xiaohua come here? Thus, he asked suspiciously, how did you come to spread the incense cult? How did you get into Shixin Peak? Moreover, there are disciples from Lingering Fragrance Peak guarding the surroundings. How did you get in? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His story needed to be written into a book. Every time he met someone he knew, he would give them a book so that he wouldn't have to waste time talking. He smiled and said, "That's not important. What's important is that I met all of you. Moreover, I have some confidence in saving young Mississippi. Young miss, look at my brain." Elder Yu woke up. He had been chatting with Zhang Xiaohua for so long that he forgot to ask about this matter. He hurriedly said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I believe that you are sincere and have good intentions. Moreover, you have obtained the mysterious acupoint sealing technique and have the ability to seal the acupoints on young Miss' head. But why did you seal these acupoints? Young Miss was originally unconscious. It would have been better if you could wake her up. However, she was still unconscious. What's the use of sealing her acupoints?" "Sigh, it's still here." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He didn't want to explain it clearly. In the end, Elder Yu caught the crux of the matter. He thought for a moment and said, "Elder Yu, if I tell you that I can determine young Miss' condition by taking her pulse, would you believe me?" "I believe you." "If I use medicinal herbs or pills to control young Miss' condition, would you believe me?" "I believe you." "If I can seal young Miss' acupoints and control young Miss' condition by sealing her acupoints, would you believe me?" "I believe you." "Oh, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Since Elder Yu believes me, I won't say anything else. Time is tight. Even though young Mrs. acupoints are sealed and her condition can be controlled temporarily, I still have to look for other pills. I'll take my leave here. I'll come back in a few days." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the room. Elder Yu and Qiu Tong also stood up and said, "Then all right. Xiaohua, take care." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and closed the door behind him, blocking their view. Then he disappeared from their sight. When the two of them came over and opened the door, Zhang Xiaohua was already gone. Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? Qiu Tong was shocked. Elder Yu was also shocked. However, after being shocked for a while, Elder Yu slapped his forehead and said angrily, "This bastard, after beating around the bush for so long, he still hasn't said why he sealed young Miss acupoints." Chapter 745. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's astonishment, Qiu Tong added, "Who knows? They didn't come much earlier, but these few days, they first sent the awakening pill, then came every day to check on young Mrs. condition. It's as if they suddenly care about her. I don't know what Lord Sect Leader is up to." Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "Who cares what medicine she's selling? As long as she can cure young Mrs. illness, it's fine." "Sigh, Xiaohua, I'll have to rely on you. That doctor only said that young Mrs. condition is getting better because of the awakening pill. He didn't say anything else." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, "I still need around 10 days to find a new medicine. We can only muddle through for now. I hope young Miss can pull through." 10 days? What kind of medicine would take so long to find? "Xiaohua, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If you need any herbs, I'll ask Lingxiang Peak for them, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Big Sister Qiu Tong, I know what you mean. The problem is, how are you going to use these herbs? I don't think it'll be easy for you to explain, right?" Qiu Tong was dejected. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Also, just the herbs alone won't be enough. So, don't worry, I'll do my best to save young Mississippi." Qiu Tong nodded. "If you can save young Miss I'll even do anything to repay you." OMT, Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been knocked down, then she said, I was taken in by big sister Qiu Tong. She gives me a salary of 3 coins every month. Just treat it as me working for Huanxi Manor. After that, just give me banknotes. Money grubber. Qiu Tong burst out laughing. She had revealed Huanxi Manor's biggest secret. Zhang Xiaohua followed Qiu Tong into the inner room, leaving Elder Yu sitting on the chair and reading the sword manual. Inside the room, O Yan was still lying there quietly. Just as Qiu Tong had said, O Yan's complexion had changed a little. Her face was slightly red, a sign that her qi and blood were flourishing. Wherever her divine sense swept past, life force was still flowing away, but it was as subtle and slow as yesterday. It was completely different from when Zhang Xiaohua had first seen it. It seems that the situation is very stable. Only after refining the spirit awakening pill can it be consumed. There shouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. However, the refinement of the spirit awakening pill was the same as the meridian nourishing pill and the bone congealing pill. All of them required around 10 days. It was a little too early to be anxious now. After chatting with Qiu Tong for a while, Zhang Xiaohua bade farewell to the two of them and returned to the front mountain of Shixin Peak. First, she checked that there was nothing wrong with the pill furnace in the alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the mountain. After flying for a while, she saw a few young disciples in the originally barren herb field. Under the lead of a few older disciples, they were plowing the ground and uprooting the weeds. Could it be that what I said yesterday was effective? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Unknowingly, she revealed herself and pretended to be out of breath as she descended the mountain. "For you?" A disciple immediately asked when he heard the heavy footsteps. Hearing that someone had arrived, all the disciples raised their heads. When they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, a few of the younger disciples cheered. They jumped out and shouted, "Senior, run!" As he shouted, his eyes drifted towards the few older disciples. Seeing this, one of the older disciples stepped forward and frowned. "Are you Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Yes, I am." "Greetings, senior brother from the ethereal hall." That disciple returned the greeting and said, "Well said, well said." I wonder why a disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall like you are running around the mountain. Are you looking down on the ethereal hall? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out the pill-expanding hall token and raised it. "I am under the orders of the hall master. Firstly, I am in charge of the transaction of elixirs and herbs. Secondly, I am in charge of guiding the disciples of the ethereal hall in the cultivation of herbs. If I only stayed in the courtyard, how would I know about the cultivation of the herbs in the ethereal hall? How would I know that the herb fields are barren?" That disciple was at a loss for words. The disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall did have this duty. But the previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall were already hiding from the disciples of the ethereal hall, who would guide them in the cultivation of herbs. At this moment, a young disciple ran over and said with a smile, "Senior brother Hu, I have told you that senior brother Ren is very different from the previous ruffians. Do you believe me now?" "Humph," senior brother Hu snorted. "What you said to the other junior brothers yesterday was true? You want us to make the decisions in the future? Whatever we say is the truth." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, "Of course. A gentleman keeps his word." Then she changed the topic. "Of course, if you do something that harms the pill-expanding hall, that is also not allowed." "Good." Senior Hu said, "I will remember what you said today. If you don't agree to do so in the future, then don't blame us for looking for you to compare notes on martial arts." "Ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Not to mention in the future, even if you challenge me today, I will be happy to accompany you. But before you go, you must be prepared. If you lose to me, you will be my junior brother in the future. I still want this face." Senior brother who was at a loss for words. Another senior disciple next to him cupped his hands and said, "We have heard of junior brother Ren's martial arts. Don't worry, our ethereal hall is not short of men who keep their promises. If we challenge you to a duel, we will naturally have to admit defeat if we lose. But since we met here today, I have a question to ask. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Please enlighten me, senior brother." "Well, yesterday you asked the junior brothers to come back and replant the herbs. I want to ask you, what kind of herbs are good to plant in this barren herb field?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up and said with a smile, "This herb field used to be the most fertile one in our pill-expanding hall. Now you can plant anything. But I think you should plant some herbs that the ethereal hall lacks the most. It must be the blood-brown grass for the blood-replenishing pill. I don't need to tell you the formula of this pill." "Blood-replenishing pill?" Senior brother, who was shocked, and said, "Do you mean that you will exchange the herbs we plant for the pills?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with a smile and said, "Why not?" "Don't play with us," Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Why would I play with you? What's the point?" Then he said sincerely, "Your hall's Zhang Xiaohu, senior brother Zhang, is the person I respect the most. It was he who saved me from the Yulon Grand Canyon. My life was given by senior brother Zhang. Do you think I will treat his junior brother badly? I am telling you this because of senior brother Zhang's face. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it." After that, he cupped his fists and went down the mountain. After he passed by, senior brother who looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back for a long time. Senior brother who, can we believe this guy? Senior brother who, are we still going to work? Senior brother who looked back and said with a smile, "Of course we have to do it. Not only this land, we have to replant all the barren land." "It seems that you believe in this Ren Xiaoyao?" Senior brother who shook his head and said, "He is just a disciple on duty of the Pill Repository Hall. I don't believe in him. I just know that as long as senior brother Zhang is here, this guy will not do anything to betray the Misty Hall. We just have to do as he says. Whether we can exchange for the elixirs that we are most short of will depend on senior brother Zhang's face." Zhang Xiaohua's simple words immediately highlighted Zhang Xiaohu's role. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua had painstakingly thought about it. When Zhang Xiaohua came down the Shixin Peak, humming a tune of "Sister you sit at the bow, brother I walk on the shore," and came to the mountainside, there were more traces of the Misty Hall's disciples. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had always been quick and sensitive, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that many people were staring at her, but this feeling was just uncomfortable and there was no dangerous information. "Hey, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly tried to figure it out, but also released her divine sense to secretly observe. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that those who were staring at her were all the female disciples in their prime. Could it be that they think I'm handsome and want to give me spinach? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel proud. This kind of opportunity to enjoy the attention was rare. While she was thinking, a slightly plump female disciple came forward and asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Is that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Repository Hall, senior brother Ren?" The voice was coquettish and coquettish, causing goosebumps to rise all over Zhang Xiaohua's body. He immediately stopped in his tracks and saluted, "Yes, I am. May I know what this young lady wants?" "You are so annoying. You are obviously a senior brother, but you still act like a scholar." The female disciple said shyly, "But I like it. The disciples of the ethereal hall are all strong and powerful. It is rare to see a weak scholar like senior brother." When these words were spoken, Zhang Xiaohua's hair stood up like thorns. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Thank you for your praise, junior sister. I wonder why junior sister intercepted me halfway? My surname is Xiao, and my given name is Tian Tian. You can call me Xiao Tian Tian." Zhang Xiaohua shivered and said, Junior sister Xiao, it is indeed a good name. However, this name is more romantic under the moonlight. In front of so many people, it is better to call you junior sister." "Pei," Xiao Tian spat, "you are so naughty. What do you mean by this, is it?" Xiao Tiantian's face immediately turned red. Faint, Zhang Xiaohua secretly ordered herself. Unfortunately, the Dan core in her Naiwan palace did not seem to obey. It was still slightly swaying, and she was 100 times more energetic. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and said, "Junior sister Xiao, after talking for so long, I still don't know why junior sister is looking for me? Call me Xiaoan, otherwise I will not tell you. Xiao Tian laughed lightly. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 746. After leaving Yan's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua headed straight to the peak. It was dark last night and he wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, he did not expect that his eyes and ears were also deaf. He could not even find the pill room that Zhang Xiaohua had mentioned in detail. Today, he had to take a risk and look for a pill room that could be used for alchemy. Going up from the manor for a while, there were some barren herb fields. Although there were some ordinary herbs in these fields, the weeds on the ground had long covered the herbs. It must have been planted by the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall. Later on, it was occupied by the Misty Hall. Perhaps it was because there were few disciples and it was difficult to take care of it. Or perhaps it was at the back of the mountain where Yan lived and the disciples of the Misty Hall could not come here. Seeing that there were no disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak here, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground and walked close to the ground. He used the ethereal steps Qinggong and went up little by little. Since this was the territory of Pill Expanding Hall, the layout should be similar to Tianmu Peak. Seeing the herb fields, it must be the territory of the grass department. Going up for a while, it might be the territory of the pill department. Sure enough, after walking for a while, he saw many flat platforms and many caves. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took a few steps forward and went into a cave. But when he went inside, he was puzzled. It was just a big empty cave. There was not even the appearance of an earth fire. Isn't this a pill room? Zhang Xiaohua thought. He found a few more caves and they were all the same. However, there were some dried herbs in the other caves. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this cave should be a place to store herbs. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. He could not help but guess. There is a pill room at the peak of Tianmu Peak. There is also the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. In addition to the dungeon on Baiyu Peak, there are also restrictions in some places. Then, is there such a layout in Shixin Peak? Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to suppress the ecstasy in her heart. She no longer looked for the pill room used by the ordinary pill department disciples. Instead, she went straight to the top of Shixin Peak. Shixin Peak was bigger than Tianmu Peak, and its peak was even more obvious. Moreover, the peak of Shixin Peak was different from the usual peaks. There were gullies and ravines, and there were several small hills of different heights that occupied the entire peak. These few hills were also overgrown with trees, and it was a desolate piece of land. At a glance, there wasn't even a single flat spot. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the highest point and looked at the messy peak. She couldn't help but scratch her head. It was as if no one had ever been here before, let alone the herb fields and dungeon. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only extend a little more than 10 feet. It was unlikely that he could find the hidden alchemy room from the outside with his naked eyes. If he went underground to search, he would be like a headless fly searching blindly. Moreover, the alchemy room might not be there yet. If he went underground to search, it would be terrible if he bumped into some difficult restriction. It would be better to use an ordinary alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua stood on a sharp protrusion. She pinched her chin and thought for a moment. Then, she flew towards the southeast direction. In her mind, the pill room of Tianmu Peak was located in the southeast direction of the peak. Shixin Peak should be the same. The southeast corner of Shixin Peak was not a cliff, but a rugged path that led down the mountain. Not far from the foot of the mountain, there were patches of barren herb fields. Countless weeds swayed in the wind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. If there was no one planting the herb fields at the back of the mountain, it must be because of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, the southeast direction should be the front of the mountain, and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak wouldn't stop them. Why was it a waste? The disciples of Misty Hall were different from the other halls. They didn't have a clear responsibility. If they didn't make use of the herb fields, how could they establish themselves in the fragrant religion? Moreover, the fragrant religion had given the rich resources of Shixin Peak to Misty Hall. Wasn't this the reason? I have to go back and ask second brother. Zhang Xiaohua, who had always had a special feeling for the herb fields, didn't seem to be happy to see such a situation happen. Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and entered the ground. He expanded his divine sense and carefully searched the surroundings. To be honest, before he went to Yulan Twilight Refinement, although he was a little afraid of the restrictions of the fragrant religion, he wasn't careful to this extent. However, after encountering so many things in Yulan Grand Canyon, he knew that there was always someone better out there. Although his cultivation level was comparable to ordinary martial arts experts, but in front of the restrictions left behind by the immortals from 10,000 years ago, it was not enough. Perhaps this was the reason why the higher one's cultivation level, the wider one's knowledge, and the smaller one's courage. Fortunately, there weren't any restrictions in the southeast corner of Shixin Peak. However, he didn't find any elixir room either. After searching for a while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but go in another direction. However, it was deep underground and Zhang Xiaohua was like a small fish swimming in the water. He couldn't see anything in a radius of 10 feet. It was really difficult. After swimming for a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the ground and was about to go to the back of the mountain to look for an ordinary elixir room. However, at this time, he inadvertently saw the boundless sea of clouds and the bright red sun above the clouds. He seemed to have thought of something. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the vast sea of clouds in a daze. Suddenly, an extremely soft cry of a crane came from behind. It lit up Zhang Xiaohua's mind like a flash of lightning. Isn't that right? The southeast direction of Tianmu Peak is facing Lingering Fragrance Peak. One can see the other peaks. However, Shixin Peak is in another direction. The southeast corner is empty. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and immediately changed his direction. He went to the west, which was where the back of Shixin Peak was located. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the west side. He looked at the distant peak in the sea of clouds and estimated the position. It was to the north of the west side. If Zhang Xiaohua guessed correctly, the elixir room should be in this direction. Zhang Xiaohua jumped a few times and arrived at the edge of the mountain. He looked around and found a place with some cliffs. He went in stealthily for a while. When he felt that it was about the same as the elixir room on Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense to search around. Zhang Xiaohua's search this time was just a flash of inspiration, and he didn't expect to find anything. However, when his divine sense discovered that there was a space below, he was still shocked. It was not a big deal that there was an elixir room on the peak facing Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, if there was an elixir room on the peak facing Lingering Fragrance Peak, then it was thought-provoking. Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought that if there was an elixir room on each of the 18 peaks facing Lingering Fragrance Peak, then there would also be an elixir room on the peak of Lingering Fragrance Peak. What did this mean? Of course, this was just a guess. Zhang Xiaohua had only found 2 elixir rooms. He did not even find Baiyu Peak's elixir room. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised by his discovery. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the elixir room, his expression was even more interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? In the middle of the empty elixir room, there was a huge elixir furnace. From the outside, it looked very similar to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the elixir furnace in a daze. He used his divine sense to scan it from top to bottom. His mouth was wide open in shock. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he came to his senses. With a slurp sound, he cleaned the saliva that flowed out. Then he took out a few luminous pearls from his money pouch. Without looking carefully, he threw them at the same position in the elixir room on Tianmu Peak. Sure enough, there were some similar grooves around the cave. When there was light, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the exterior of the elixir furnace. He clicked his tongue and sighed. His character is so good, unparalleled in the world. The moment he reached the top of the mountain, he lost a cauldron. It seems that if I have the time, I should pay a visit to the various peaks. I don't want to waste the efforts of the immortal Dao seniors. After looking at the surface of the pill furnace for a while, it seemed to be no different from his own 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Soon after, he immersed his divine consciousness into the furnace. In a short moment he found the alchemy formula inside the furnace. It was exactly the same as the formula Zhang Xiaohua had obtained previously. Frowning slightly, Zhang Xiaohua checked his own meridians. He then took out the primordial stones. When he refined the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Tianmu Peak, he had used up a lot of vital energy. Now that the vital energy in his body had been absorbed by the delusion breaker eye, he could only maintain half of his original vital energy. He didn't know how much vital energy was needed to refine this elixir furnace. As he had refined the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace before, the refining of this elixir furnace could be considered smooth. He still lacked the last bit of vital energy and didn't know how to release it. When he received the message that connected with his mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked as though he had seen a ghost. His expression was extremely interesting. Why is this called the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from his belt and placed it next to the one in front of him. Oh my, it's actually exactly the same? Zhang Xiaohua cheered, but his hand touched the elixir furnace in front of him. Could it be that it's a male and female? But which one is the female? The feeling is the same, and there's no difference between fine and rough? Could it be that there's something hidden? Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and checked the appearance of the 2 elixir furnaces. He hoped to find the difference between the male and female from the outside. If the outside didn't work, he would directly go inside. Zhang Xiaohua tried to immerse his divine sense into the elixir furnace again and carefully observed the structure inside. Unfortunately, the inside was the same. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head. Who was so bored to actually make 2 identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces? What was the use of it? Could it be that by putting the male and female together for a long time, a small 8 trigrams purple gold furnace can be created? Zhang Xiaohua thought maliciously. But how do I make them give birth? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought very seriously. Chapter 747. Although the 2 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were the same, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to try the new furnace. Yan's condition did not leave him much time. Even the ecstasy finger could only delay Yan's life but could not stop it completely. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to put the new cauldron into his belt and placed his own cauldron on the earth fire. The earth fire in the Shixin Peak Alchemy Room was the same as the earth fire in the Tianmu Peak Alchemy Room. Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the earth fire lit up. The greenish-yellow flame licked the bottom of the cauldron from time to time, slowly warming it up. Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed when he saw this, and he raised his eyes to look around. Unfortunately, even though there was a table in the pill room, it was completely empty, and there wasn't even a jade slip or jade bottle. Truly stingy. Aren't we leaving some benefits for the latecomers? Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and left the alchemy room. He didn't leave from the same place he came in from, but went straight to the center of the mountain. The alchemy room of Tianmu Peak was connected to a small cave, and the middle of the cave was several zhang thick. The Shixin Peak was even more hidden, and there were no cracks in the surroundings. It was impossible to find it from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the alchemy room and carefully memorized the markings in the surroundings. He then flew down and headed for the Misty Hall. When he saw the traces of the Misty Hall's disciples, he went underground and returned to the small courtyard of the alchemy room. Everything in the small courtyard was the same. He did not know if anyone had been here. It was not noon yet, and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace needed a few hours to heat up. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to Second Brother's place to take a look. However, he thought that he had already told Second Brother yesterday that he had to make a decision. Besides, he still needed to comprehend the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Even if he went now, there might not be any results. Besides, he was a disciple on duty in the alchemy room. If he kept going to the Misty Hall's disciples, It would be easy for others to overthink. Rather than that, he might as well cultivate more. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua calmed his heart. He wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Since the last time he comprehended the heavenly Tao, he had made great progress. Zhang Xiaohua had a trace of understanding. The comprehension of the heavenly Tao was also gradual. Perhaps there were some levels to it. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the experience of comprehending the heavenly Tao from his ancestors. He did not know how to divide it. He did not even know if his path of comprehension would work. However, since he had an idea in his heart, he could not help but want to show his own comprehension. Although Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that he was too inferior by rigidly dividing the comprehension of the heavenly Tao into different levels. However, when he thought about it, it was normal for him to have such an idea. Perhaps when he succeeded in his cultivation and looked back, this level might be a joke. He immersed his mind into the heavenly Tao and let his mind face the heavenly Tao without any vigilance. The obscure fluctuation of the heavenly Tao was somewhat familiar. Zhang Xiaohua had a slight understanding. At his current level, he was comprehending the heavenly Tao in a comprehensive and passive way. He was projecting everything about the heavenly Tao into his mind and understood the heavenly Tao to the greatest extent. Perhaps the best way to describe his current level was to use the words reference, reference, and reference. Heaven reaching. This word suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It was precisely this word that made him happy. If I can record the process of comprehending the heavenly Tao, such as the initial state of heaven reaching, into the jade slip, then, can I also create a cultivation method? Zhang Xiaohua thought boldly. However, when he took out the blank jade slip and wanted to write down his own comprehension, he realized that although he had already comprehended the heavenly Tao for a long time and had a little understanding, he did not know where to start if he wanted to write it down. The comprehension was faintly discernible, and he did not know where to start. It can only be understood but not explained? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, but he was also happy. He smiled bitterly because he could not impart to others what he had learned from his cultivation. He was happy because the heavenly Tao was so mysterious. He was going in the right direction. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cleared his mind and put away the jade slip. He wholeheartedly comprehended the heavenly Tao. After an unknown period of time, a sudden commotion was heard from outside. It woke Zhang Xiaohua up from the pleasure of comprehending the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He was extremely unhappy. That anyone who was interrupted in such a situation would grit their teeth in anger. I heard from Du Feng that very few people come to the courtyard of the Pill Expansion Hall. He is the only one who comes here for official business. Why is there such a commotion today? Before he could regain his senses, he heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Someone shouted arrogantly, "Are you a coward from the Pill Expansion Hall? Why don't you dare to come out? Could it be that you and your senior brother are the same? You only know how to hide in the courtyard and wait for a few years before leaving the mountain safely? You brat, we know you're in the courtyard. If you don't come out, we'll barge in. How high is the wall of your courtyard? We can jump over it. When we enter, we won't give you any face. You'd better open the door while we're in a good mood. We have been here a few times and you don't dare to come out. Let's see how long you can hide." Gosh, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he understood that this group of people was the disciples of the Ethereal Hall. They were here to cause trouble in the Pill Expansion Hall. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Putting aside the fact that the voices of these disciples were sharp and they were even younger than him, he could tell that they were inexperienced just by listening to their threats. Since they said that the wall was low and they could jump over it, why didn't they enter? Moreover, they had been here a few times. How did they know that he was in the courtyard? It was obvious that he was not around. That meant that they did not dare to climb the wall. Since they didn't even dare to climb the wall, how did they dare to barge in? They could only wait for him to open the door. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable affection for the disciples of the Ethereal Hall. They were like his own junior brothers. Of course, when Lu Qiao shot him with a hidden weapon when he went up the mountain, he just scolded him. He didn't want to fight back like he did with the others. At this time, when he heard this group of people outside the door, he found it quite funny that they were like his spoiled younger brothers. It can't be. In order to cause trouble, they have been here a few times. They are quite dedicated. However, didn't Chin Chin greet Master Yang? According to Du Feng, there shouldn't be any more trouble. These disciples. Zhang Xiaohua thought, but immediately shook his head. These people are ridiculous. They always think that they are doing the right thing. If they don't hit the wall, they won't give up. Let's give them some trouble. Maybe it's a good thing for them. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua walked slowly to the courtyard door. Zhang Xiaohua had always been going up and down. The courtyard door had always been closed. When he walked to the door, the outer disciples were all whistling and wanted to turn and leave. The wooden door opened with a creak. Everyone turned around and laughed mockingly, but no one noticed it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly and stood in front of the door. He coughed and said, "Which family's child is so naughty? Instead of cultivating at home, he came here to make trouble?" This voice was not loud, but it seemed to be by everyone's ears. All the disciples were stunned. When they turned their heads around, they saw a tall and skinny young man standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, smiling at them. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. They had already thrown away the shock they felt when the voice sounded out, and swarmed over like a swarm of bees. When they surrounded Zhang Xiaohua in a half-moon shape, they quieted down. One of the older disciples walked up casually and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly returned the greeting. That disciple said, "I am Xiao Tanhe, a disciple of the Misty Hall. Greetings to Junior Brother from the Pill-Expanding Hall. May I know Junior Brother's name?" Seeing that this disciple was so refined, completely different from the way he scolded just now, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Soon after, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "May I ask, how old are you? Why do you call yourself Senior Brother?" Hearing this, it was Xiao Tanhe's turn to be stunned. He pointed at his own nose and said, "I am 17 years old. Am I not qualified to be your senior brother?" Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped up. "You're just a 17-year-old brat. You're younger than me by a year. How dare you call yourself senior brother?" This senior brother was called senior brother by many outer sanctum disciples. Yes, even the inner sanctum disciples respectfully call me senior brother. But then he realized that most of the people he had met in the past few days were old acquaintances. They knew his age, but they were only surprised that his appearance had not changed. They did not mention anything else. He had forgotten that his face was abnormally young. Zhang Xiaohua was not flustered. He rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "You are only 17 years old, 3 years younger than me. How dare you call yourself senior brother? Quickly call me senior brother Ren." "How is that possible?" Xiao Tanhe jumped up. "You are lying to me. How can you be 20 years old? You don't believe me?" Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. She smiled and said, "Have you seen a junior brother who is a head taller than you?" "Of course." But Xiao Binghe looked around and couldn't find any typical examples. He said angrily, "Age is just empty talk. Don't take it seriously. The rule of the Misty Hall is that whoever is stronger in martial arts is the senior brother. Hehe, the previous disciples of your Pill-Expanding Hall are all this Xiao's junior brothers." When the crowd heard this, they all burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaohua was also amused. Just now, she heard the crowd shouting arrogantly outside, but when they came out, they were very polite. It was 100 times better than Lu Qiao's direct hidden weapons. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she participated in the martial arts exhibition in the Young Eagle Hall. Maybe there were disciples who competed in other arenas that day. Chapter 748. When Mu Tangchun saw Zhang Xiaohua's move, his face was filled with surprise. He quickly withdrew his palm, but his other hand clenched into a fist and attacked from the side. It was the other move of the golden sandalwood fist. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he also withdrew his hand and changed to another move. After a few rounds like this, Mu Tangchun's expression became unsightly. The surrounding disciples also revealed surprised expressions. Mu Tangchun fainted, jumped to the side, and said angrily, "Junior brother Ren, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Junior brother Mu, what did I do?" "I didn't do anything." "You didn't do anything. Why are you using the same moves as me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, "Junior brother Mu, there is no such thing in the world. Only you can use the golden sandalwood fist, but I can't do the same. You can hit my arm, but I can't hit your arm." It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had actually seen through Mu Tangchun's moves in a hurry. Every time, he would use the same move as Mu Tangchun. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique was very fast. He would often attack later and arrive early, forcing Mu Tangchun to have no choice but to change his moves to meet the enemy. Mu Tangchun was choked by Zhang Xiaohua. The surrounding disciples also looked at each other. After thinking for a while, Mu Tangchun jumped into the circle again and changed to another fist technique. The moves were more complicated and his hands and feet were faster. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. As long as it was in his divine sense, all the fist techniques were seen clearly. He was the same as before. His movements were fast and he fought with Mu Tangchun. After more than 10 moves, Mu Tangchun finally couldn't bear it anymore. He abandoned any fancy moves and his two legs were in a horse stance. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. According to Zhang Xiaohua's previous moves, his move must be the same. The two people's fists inevitably collided halfway. The disciple of the Pill Tower Hall would definitely not do such a stupid thing. According to Mu Tangchun's experience, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall did not start practicing their internal strength from a young age. Most of them started practicing halfway through their cultivation. Their internal strength was definitely not as solid as his. If they were to compete in internal strength, he would definitely have the upper hand. However, out of his expectations, Zhang Xiaohua also used the same move. Pung! The two fists collided. Mu Tangchun's shoulder was slightly numb, but his fist didn't feel any internal strength from the other party. Mu Tangchun was overjoyed. His internal strength. His internal strength, and it was like a tidal wave to attack and attacked Zhang Xiaohua. His internal strengths. Heh, you still have a trick ups with your internal strength. Heh, you still has a hand's internal strength. Mu mocked with laughter. With internal strength. Mu Tangchun laughed mockingly. He used a bit more inner strength, but the other party's inner strength also increased. He couldn't attack at all. Mu Tangchun was at a loss. He used almost 90% of his internal strength, but he still couldn't move the other party. Mu Tangchun was a little sweaty. He clenched his teeth and went all out. He didn't dare to underestimate the other party anymore. He used all the internal strength in his body to attack from his fist. Unfortunately, the situation didn't change at all. Zhang Xiaohua's internal strength was also the same. She didn't seem to have any intention of pushing him back. After another moment, Mu Tangchun's face was already pale. His internal strength was running out. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she was still the same. Her expression didn't change at all. Oh no, could it be that I've met an expert? Mu Tangchun immediately had the worst plan in his heart. He competed with internal strength from the beginning. Of course, he was forced by Zhang Xiaohua's moves. He thought that he had a good chance. But now, his internal strength was about to be exhausted, and the other party didn't feel it. The next result could be imagined. When his internal strength was exhausted, the other party's internal strength would attack his meridians. If he didn't die, he would be injured. Mu Tangchun couldn't help but regret thinking of using his internal strength to fight head-on. The disciples at the side didn't know the mystery of it. They were all beaming with joy. Nonsense, you, a medicine boy from the Pill Repository Hall, actually dared to compete with a commoner disciple from the Misty School. You really don't know how to draw the word, death. But after a moment, he saw that Mu Tangchun's face was pale, but Zhang Xiaohua was as usual. Immediately, Xiao Dinghe felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly walked closer to take a closer look. What he saw was Mu Tangchun winking at him. Not good. Shouting his heart turned cold. I actually met a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. If I had known, I would have gone up directly. Immediately, he waved his hand behind him, as if he was about to do something. At this time, a voice sounded, "If I were you, I wouldn't do anything. Wait until there's a winner." You! Shouting He looked as if he had heard a ghost cry. He turned his head in disbelief. "You can still speak?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why can't I speak?" This. Xiao Dinghe was completely flabbergasted. "You're currently competing with junior brother Mu in internal energy. If you speak, your internal energy will..." He was too embarrassed to say the rest of his words. This had indeed subverted his understanding. Everyone present knew that if Mu Tangchun opened his mouth now, his inner strength would immediately leak out. Otherwise, could he only wink at Xiao Binghe? For a moment, Xiao Dinghe stopped what he wanted to do. Zhang Xiaohua glared at him and said sternly, "Since you're betting with someone, then you have to be prepared to lose. As long as you lose, you have to admit defeat. You can't do anything that can't be seen." Xiao Dinghe's face turned slightly red. He said half-heartedly, "I was just afraid that you and junior brother Mu would get injured, so I wanted the other junior brothers to separate you too." Separate? Is your internal energy 3 times better than Mu Tangchuan's? Are you sure it's 3 times better than mine? Zhang Xiaohua mocked. "If you're so reckless, only you, the bait, will get injured." Xiao Dinghe's eyes flickered. Most of the disciples felt slightly guilty. However, when they looked at the people in the arena, it only flashed by. As he spoke, Mu Tangchun could no longer hold on. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face was ashen white. The internal energy in his hand flowed like the tide, flowing back into his dantian. In an instant, he felt a powerful force that he had never seen before rush into his meridians from Zhang Xiaohua's fist. "I'm definitely going to die." This thought instantly appeared in Mu Tangchuan's mind. That's right, if this kind of internal energy rushed into the meridians, not only would the meridians in the body be destroyed, even the muscles outside the body would be smashed into meat paste. How could he survive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He originally thought that Mu Tangchun would be able to hold on for a while longer. Furthermore, he was talking to Xiao Dinghe. Therefore, when Mu Tangchuan's internal energy was exhausted, he didn't control his vital energy well. When it entered his opponent's meridians, he realized and immediately retracted his vital energy. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's control over his vital energy was extremely fine. With a thought, he immediately retracted his vital energy. Mu Tangchun felt that the force that was about to break through his meridians was suddenly retracted. He was delighted and quickly retracted his fist. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and cupped his hands. "Thank you, senior brother Ren, for showing mercy. I've lost this round." Sigh. 5 years ago, when the two of them sparred on the stage, Zhang Xiaohua coaxed and pestered them to a draw. 5 years later, he didn't need to use any other divine powers. He defeated Mu Tangchun with just one punch. This, one couldn't help but say that life's fate was miraculous. 5 years to the east, 5 years to the west. It was just like this. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Mu Tangchun was respectful and was happy. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Mu's martial arts are also very good. It's just that you're still young and your internal energy cultivation is a little lacking. I'm just a few years older. That's why I'm like this." Mu Tangchun secretly shook his head. "How can that be? Your internal energy is even more powerful than senior brother Zhao's. What's the use of me being a few years older?" Mu Tangchun waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Ren's internal energy is exquisite. Even if I'm a few years older, I won't be able to compete with you. I've lost this round, so I'll call you senior brother in the future." Although the meaning of these words was clear, there was another layer of meaning. That was, "I'll call you senior brother. As for the others, sorry, I don't care." Actually, he was also reminding Zhang Xiaohua, "Big brother, I'm just bait. Even if I lose, there's still a bunch of people behind me. You have to be careful." Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of this. He turned his head and asked, "Junior brother Xiao, what do you think? I've won this round. You guys? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Xiao Binghe jump out and cupped his hands. Junior brother Ren, my senior sister asked me to go back and eat. When I'm full, we'll discuss the matter just now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud and thought, no matter how I look at it, it looks like a bunch of kids fooling around. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately understood that it was because of these young disciples fooling around that the hall masters of the Pill Hall, Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, and Lingxiang Peak couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps it was Yang Rupiang's connivance behind the scenes, or perhaps it was the instigation of the other Misty School disciples. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to let them off. Zhang Xiaohua leaped out and grabbed Xiao Binghe, who was about to use his qinggong, by the back of his neck. Then, as though she was holding a duck, she stood there and shouted, "No one is allowed to move. Whoever moves, I'll break his neck." The other disciples were originally prepared to scatter when the tree fell, but when they heard Zhang Xiaohua's cry, they were all taken aback. When they saw that Xiao Binghe had actually fallen into Zhang Xiaohua's hands, they were all shocked and did not dare to move. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Binghe and walked back to the stage. She threw him on the ground with a plop and said, running away after losing a fight, "Your Misty Hall really has a good upbringing." Xiao Binghe stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's ferocious face. He was a little scared and a little unconvinced. You sneak attacked. What kind of man are you?" Chapter 749. This senior brother is not a good person. However, you don't need to be afraid. Those who died at my hands were all famous figures in the pugilistic world. This senior brother has no interest in a fly like you. After that, he swept his gaze across the entire area and said, "Since all my junior brothers are here, I won't be courteous. If you want me to be your junior brother, then show me your strength. Otherwise, you'll have to be my junior brother. Of course, I feel that there's no need to show off your tricks. I also know that you're not convinced, so I'll draw a line. I'll challenge all of you now. Come up one by one. As long as you can defeat me, I'll call you senior brother and do whatever you tell me to do. On the other hand, if I win, then you have to call me senior brother and do whatever I tell you to do." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They all had the same thought. Is this person an idiot? He actually dares to challenge so many of us? But then, when they thought of how he had unknowingly captured Xiao Binghe, they were all terrified. Is this person really a match for 10,000 people? However, the other party had already stated his conditions and they had come to provoke him. How could they not agree? Xiao Binghe, who had been caught by Zhang Xiaohua earlier, was the first to jump out. "You said that we can use any move and any weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she was looking at a prey that was about to jump into a trap. She smiled and said, "That's right." Xiao Binghe drew his sword and said worriedly, "Then, I'll use a sword technique. You won't change your weapon?" Hearing that Xiao Binghe wanted her to use a weapon, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly and said, "No need. Don't worry and just attack." Xiao Binghe pointed his sword and shouted, "Am I really going to stab?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. Xiao Binghe gritted his teeth and stabbed his sword at Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He wanted to test her. Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. She bent her right index finger and flicked the back of his sword. Xiao Binghe's hand went numb and his sword almost fell out of his hand. Therefore, he felt a chill in his heart and swung his sword horizontally towards Zhang Xiaohua's neck. "Good sword art!" Zhang Xiaohua cried out. She took a big step forward, and before Xiao Binghe could react, she reached out and grabbed his throat. Xiao Binghe was furious. "You just praised me for my good swordsmanship. Why didn't you wait for me to be a little proud before you attacked me? It's one thing for you to be ruthless, but why do you have to grab his neck again and again? What? Not convinced?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Binghe and said with a smile, "Not convinced? This senior brother is the kindest. I'll give you another chance. Remember, this is your last chance to be a senior brother. Don't waste it." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua tossed Xiao Binghe to the side and began to chatter. Xiao Binghe's face was ashen. Looking at the smiling junior brothers around him, Xiao Binghe calmed himself down and muttered a few words. His body flew up like a white crane, and his sword pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. This move was a feint. Xiao Binghe wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would react to it, and then choose a different real move to attack. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was like a boorish person who wasted precious materials. She didn't give him a chance to display his beautiful swordsmanship and still rushed forward like lightning. What? You still want to use this move? Xiao Binghe was overjoyed. He had already prepared a follow-up move. When Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him, he immediately pulled back his sword and stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Unexpectedly, before he could thrust his sword, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. Following that, he felt a pain in his neck. Zhang Xiaohua had grabbed his neck and held him in her hand. This time, Xiao Binghe could no longer hold it in. A voice exploded in his chest, "I am not a duck." Unfortunately, his throat was tightly gripped by Zhang Xiaohua. He couldn't even breathe properly, so how could he shout? "Are you convinced?" Xiao Binghe's face was ashen. He had been grabbed by the throat 3 times. How could he still have the face to say no? He could only nod slightly. "But you stay at the side," Zhang Xiaohua said, and let Xiao Binghe stand where Mu Tangchun was standing. She then said to the others, "Who wants to go next?" Everyone saw that Xiao Binghe wasn't a match for her and their hearts were anxious. But when they thought about how they had more people on their side, even if the disciples at the front were defeated, there might be someone at the back who would win. They still had to play the role of paving the way. Thus, everyone exchanged glances with each other. One after another, they either used their bare fists or weapons to greet Zhang Xiaohua. Xiao Binghe was originally in a bad mood. But as the disciples who challenged Zhang Xiaohua were defeated one by one and thrown to his side, his mood slowly calmed down. What do you think? It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua faced an enemy, no matter how others attacked, he would always take advantage of them. He did not use any moves, nor did he use any kicks. He only stretched out his left hand and grabbed the neck of others. He only said one sentence, "Do you admit defeat?" If they were convinced, they would be thrown to Xiao Binghe's side. If they weren't convinced, they would continue the fight and repeat the same action. In the end, very few people would be caught a third time. As the number of disciples around Xiao Binghe increased, the number of disciples on the other side decreased. When the disciples saw Zhang Xiaohua's skillful choking action, they guessed, "Does this fellow raise ducks at home?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua holding one person in each hand and dozens of disciples surrounding Xiao Binghe in the time it took to eat a meal, the remaining disciples no longer dared to make a move. They raised their heads and looked at Xiao Binghe's group, saying, stop fighting, we're all convinced." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately stopped and shouted, "All of you, stand over there." The rest of the disciples immediately ran over. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the young disciples and asked, "Are you convinced?" "Yes," they said weakly. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." "Louder." "We're convinced." "Louder." "We are convinced." In the end, everyone spoke in unison throughout Shixin Peak. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua say with satisfaction, "Then what should you call me?" "Senior Brother Ren." It was another loud call. "Well, not much, but loud. Seems like you ate a lot for lunch." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and praised. Then she said, "Since you call me Senior Brother, you have to remember that you have to listen to whatever I say in the future. Don't be someone who goes back on his words." Everyone looked at each other and then at Xiao Binghe. Xiao Binghe stepped forward and said, "Senior Brother Ren, we call you Senior Brother and we can listen to you. However, if it involves the righteousness of Jianghu and the Ethereal Hall, we have the right to choose. If it's something that harms the Ethereal Hall, we won't agree to it even if we have to bear the evil reputation." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "You have a backbone. Forget it, I won't joke with you. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do these things." "Oh, right, I forgot to ask you. If I lose, what will you ask me to do? Or, what did you ask him to do to my senior brothers?" "This." Xiao Binghe was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, We just asked them to give us more when exchanging elixirs for herbs or to ask them to be fair. What else can we do? That's all? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked. Of course. If not for that, what else can we ask them to do? Every time they exchange elixirs for herbs, they are always picky. We don't dare to say anything even though we are angry. Why do you think their limbs were broken? Isn't it because they really angered us that our senior brothers used this as an excuse to exchange pointers? Senior brother. Seeing Xiao Binghe say this to Zhang Xiaohua, the others panicked. He is a disciple on duty at the Pill Repository Hall. Why are you telling him this? When Xiao Binghe heard this, he realized that he had blurted it out in a fit of anger. Now, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, in any case, you will know in the future. Even if we call you senior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. He waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk about ifs. In the future, when we exchange pills, I'll give you a price. I'll risk being scolded by our hall master, but I won't let you call me senior brother for nothing. Really? Xiao Binghe and the others didn't believe it. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. When we collect herbs in the future, you can come and help. Okay. The young disciples cheered. Why did they come here? Wasn't that their goal? Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and asked, I see that there are many barren fields on Shixin Peak. Why don't you plant them? Isn't it because your pill repository hall is wantonly suppressing the price of the herbs? The herbs that we painstakingly plant can't even be exchanged for a blood-replenishing pill. What's the point of planting them? There is a minimum guarantee of supply left and right. We will just eat the minimum guarantee. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. The ancients said, where there is injustice, there will be resistance. It's just that the methods are different. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, all right, while the season is still good, you should go back and discuss with your senior brothers and uncles. Plant it as soon as possible. With me around, nothing like the past will happen. Just let them rest assured. Okay, senior brother Ren. Everyone said in unison. This, senior brother Ren, was wholeheartedly accepted. And if there's nothing else, hurry up and go back. Don't wait for your senior sister to call you to eat. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and let them leave. After everyone had walked a few feet away, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and shouted, oh right, you said just now that if you lost, you would introduce me to junior martial sisters. Don't forget, next time you come, bring a few good-looking ones. Chapter 750. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and closed the door to the small courtyard when he saw that the young disciples were somewhat dispirited and somewhat excited. He would not naively believe that he would be able to subdue these young disciples with just the competition from before. Martial arts was only one aspect. The most important thing was that he was a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, not the Misty Hall. The Misty Hall did not seem to intend to integrate into the big family of the fragrance cult. They could only casually call him their senior brother. If there was a benefit, they would be happy. If there was no benefit, they would not come. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua also believed that it would not be long before the real senior brothers who stood up for these young disciples would appear and, seriously, find trouble with him. Unless he really did as he said, in the future transactions with the Misty Hall, they would not let down their guard. Of course, they would only let down their guard. In the end, he would never become their real senior brother. Perhaps this was the legendary saying that people who walked different paths could not make plans together. But what the disciples of the Misty Hall did not expect was that he, a real disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, was actually the blood brother of the real direct disciple of the Misty School. If he did not give the Misty Hall a fair deal, who would? Thinking of this fair deal, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly. Now that he thought about it, on the way from the Tianmu Peak to the Shixin Peak, Yang Yao had told him more than once about the honor of the Pill Tower Hall. He had told him to always remember his duty as a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall and to think more about the interests of the Pill Tower Hall. At that time, he only wanted to hurry to the Shixin Peak to see his second brother. How could he pay attention to his long-winded words? Thinking about it carefully, Although Yang Yao did not say it explicitly, wasn't that what he meant? Although he did not say that there was a shortcut, he had to make a deal with the interests of the Pill Tower Hall. Presumably, in order to please the hall master, the previous disciples on duty must have done something like skinning, which irritated the disciples of the Misty Hall. Moreover, the relationship between them became worse and worse, forming a vicious circle. Originally, he had a good impression of the Misty Hall's disciples. However, because they were a little violent and even attacked a disciple who didn't know any martial arts, his disgust disappeared immediately. What was left was only his own feelings towards the disciple who used to be on duty in the pill repository hall. Serves him right. Sigh, nonsense. Zhang Xiaohua was originally close to the Misty School. As long as there was a slight possibility, she would defend the Misty School. Was there even a need to think about it? Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua told Yang Rupiang about her identity, then all these things would disappear. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. But was Zhang Xiaohua so stupid? Needless to say, the current situation of the Misty Hall was complicated. Needless to say, there seemed to be a force beside the incense cult's hierarch who wanted to deal with the Misty Hall. However, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to help her second brother win people's hearts and accumulate popularity. She couldn't expose herself. Well, it's just a little trouble. Just take it as a test of my character. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. In front of powerful force, any trouble was just a paper tiger. After being disturbed by the Misty Hall's disciple, Zhang Xiaohua did not continue to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Looking at the sky, it was already late. He left the courtyard and headed to Zhang Xiaohu's residence. After several days of recuperation by Zhang Xiaohua's herbs and the effect of the sky's stalactite milk, Zhang Xiaohu had recovered. He was lying on the bed, reading the Essence Mind method carefully. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, he put down the book and smiled. Xiaohua, you haven't come for a whole day? Did you go up the mountain to look for the elixir room? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, I went up last night. However, I didn't find the elixir room, but there was a new situation. Then she told him about O Yan's situation. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Manor Lord O has been in this condition for many days. Why didn't Chang'e and the others mention it? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, You and second sister-in-law were sent to the dungeon when you came back. How could you have a chance to hear it? You've been recuperating for the past few days. Even if second sister-in-law heard about it, she wouldn't tell you. Not necessarily. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Manor Lord O has always been at odds with Hall Master Yang because of sect leader O's death. She almost never came to our ethereal hall. Her condition is probably hidden from Hall Master Yang. But, now that she is about to die, why didn't she inform Hall Master Yang? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother is right. Manor Lord O is not as plump as before. Her body is so thin. Sigh, everyone who sees her will love her. Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohu asked worriedly. He knew that his brother had some tricks up his sleeve, so he couldn't help but blurt it out. Although he knew that the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't do anything, Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to. Let's leave it to fate and do our best. Zhang Xiaohua was a little sad. We are indebted to sect leader O. Manor Lord O is even better to me. If I can do anything, I will do my best. I'm not confident. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid that the alchemy for Hero Wen and Captain He will have to be postponed. We have to save Manor Lord O's life first. That's natural. Actually, I thought about it later. Master and the others have been here for so many years. Their injuries are probably not easy to treat. Just like what you said, let's leave it to fate and do our best. It can be considered as us repaying their kindness. Sigh, the cult of fragrance was so ruthless. They crushed the joints and broke the dantian. Why didn't they? Yes. Master's courtyard is filled with the older generation of disciples. Almost all of them ended up like this. Perhaps Master's Junior, he is the worst. However, Master's Junior, he is not the most decadent. I heard that Master's Junior sure drinks heavily every day. He is a mess. Stone Cow? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tall man who supported the sky and the earth. She also thought of the classic ballad, "Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. Brother, I walk on the shore." However, she didn't notice that Zhang Xiaohu said, "I heard. Yes, they are all real men from the Misty School. If there is anything I can do for them, I will definitely do it." Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. She missed the carefree life in the Misty School and Huanxi Mountain Villa. "Oh, by the way, second brother, did you tell second sister-in-law about what I said yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment and suddenly asked. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaohu's expression was rather strange. He blinked and said, "When she came this morning, I told her." Guess what she said? At this time, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to Zhang Xiaohua calling Chang'e second sister-in-law. He naturally replied. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that second sister-in-law doesn't agree and wants her master to be the one to take the lead? "Second brother, let me make it clear to you. I can let you do this favor, but I have to consider Hall Master Qin. If Vice Hall Master Qin is the one to take the lead, you won't save her?" Zhang Xiaohu asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Of course not." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Everyone in the Misty School is very good to me and second brother. They even saved our lives. I can't not repay this favor." She then rubbed her right thumb and index finger and said, "Wouldn't it be better if there is an additional reward? Is second sister-in-law really like this? Isn't it like water that is poured out by a married daughter? Why would you—" "Bah!" Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but spit and said, "Xiaohua, when did you learn to be so glib? Chang'e hasn't." "I haven't done anything." A woman's voice came from outside the door immediately. Zhang Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She had heard the footsteps outside just now and deliberately asked this question. Seeing second brother fall into the trap, she couldn't help but feel amused. Hearing Chang'e come in, Zhang Xiaohu immediately blushed and rubbed his hands. "It's nothing." Xiaohua asked why you hadn't come yet. "I said you had come in the morning." "Huh? Really?" Chen Chen, who was next to Chang'e, asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu smacked his lips and glared at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Zhang Xiaohua, the elixir liquid you gave me yesterday is good. Look, the bumps on my body have disappeared." Chen Chen always refused to call Zhang Xiaohua senior brother, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel helpless. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "What elixir liquid?" Chang'e said with a smile, "Who knows?" The bumps on Chen Chen's face made her unable to eat or sleep well. But Xiaohua's magical elixir liquid disappeared immediately after applying it. "If it weren't for the fact that I don't have it on my face, I would also like to apply some." "That's right. Senior brother, look at my face. I also applied it on my face this morning and my skin became much better. Many senior sisters said that I was a little fairer." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and just laughed. "It's just an ordinary elixir liquid. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Zhang Xiaohu and others didn't doubt him. Anyway, this younger brother had a lot of magical things and he wouldn't tell them even if they asked. Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. "Sister Chang'e, what I said to second brother yesterday, he also told you this morning. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chang'e immediately became enraptured and said, "That's right. Xiaohua, when your second brother said this morning, I think it should be done this way." But she hesitated again and said, "In fact, Xiaohua, why don't you join Misty School? With your martial arts and what you will do in the future, who in the whole Misty School can compete with you? Is Misty School still there? I am now a disciple of Tuodu Hall. Can I join Misty School? If I join Misty School now, will the disciples of Misty School accept me sincerely? What's the difference between second brother in Misty School and me in Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't give any other reasons and just threw these questions out. Chang'e and others understood that even if Zhang Xiaohua really joined Misty School, it wouldn't be as cheap as Zhang Xiaohu. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohu could be the most reasonable beneficiary. Chapter 751. But Sister Chang'e, don't you think that Hall Master Qin can also do this? Zhang Xiaohua saw Chang'e beaming with joy and understood the reason for Zhang Xiaohu's strange expression just now. She asked tentatively, "She's your master. Don't you support her?" "Of course I support my master first," Chang'e said righteously, "but master's situation is different from Xiaohu's. First, she's old. Even if she wants to, she can't do it. Second, she's not a direct disciple of the Misty School. Even if she gets the credit, she won't have any reason to trouble Master One and the others. Third, Xiaohu is not an ordinary person. Master won't fight for credit with the younger generation." At this point, her face was already red and she was a little shy. "That's right. I also agree with senior brother to do this." At this critical moment, Chen Chen didn't guard against senior brother and immediately pushed Zhang Xiaohu out. Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu is not young anymore. In the past, his martial arts were not good enough. His empty identity as a direct disciple was a joke to others. This time, although his previous efforts were all for naught, but to be able to obtain Lingering Fragrance Peak's Su Huan mantra, and with Xiaohua's help, he can finally stand out among the other disciples." Also, after saying "also" for a while, she didn't say the rest. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. Her future sister-in-law should hope that her second brother could achieve something more than her second brother. Thinking about it, who didn't want to marry a wise and powerful husband? Even if she didn't care too much about it, it was still a matter of pride to be in front of others. "By the way, Sister Chang'e, have you told Hall Master Qin about my matter?" "Not yet. I want to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it." Chang'e was a little hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and said, "Okay, you do as you see fit. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether Hall Master Qin knows or not. I'm just afraid that it won't be easy for you in the future." Chang'e and Chen Chen stayed for a while longer. When they saw that Zhang Xiaohu was fine, they took their leave. After the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua winked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, you are really charming. You actually made second sister-in-law favor an outsider so early." Zhang Xiaohu's face was also full of happiness. He said, "Originally, I always felt that I couldn't give her happiness, and I had to be under her protection. Now that I can make her happy and use my own strength to make her happy, my wish is enough." Then he said worriedly, "But I'm afraid that Chang'e will tell Deputy Hall Chief Qin about you and reduce my prestige. Isn't that bad for you or Deputy Hall Chief Qin?" "It's nothing. Second brother, if Vice Hall Master Qin blames me, just say that I forbade you from talking about it. I'm not a member of your Misty Hall, so I'm not afraid of this. Besides, when she finds out, do you think she'll blame you, the son-in-law?" Haha. Zhang Xiaohu also laughed a little foolishly. "Second brother, what do you think of the Yuhuan mental cultivation method?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Oh, I just read the beginning. This mental cultivation method is really exquisite. Just getting started is already difficult. If it weren't for the efficacy of the Yuhuan pill, I estimate that it would take at least 10 years to get to the next level." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Just now, I suddenly thought of another problem. Second brother, now that you have the internal force of the ethereal divine art in your dantian, it's inevitable that you will practice two kinds of internal force at the same time. I may be able to help you solve the problem of the conflict between the two kinds of internal force, but if you practice two kinds of internal force at the same time and then increase your strength in the future, won't you be too ostentatious? Attracting the attention of Lingxiang Peak? Will they even suspect you?" "AI." Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, "What you said is very right. Lingxiang Peak wants to cultivate me, but I have to be under their control. If they find out that I can break free from their control, I'm afraid there's only one word for it. But if I'm just a puppet of Lingxiang Peak, I might as well be the same as before. I'm just a disciple of the Misty School in name only." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "Second brother, I have a method. I don't know if you're willing to give it a try?" "You've been knocked down." Zhang Xiaohu glared at him. "Hurry up and say it. Why are you still standing on the side and watching the show?" Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully looked around. Only then did she put her mouth close to her second brother's ear and told him in detail about the mnemonic chant of God's guidance. This. Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded when he heard it. He said in disbelief, "This mental cultivation method can actually hide one's internal force? Don't let others see it?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said very confidently, "Of course, I've practiced it myself. Even Chen Chen's senior sister couldn't see through my cultivation. And that Chen Chen, isn't she the same? She doesn't know how powerful I am." Then she hesitated and said, "However, this mnemonic chant is targeted at me. I don't know if second brother's martial arts can also be used. You should think about it yourself. I'm not familiar with your mental cultivation method, so I don't dare to change it easily." Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and said, "You really know how to throw the problem to me. You're not familiar with your mental cultivation method, so how can I change it? If I go crazy, who's going to take responsibility? Who's going to take responsibility for your second sister-in-law?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose. "Isn't that simple? Go back to the Guizhuang house and work on the farm. Big brother and sister-in-law don't know any martial arts, but aren't they still living well? Father and mother are still waiting for you to give birth to a second grandson for them. You." Zhang Xiaohu raised his finger and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. His face was full of disappointment and he said, "Can't you say that you're going to take responsibility?" Zhang Xiaohua was amused and said, "Of course I can take responsibility for you, but I can't take responsibility for second sister-in-law. Not to mention that there's still a junior sister who's like a tail." "I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohu almost fell off the bed. He quickly covered his face with his hands and looked like he didn't know her. "All right, second brother, you should concentrate on comprehending the mnemonic chant. Right, you should practice the mnemonic chant while your internal strength is still weak. This way, you won't go crazy. When you've mastered the mnemonic chant, I'll help you practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method." Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and got up to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu. She stretched out her hand and said, "Right, where's the blue water sword?" "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of vigilance and said, "You gave that sword to me. Could it be that you want to take it back? On the way back from the Yulon Grand Canyon, your second sister-in-law asked me for it, but I couldn't bear to give it back. I'm going to faint." This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to faint. She said, keep pretending. Look at your stingy appearance. I'm just using it. Who would want it?" As she said this, she took out the short sword that she had obtained from Vice Hall Master Su. She circulated her true qi and the sword's tip also appeared. She slashed it a few times in the air and said, "What kind of divine weapon do I lack?" Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and said, "Where did you get this?" "It just so happens that your second sister-in-law and Chen Chen don't have any good weapons. Do you have any? Take them all out." With a schwa sound, Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the nameless short sword and said with a vigilant face, "Why haven't I heard second sister-in-law mention it? I've only had this sword for a few days and haven't even warmed it up yet. Don't even think about it. Then, don't even think about taking the jade water sword from me." Zhang Xiaohu also said righteously, leaving no room for negotiation. "Shameless." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother who was usually her role model and said, "Changa's arm just turned toward an outsider. She didn't even let you use her as a pillow, and you've already become like this. In the future, won't you become an example of forgetting your mother after marrying a wife?" "Bah, how can you talk about your second brother and second sister-in-law like that?" Zhang Xiaohu still didn't give up and said, "Anyway, you don't need this short sword. You said it yourself. It's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you give it to your second sister-in-law?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I just want to give it to you. Do you dare to take it?" After she finished speaking, she walked forward and whispered the origin of the sword. Zhang Xiaohu was even more shocked. His mouth was so big that a duck egg could be stuffed into it. He said, "Xiaohua, you're too bold. Is this something you can casually do? If Lord Sect Leader finds out, do you still want to live?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed without any anger or lofty sentiments. She only played it down and said, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely retaliate." She then comforted Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Besides, this guy isn't anything good. There are many secrets behind him." Lingering fragrance peak might not find out about me. Don't forget, I'm just an ordinary grass sect disciple. It was you who saved me from Yulon Grand Canyon. You can act on stage. Zhang Xiaohu said with admiration, "Even the Guizhuang House's play at the entrance of Guizhuang House was not as good as your performance." I also think so. If I can't survive in spreading fragrance sect, I will go into acting. It has a great future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said shamelessly, "I've been defeated." Zhang Xiaohu took out the jade water sword from under his pillow and threw it over. Zhang Xiaohua caught it and said, "Second brother, don't worry. I really don't have any use for this short sword. In the future, I will give it to second sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, brother. You can keep this sword for now. When your nephew comes out, you can give it to him to play with. At that time, people will probably forget the original owner of this sword." Zhang Xiaohua giggled and did not reply. She pulled out the jade water sword and held the scabbard in her other hand. With a push of her true qi, a tiny sword ray shot out. Zhang Xiaohua held the sword ray and used the embroidery needle method to pick out the nameless sword manual hidden in the scabbard of the jade water sword. He then sheathed the jade water sword and casually returned it to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting on the bed, was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the murderous sword could be used in such a way. What kind of ferocious people were they? Chapter 752. When Zhang Xiaohua returned the jade water sword, Zhang Xiaohu finally snapped out of his daze. He took the short sword and pointed at the silk cloth in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Xiaohua, what is that?" "Sword manual?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "What else can be in the scabbard other than a sword manual?" "You." Zhang Xiaohu looked as if he expected better from her. "Why didn't you tell me that this sword manual has been here for so long? Why did you take it out now? You really are a prodigal." It was as if Zhang Xiaohu already understood that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the sword manual away and not leave it for him. Tisk. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. "Second brother, you are also a direct disciple of the Misty School. Why do you want to reap without sowing? Your own Misty Seven Swords isn't enough for you to practice. What do you want this sword manual for? But your second sister-in-law doesn't have a good sword technique yet. Also, don't you want to leave some gifts for your nephew whom you haven't met yet?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He even brought out his nephew whom he hadn't met yet. How stingy! Second brother. All right, second brother. Actually, this sword manual was meant for the Misty Sect. Yes, it's meant for you. I'm just lending it to Elder Yu first. I'll give it to you after he's done. You sure know how to talk. That's right. You said it was meant for us, but I didn't see you take it out. You only told me after I found out. You don't have any sincerity at all. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that his second brother was the same as him. He had never seen anything good and wanted to take everything for himself. Unfortunately, he had a lot of things. However, it was said that Zhang Xiaohu had no use for immortal Dao items. Even if he took them out, they would be useless. He could only keep them in his belt for his own use. All right, second brother, rest assured and recuperate. Your Misty School has a lot of good things. When you return to the Misty Mountain Villa in the future, you can look for them yourself. Oh, by the way, the mental cultivation method I gave to John Doe is very important. You must read it first. When you've mastered it, you might as well let second sister-in-law and Chin Chin practice it. Their skills have soared too much, which is too conspicuous. I don't need you to tell me that. Do you think I don't know that? Zhang Xiaohu snapped. The sword manual in his scabbard had been taken away by someone else. That kind of feeling was really terrible. The feeling of pain? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked out from Zhang Xiaohu's place. He had memorized this sword manual in his heart. If Zhang Xiaohu really wanted it, he could just copy it for him in the future. At least it was better than that refining the world. Now that he thought about how to return the refining the world, in the future, he had a headache. If he were to return what he had copied, wouldn't he tire himself to death? But if he were to return the original, it meant that he had not deciphered it. The problem was that he had deciphered it, so he could not go back on his words. After coming out from Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a gesture and directly flew to the top of Shixin Peak. Not long after, he came to a place where there was no one around. He rose into the air and flew straight to the top of the peak. Zhang Xiaohua did not fly high, but his speed was extremely fast, which woke up countless birds in the forest. When he arrived at the alchemy room, it was already dusk. At this time, there was more heat in the alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was slightly roaring, but the temperature was just right. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to refine the pills. First, he looked around the alchemy room. He released his spiritual sense and searched inch by inch. He did not believe that there was a jade slip in the alchemy room of Tianmu Peak. Could it be that there was nothing in Shixin Peak? However, after spending half a meal, he still did not find anything. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally believed that there was really nothing in the alchemy room except for the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, whose gender was unknown. Sigh, when did my character become so bad? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was a little unhappy. Could it be that the ancestors of the fragrant religion left behind the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace for breeding? But even if it is for breeding, you should give me a jade slip and tell me how to do it. Then he took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting the Zhen Qi in his body for a moment, he took out the main and auxiliary ingredients for the awakening pill that he had prepared earlier. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was the one that he was most familiar with. He had used it many times before Yulan Dusk had refined it. Of course, he was familiar with it. When he threw the several main ingredients into their respective pill furnaces according to their attributes, the Zhen Qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was almost exhausted. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed again. He raised his left hand and looked at the crack. He thought, I don't know what this illusion breaker magic eye is. It can't see people, and it can't even be used for peeping. It sucked away my spiritual sense and spiritual energy for nothing. I don't know when it can be used again. Could it be that this is a trap set by Huang Feng? But then he thought, I also put one on Little Yellow's forehead. I still have one in my bosom. That is for Little Black. If this illusion breaker magic eye is dangerous, there is no reason for Huang Feng to give it to his child. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua took out the 2 little things. With the primeval stones wrapped around them, the 2 little things slept even more sweetly. They didn't even twitch their noses. Sigh, I don't know when these 2 little things will wake up. How long will I have to be their wet nurse? Zhang Xiaohua sighed a lot tonight. They were all questions with no answers. Zhang Xiaohua probed the pill furnace with his divine sense and looked at the medicinal liquid that was being refined. He took out a primordial stone and hurriedly replenished the true energy in his body. A few hours later, when it was almost midnight, he placed the remaining supplementary ingredients into the pill furnace to be refined. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and cultivated the Forget Worries Sutra. The endless starry sky still shone around him and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day and saw that everything was normal in the alchemy furnace, she leaped out of the alchemy room and headed straight for Yan's manor. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the corner of the courtyard, the first thing she saw was Elder Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall. Looking at Elder Yu's anxious expression, it seems like there is a change in Manor Lord O's condition. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly walked into the room. When she reached the door, she was discovered by Elder Yu. Joy immediately appeared on his face and he rushed over. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Elder Yu, did Manor Lord O's condition worsen? Elder Yu was taken aback and asked in astonishment, young Mrs. condition has worsened? No, why didn't I know about it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed and smiled. Then why are you pacing back and forth in the room with a face full of panic? Who's panicking? Elder Yu refused to admit it. Didn't you hear the saying? Walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. This old man is taking a stroll. Haha. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know what Elder Yu was thinking when she heard this? If it was Zhang Xiaohu, she would definitely tease him. However, Elder Yu was an old man after all. Zhang Xiaohua had inherited the fine tradition of respecting the old and cherishing the young. Hence, she took out the silk and asked, Elder Yu, are you waiting for this sword manual? Elder Yu's eyes lit up and he said embarrassedly, that's right. After seeing your sword technique yesterday, I've been trying to figure it out. However, without the sword manual, I feel like I'm missing something. You also know that I've been trying to figure out the remaining sword techniques my entire life. You gave me hope, but you didn't let it come true. Of course, this old man is anxious. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. However, before I give you the sword manual, I would like to say something to you. What do you have to say? Elder Yu was surprised. I remember that when Elder Yu taught me the sword technique, you requested that I only learn it myself and not teach it to anyone else. When Elder Yu heard this, his face changed and he frowned. Of course, this sword technique is an absolute art of the pugilistic world. If you casually taught it and caused trouble, who would be responsible for it? Could it be that you feel that I'm wrong and want to bring up old scores? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Elder Yu had misunderstood and quickly bowed. Elder Yu, if it wasn't for the sword technique you taught me, I would have lost my life long ago. Even young Miss would have lost her life long ago. How would I dare to say such things to you? Furthermore, what you said is correct. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Then, you mean to say? I think it's like this. This sword manual is hidden in the scabbard of a treasured sword. Originally, I had already given it to my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, but I met you yesterday. Today, I specially asked him to give it to you for you to take a look. However, you're alone and at most, you can find another disciple. On the other hand, my second brother is a direct disciple of the Misty School. Firstly, he needs this sword technique to protect himself, and secondly, he can teach more disciples to the Misty School. So, if it's possible, when you're familiar with this sword technique, can you return this sword manual to the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua silently replaced Zhang Xiaohu with the Misty School. Elder Yu was elated when he heard this and said, I thought you were worried about something. In the end, this old man is still a disciple of the Misty School. This peerless sword technique is obviously what the Misty School needs the most right now. Don't worry, this old man will return this sword manual after I'm done practicing. Even if this old man wants to teach another disciple, I will have to get your second brother's approval from the Misty School. Alright, I knew that Elder Yu would be a righteous person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the silk over. At this moment, Qiu Tong came out from the inner room. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're quite smart. You always come over quietly. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and said, Big Sister Qiu Tong, this is only the second time. You're wrongly accusing me. Seeing Qiu Tong smile, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. She asked again, How is Miss Qiu? Fortunately, I've been sleeping all this time, but it's still different from before you came. Qiu Tong said, I didn't pay much attention to it in the past, but after taking a closer look yesterday, your face is indeed frighteningly pale. You look a little better today. Even Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor also said that there's some turning point. Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor? Why are they here again? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Calm. There are more chapters. Chapter 753. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Qiu Tong added, Who knows? Previously, they didn't come much. However, in the past few days, they first sent over the awakening pill, then came over every day to check on young Mrs. condition. It's as if they suddenly care about her. I don't know what Lord Sect Leader is up to. Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, Who cares what medicine she's selling? As long as she can cure young Mrs. illness, it's fine. Sigh, Xiaohua, I'll have to rely on you. That doctor only said that young Mrs. condition is getting better because of the awakening pill. He didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment before saying, I still need around 10 days to find a new medicine. We can only muddle through for now. I hope young Miss can pull through. 10 days? What kind of medicine would take so long to find? Xiaohua, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If you need any herbs, I'll ask Ling Xiangpeak for them, okay? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Big sister Qiu Tong, I know what you mean. The problem is, how are you going to use these herbs? I don't think it'll be easy for you to explain, right? Qiu Tong was dejected. Zhang Xiaohua continued, also, just the herbs alone won't be enough. So, don't worry, I'll do my best to save young Mississippi. Qiu Tong nodded. If you can save young Miss, I'll even do anything to repay you. Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been knocked down. She said, I was taken in by big sister Qiu Tong. She gives me a salary of 3 coins every month. Just treat it as me working for Huanxi Manor. After that, just give me banknotes. Money grubber. Qiu Tong burst out laughing. She had revealed Huanxi Manor's biggest secret. Zhang Xiaohua followed Qiu Tong into the inner room, leaving Elder Yu sitting on the chair and reading the sword manual. Inside the room, O Yan was still lying there quietly. Just as Qiu Tong had said, O Yan's complexion had changed a little. Her face was slightly red, a sign that her qi and blood were flourishing. Wherever her divine sense went, life was still flowing away. However, it was as subtle and slow as yesterday. It was completely different from when Zhang Xiaohua had first seen it. It seems that the situation is very stable. Only after refining the spirit awakening pill can it be consumed. There shouldn't be any big problems. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. However, the refinement of the spirit awakening pill was the same as the meridian nourishing pill and the bone solidifying pill. They all required around 10 days. It was a little too early to be anxious now. After chatting with Qiu Tong for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said goodbye to the two. However, as soon as he got out of the courtyard, he saw that there seemed to be someone peeping at him from the side of a huge mountain rock above the manor. It was no secret that O Yan's courtyard was protected by the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, their disciples were all brazen about it. Who would have any scruples about it? Look at the east side of the courtyard. There were 2 rather bored disciples holding long swords in their hands. They were patrolling while whispering to each other. The true disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak wouldn't even take a second look at this courtyard. After all, they had been guarding it for so many years. Who would be patient enough to fulfill their duties? Therefore, the fact that the disciples behind the mountain rock were staring at it so intently was very thought-provoking. It was also because Zhang Xiaohua's senses were now very sensitive. She had sensed something the moment she stepped out of the house. Thus, she made a hand seal and went behind the mountain rock. She quietly poked her head out to see what this person was planning to do. This person was wearing the uniform of a disciple from Ethereal Hall. She couldn't see his face clearly from the back, but his figure seemed to be around 30 years old. A disciple from Ethereal Hall? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What is this person doing here? Could it be that Yang Ruping sent him? Is he afraid of being discovered by the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak? However, it shouldn't be that bad. If Yang Ruping wants to understand O Yan's condition, she only needs to make a trip personally. How can the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak stop her? Besides, from what elder sister Qiu Tong said, O Yan doesn't intend to tell Yang Ruping about this matter. Yang Ruping can't possibly know about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, she saw the disciple mumbling something. He retracted his head from the crack of the mountain rock and took out a pen and paper. He laid it on the ground and casually wrote something. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could already see the person's face clearly. However, no matter how she looked, it was a stranger. She didn't have any impression of him. Now that she saw the person writing something, she unconsciously released her divine sense to read it. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it, she almost laughed out loud. She covered her mouth with great difficulty. Who is it? After all, there was some movement. That disciple seemed to be alert and raised his head to berate. However, his voice was extremely soft. From the looks of it, he was afraid of alerting the patrolling disciples of lingering fragrance peak. That disciple listened for a long time and looked around. When he didn't see anyone, he hurriedly wrote something down. Then, he actually executed his lightness skill and headed towards the peak of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed. Seeing that they had arrived at a barren land, that disciple stopped and jumped onto a big tree. Not long after, he jumped down and looked left and right to see that there was no one around. In a flash, he followed the mountain path down. When that disciple was far away, Zhang Xiaohua's head popped out from the ground. She frowned as she looked at that person's back view. She seemed to be deep in thought. Needless to say, this person was definitely not instructed by Yang Rupiang. But who could it be? Zhang Xiaohua also jumped onto the tree and took out that piece of paper from a crack in the tree. On the paper, there was a crooked handwriting that was even uglier than Zhang Xiaohua's crab handwriting. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's Shu'a Wenjiezi enlightenment knowledge, she couldn't decipher what was written on this piece of paper even after reading a whole packet of cigarettes. It seemed to be handwriting and also seemed to be drawing talismans. In short, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't decipher anything. Releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look. There wasn't anything unusual. She couldn't decipher anything from this ordinary piece of paper. Zhang Xiaohua could only put it back into the crack in the tree. From the place where this disciple was observing, it should be about Yan's illness. This should also be written about this. Since it's not Yang Rupiang, then it definitely isn't the grand leader of lingering fragrance peak. Then, could it be another power that's competing with the grand leader? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Yan's illness might be caused by these people. It seems that I have to prepare for both sides. The spirit awakening pill needs to be refined. If I can find out who's behind this and obtain the antidote, then Yan might be saved. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua turned invisible and waited at the side. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came back. Looking at the sky and thinking about what happened in her alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua immediately returned to the alchemy room. First, she saw that there wasn't anything wrong with the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the mountain. After flying for a while, she saw a few young disciples in the originally barren herb field. Under the guidance of a few older disciples, they were plowing the ground and pulling out the weeds. Could it be that what I said yesterday was effective? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Unknowingly, she revealed herself and pretended to be out of breath as she descended the mountain. "For you?" A disciple heard the heavy footsteps and immediately asked. Hearing that someone was coming, all the disciples raised their heads. When they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, a few of the younger disciples cheered and jumped out, shouting, "Senior, Grun!" As he shouted, his eyes drifted towards the few older disciples. Seeing this, one of the older disciples stepped forward and frowned. "Are you Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Yes, I am. Greetings, senior brother from the ethereal hall." That disciple returned the greeting and said, "Well said, well said. I wonder why a disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall like you are running around the mountain. Do you not have any respect for the ethereal hall?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out the token of the pill-expanding hall and raised it. "I am under the orders of the hall master. Firstly, I am in charge of the transaction of elixirs and herbs. Secondly, I am in charge of guiding the disciples of the ethereal hall in planting herbs. If I only stayed in the courtyard, how would I know the situation of the ethereal hall's herbs? How would I know that these herb fields are barren?" That disciple was at a loss for words. The disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall were in charge of this, but the previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall were already hiding from the disciples of the ethereal hall, who would guide them in planting herbs. At this moment, a young disciple ran over and smiled. "Senior brother who, I have already said that senior brother Ren is very different from the previous ruffians. Do you believe me now that you have seen it?" Senior brother who snorted, "Is what you said to the other junior brothers yesterday true? You want us to make the decisions for future transactions?" You want us to do whatever we say? Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, Of course. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Then she changed the topic. Of course, if you do something to harm the pill expanding hall, that is also not allowed. Good. Senior brother who said, I will remember what you said today. If you are not willing to do so in the future, then don't blame us for challenging you in martial arts. Ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Not to mention in the future, even if you challenge me today, I will be happy to accompany you. But before you go, you must be prepared. If you lose to me, you will be my junior brother in the future. I still want this face. The senior brother who was at a loss for words. Another senior disciple next to him cupped his hands and said, We have heard of junior brother Ren's martial arts. Don't worry, our ethereal hall is not short of men who keep their promises. If we challenge you to a duel, we will naturally have to admit defeat if we lose. But since we met here today, I have a question to ask. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Senior brother, please enlighten me. Well, yesterday you asked all the junior brothers to come back and replant the herbs. I want to ask you, what kind of herbs are good to plant in this barren herb field? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and said with a smile, This herb field used to be the most fertile one in our pill-expanding hall. Now you can plant anything. But I think you should plant some herbs that the ethereal hall lacks the most. It must be the blood-brown grass for the blood-replenishing pill. I don't need to tell you the formula of this pill. Blood-replenishing pill? Senior brother who was shocked and said, Do you mean that you will exchange the herbs we plant for the pills? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with a smile and said, Why not? You don't play with us, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Why would I play with you? What's the point? Then he said sincerely, Your hall's Zhang Xiaohu, senior brother Zhang, is the person I respect the most. It was he who rescued me from the Yulon Grand Canyon. My life was given by senior brother Zhang. Do you think I will treat his junior brother badly? I am telling you this because of senior brother Zhang's face. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. After saying that, he cupped his fists and went down the mountain. After he passed by, senior brother who looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back for a long time. Senior brother who, can we believe this guy? Senior brother who, are we still going to work? Senior brother who looked back and said with a smile, Of course we are going to do it. Not only this land, we are going to replant all the barren land. It seems that you believe this Ren Xiaoyao? Senior brother who shook his head and said, He is just a disciple on duty of the pill repository hall. I don't believe him. I just know that as long as senior brother Zhang is here, this guy will not do anything to betray the Misty Hall. As long as we do as he says, whether we can exchange for the elixirs we are most short of will depend on senior brother Zhang's face. Zhang Xiaohua's simple words immediately highlighted Zhang Xiaohu's role. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were painstakingly made. Zhang Xiaohua hummed a small tune. Sister, you sit at the bow, brother, I walk on the shore, and came down the Shirxin Peak. When she came to the mountainside, the traces of the Misty Hall's disciples also increased. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had always been quick and sensitive, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that many people were staring at her, but this feeling was just uncomfortable and there was no dangerous information. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua secretly tried to figure it out, but also released her divine sense to secretly observe. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that those who were staring at her were all the female disciples of the Misty Hall who were in the prime of their youth. Could it be that they think I'm handsome and want to give me spinach? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel proud. This kind of opportunity to enjoy the attention was rare. While she was thinking, a slightly plump female disciple came forward and asked somewhat embarrassedly, Is that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Repository Hall, senior brother Ren? That voice was coquettish, which made Zhang Xiaohua's hair stand on end and goosebumps all over her body. She immediately stopped and saluted, Yes, I am. May I know what this lady wants? You're so annoying. You're obviously a senior brother, but you still act like a scholar. The female disciple said shyly, But I like it. The disciples of the Misty Hall are all strong and powerful. It's rare to see a weak scholar like senior brother. After hearing this, Xianxia's hair stood on end like thorns. She quickly said, I don't dare. Thank you, junior sister, for the compliment. May I know why junior sister stopped me halfway? My surname is Xiao and my name is Tian. You can call me Xiao Tian. Zhang Xiaohua shivered and said, And, junior sister Xiao, it's indeed a good name. However, this name is more romantic under the moonlight. In front of so many people, it's better to call you junior sister. Bah, Xiao Tian spat, you're so bad. What do you mean by this, is it? Xiao Tiantian's face immediately turned red. Faint, Zhang Xiaohua secretly ordered herself. Unfortunately, the Dan core in her Naiwan palace did not seem to obey and continued to sway slightly. She was full of energy. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and said, Junior sister Xiao, after talking for so long, I still don't know why junior sister Xiao is looking for me. Call me Xiaonan or I won't tell you. Xiao Tian laughed lightly. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Chapter 754. Zhang Xiaohua resisted the urge to beat people up and shouted out this name. It was not that this female disciple was not good-looking, nor was it that this female disciple's figure was not good, nor was it that. Cough cough. In short, this name made Zhang Xiaohua feel very uncomfortable. AI. Xiao Tian replied sweetly and dragged out her voice. Senior brother Ren, your voice sounds really nice. None of the male disciples in the Misty Hall have such a good voice. Even the opera singers that I heard before did not sound as good as yours. You should really go and act. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua advised her to go and act. Xiao Tian actually also advised her to go and act. Could it be that she really had the potential to act? Was there no possibility of developing in the immortal Dao? Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and laughed. People have said before that acting requires a good appearance. There's no need to be afraid of not having any acting skills. As long as you have a good face and put it on the stage, crying and laughing, and then let people praise you from below the stage, anyone would become popular. Junior sister Xiao, do you think I can do it? Call me Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian smiled sweetly and said, Senior brother Ren is the most stylish. I'll be your nose, your eyes, the role that you play no one else can play. Really? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, What role is that? It's the one who painted the white square on his nose. What's that corner? It's that, is it, the one who is short and jumps on the stage, jumping up and down? Zhang Xiaohua asked unhappily. When Xiao Tian saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little ugly, she immediately changed her tone and said, How could that be? Senior brother Ren's figure is tall and sturdy, handsome and confident. If you want to act, it's also, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua lost her patience and waved her hand. Junior sister Xiao, after dilly-dallying for so long, I think it's time for you to get to the point. May I know what business you have with me? Look at you, senior brother Ren. Can't junior sister talk to senior brother if there's nothing important? Oh, I forgot that there's still ginger soup simmering on the fire in my courtyard. I'll listen to you after I'm done sweating and my head is no longer dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture of wanting to leave. Don't, senior brother Ren. I really have something to ask of you. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Tian who was twisting Nini and acting pretentious. She almost had a convulsion in her heart. She forcefully cupped her hands and said, If it's the matter of exchanging medicinal herbs for medicinal pills, I have already spoken to the young disciples of your noble hall. This kind of matter is not easy to formally negotiate with Hall Master Yang. Everyone should be well aware of it. But looking at Xiao Tiantian's puzzled expression, he frowned and said, Oh, if junior sister Xiao is not here for this matter, could it be that you want to ask me for some pills first? If you're really injured, I can lend you some blood-replenishing pills and other items. However, you have to exchange them for medicinal herbs and other items. Really? Xiao Tiantian's face lit up with joy. Can all your pills be exchanged for those things? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She was a little confused. How did Xiao Tiantian know what kind of pills she had? But she had already said it. She could only brace herself and say, "Of course, but it must be something of equal value." "That's great. What kind of things do you need to exchange for your beauty elixir?" "Beauty elixir? Elixir?" Zhang Xiaohua said gloomily. "What do you mean beauty elixir? I don't even know the meaning of this sentence." Where did the elixir come from? Did junior sister Xiao find the wrong person? I knew that senior brother Ren would reject people 1,000 miles away. That's why I was so thick-skinned and talked to you for so long. But I didn't expect that you would call me Xiao Tiantian just now. In the blink of an eye, you don't recognize me and call me junior sister Xiao. Zhang Xiaohua's scalp went numb. She waved her hand with all her might. "Really, Xiaoan, I really don't understand. Can you first explain to me what beauty elixir is?" "Senior brother, you're such a wise and brilliant person. How can you not understand all of a sudden? This beauty elixir is naturally the meaning of a beautiful face." "Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. In addition to that elixir, he almost guessed something. Sure enough, he heard Xiao Tiantian say, "My beloved senior brother, did you think of something? Could it be that girl Qinchin?" Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain. "That's right. Look at how affectionate senior brother is calling her. She's still a girl." Xiao Tiantian was very jealous and said, "A few days ago, senior sister Qinchin was still shouting in front of junior sister that there were lumps on her face. But last night, her face was so smooth that a fly could fall on it. Moreover, her face was not as white as junior sister's, but when I looked at it again, it was actually. She was almost as white as junior sister's. Junior sister has always boasted that she is a pear blossom suppressing a begonia and is proud of the white in the red, but I was actually defeated by senior sister Qin. Tell me, isn't this infuriating?" Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide. She almost wanted to say, "Junior sister, the phrase, a pear blossom suppressing a begonia, isn't used like that, right?" But thinking about it, she probably couldn't explain it to her, so she swallowed it back down. Suppressing his anger, he wanted to explain something, but he heard Xiaotian say like a swift sword, "Thus, I thought of all sorts of ways to ask senior sister Qin for the reason. I've been grinding for an entire day, and just now, I found out from her mouth that it was actually senior brother Ren who gave her the miraculous medicine." Then, she threw out an autumn wave and said, "Could it be that senior brother Ren saw the lumps on junior sister's face so rampant? Could it be that senior brother Ren doesn't want to show unity and love? Could it be that senior brother Ren doesn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" The three consecutive "could it be" made Zhang Xiaohua feel extremely sad in her heart. She smiled and said, "This Qinchin, I have already told her many times that this is a secret of mine. Beauty, whatever face elixir, there isn't much of it and I still want to use it. If others knew about it, would I still use it?" "It's true, junior sister Xiao. Look at my face. It used to have a lot of wrinkles. Even my eyes were a lot smaller than they are now. It's because I've been using this pill elixir that the wrinkles on my face disappeared and my eyes became bigger. Alas, the only regret is that this pill elixir can't make my nose bulge. Otherwise, I would really be handsome." "Really?" Xiao Tiantian's eyes widened infinitely. She didn't forget to praise Zhang Xiaohua. "Senior brother Ren is already extraordinarily handsome. If your nose is a little higher, do you still want the male disciples of the Misty Hall to live? Do you think it's good that people are jealous of your handsomeness and deliberately avoid you every day? Well, it's not very good. Then it's a little lonely to be handsome. It's better to be close to the people." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said seriously, "So, senior brother Ren, it's better for you to give me some of your elixir for beauty." Sigh, after talking for half a day, they finally got to the point. "This," Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "this elixir is extremely precious. I felt bad when I gave it to Qinchin the day before yesterday. This is my secret. Now that you're giving it to me and I'm giving it to you, won't it become a secret that everyone in Shishine Peak knows? Yes, senior brother Ren, why else would I be waiting for you here? Waiting for me here? Zhang Xiaohua pointed to her nose and said, have you been waiting for a long time? Not too long ago. It's just that the door of your pill repository hall's courtyard wasn't open. I thought you must have gone up the mountain, so... Oh, senior martial brother, how much do you think you should exchange for that bottle of beauty elixir? I also have some elixirs. This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant and said with difficulty, our pill-expanding hall has never lacked elixirs. You see, as he spoke, he looked towards Xiao Tiantian's head. Xiao Tiantian was taken aback. She gritted her teeth and removed the golden hairpin from her hair. Handing it over, she said, this little sister doesn't have anything good. This was left behind by my late mother. It should be worth a few silvers. I'll use this to exchange with senior brother. Oh, isn't that bad? Zhang Xiaohua said, but her eyes were fixed on it. Ha, Xiao Tiantian forced a smile. It's nothing, it's just a memento. It's worth it to exchange it for a beautiful and youthful whitening. After speaking, she forcefully stuffed it into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Zhang Xiaohua pinched it, fondly, and returned it. How about this, junior sister Xiao? I don't have the elixir with me. You can take the jade bottle and follow me to the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. Oh, forget it, let's go to your Misty Hall's territory. Yes, your senior brother Zhang's courtyard. How about this? We'll have a fair trade. Let your senior brother Zhang be the witness. Don't say that I'm blindly bidding just because I have the elixir. No, senior brother Ren is the fairest. I'm willing to do it. Xiao Tiantian smiled and said, then it's a deal. I'll go get the jade bottle and meet you in senior brother Zhang's courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. Thus, the two of them went their separate ways. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't need to return to the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. As she walked towards Zhang Xiaohu's residence, she was secretly delighted. I didn't expect that the female disciples of this misty school are also women. As the ancient saying goes, a woman's copper coin is the best. As long as it's related to face, no matter if it's rouge, face powder, or a whitening elixir, they will go crazy. A few days ago, I was still feeling sorry for the 10,000-year-old sky stalactite milk and thought that it was a waste to bathe second brother. Now, I found a reason not to waste it. This person's character is too good. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she walked into Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard and saw Zhang Xiaohu walking slowly in the courtyard. He was probably stretching his muscles. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in, he couldn't help but smile. Why are you so happy? Could it be that something good has happened? Of course it's a happy occasion. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he also stopped and said, quickly say, what's the good news? Ha, you're going to be rich. Chapter 755. I'm going to be rich? Zhang Xiaohu was baffled and said, how come I don't know? Besides, I'm going to be rich. Why are you so happy? Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, she flashed into the place where Zhang Xiaohu used to bathe. And not bad. The wooden bucket filled with bath water was still placed in the corner. There was still a faint fragrance coming from the wooden bucket. Knowing that Xiao Tiantian would come over soon, Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay. She reached out and took out a few empty jade bottles. She pointed her finger and a seal was cast. Some water was absorbed into the jade bottles, and the whitening elixir was completed. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and happily scanned the elixir in the jade bottles. Her heart still ached. Although the majority of the elixir was water and wasn't worth mentioning, the tiny amount of heaven stalactite emitted a kind of spiritual energy that was very similar to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If she exchanged it with a golden hairpin, it wasn't worth it. AI, who asked me to be a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex? Zhang Xiaohua found an explanation for herself. Immediately, she put the jade bottles filled with whitening elixir into her bosom. Looking at the bucket full of whitening elixir, Zhang Xiaohua extended her hand and put it into her belt. The secret of exclusive management was to make the source of things mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua learned this by herself. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Zhang Xiaohu was very puzzled and asked, "Why did you go to the room where I bathe? What else could there be besides bath water?" "Oh, I listened to you and never poured the water." Just as they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps outside the door. It seemed that there was more than one person. Zhang Xiaohua said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Second brother, look, business is here." As she spoke, she stuffed the few jade bottles in her bosom into Zhang Xiaohu's bosom. What's going on?" Zhang Xiaohu reached out to take out the jade bottles, but at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Xiaohu glared at Zhang Xiaohua. He stretched out his empty hand from his bosom and said loudly, "Who is it? Come in." The courtyard door was pushed open, and not only was Xiao Tian gasping for breath, there was also a slightly plump female disciple following behind her. This female disciple's figure was passable, but there were many red spots on her face. When the two of them came in, they bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother Zhang." When Zhang Xiaohu saw the two of them, he was very surprised and said, "Junior martial sister Xiao." "Junior sister Yi? What are you doing here?" Although Zhang Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was a male disciple after all. Usually, only Chang'e and Qinchen came to his small courtyard. Among the female disciples of Yuan Mingzue Hall, only Chang'e and Qinchen often came. Junior sisters like Xiao Tian had never come in. Xiao Tian was also embarrassed and said with a smile, "I have some matters to discuss with senior brother Ren." As she said that, she said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Senior brother Ren, I have brought the jade bottles, but..." As she said that, she turned to look at junior martial sister Yi and said apologetically, "But when I came here just now, I met junior martial sister Yi. She also insisted on coming." Zhang Xiaohu was very surprised and asked, "Junior brother Ren, what kind of play are you singing? How did you get in touch with a disciple of my Misty Hall? What matter do you have that you want to discuss with me here?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Zhang, it's like this. I originally had a business to discuss with junior martial sister Xiao and wanted you to be the witness so that she wouldn't regret it in the future and look for me to settle old scores. Junior martial sister Xiao actually brought another person over, then this business will make things difficult for me. Senior brother Ren, we've already discussed it. How can you go back on your word?" Xiao Tian said anxiously. "I only have one bottle left. Junior martial sister Yi also came, and I think she needs this more. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Zhang Xiaohua said shamelessly. Hearing that, junior martial sister Yi's face was filled with joy and said, "That's great, senior brother Ren. I knew you were a good person. I will remember your kindness in the future." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "What good will it do me if you work like an ox or a horse to remember my good deeds?" Following that, she rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Junior martial sister Yi came to her senses and took out a small cloth bag from her bosom. She handed it over and said, "Senior brother Ren, this is a little something from me. Please accept it, junior martial sister Yi." Xiao Tian was furious. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Senior martial brother Ren, I came first. I also told you in advance. You actually turned your back on me?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "But I didn't receive any deposit from you. It's just empty words. You can't say anything about me, right?" Xiao Tian was about to cry. She gritted her teeth and took out a small satin bag from her bosom. She said, "This is..." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohu said angrily, "All of you, stop." Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Ren, if you want me to be a notary, you have to tell me the whole story first. Otherwise, if my two junior martial sisters of the Misty Hall are fighting here, and I, as their senior martial brother, am unable to help them, how can I be a notary? How can I still be a senior martial brother?" When he said this, Xiao Tian and junior martial sister Yi felt warmth in their hearts. They had never thought that this so-called senior martial brother, who they had always looked down on, would have such a protective side. Thus, they remained silent. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't feel embarrassed. She stammered, "This? Senior martial brother Zhang, I just want you to do justice. Can you just watch and don't say anything?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. "That won't do. These two are my junior martial sisters. That means they are my family. If I don't understand something, I definitely won't be your notary." Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Then forget it. Since you don't want to be a notary, then don't do it. We won't let you do it, okay? I'll go find someone else." Xiao Tian and junior martial sister Yi were anxious and wanted to say something. Zhang Xiaohu took a step forward and stood in front of them. He said righteously, "No. Since you're already here and want to make a deal with my two junior martial sisters, I already know about this matter. Since I already know about it, I can't just ignore it. Tell me, what's the matter? What deal? Looking at the way you're waiting for a good price, it doesn't look like a clean deal." Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was up to, he saw his two junior martial sisters arguing. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua acting suspiciously, he felt that there was something fishy going on. Who was Zhang Xiaohua? He was his biological younger brother. He had brought him up since he was young. Even if he scolded or hit him, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't dare to fight back. This mere reprimand with righteous words was a piece of cake. Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a difficult expression. She hesitated for a moment and refused to say more. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. In front of outsiders, he could only treat Zhang Xiaohua as a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. He didn't want to force her to say anything. He only turned his head and said, "Junior martial sister Xiao, tell me, what's going on?" Xiao Tian looked at the dejected Zhang Xiaohua and was also puzzled. Then she angrily recounted what happened just now. Finally, she said, "This guy said it nicely. He wants senior martial brother Zhang to be fair so that I won't regret it in the future. But now he wants me to compete with junior martial sister Yi to raise the price. Tell me, isn't he too hateful? It's better to let the senior martial brothers break his arms and legs." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He unconsciously looked at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua slightly blinked at him. Her left hand stroked the front of her clothes. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He thought of the jade bottle that Zhang Xiaohua stuffed into his arms just now. His right hand naturally took out 2 bottles from his arms. Then he opened the lid and brought it to his nose to smell. Isn't this the bathwater from a few days ago? Zhang Xiaohu was naturally very familiar with this smell. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Xiao Tian at the side was stunned at first. Then she smelled the fragrance inside and immediately became excited. She said, "Senior martial brother Zhang, why do you also have this whitening elixir?" "This is the whitening elixir that you mentioned just now?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, this is it. When senior martial sister Qinshin used it, I personally smelled it." Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and fiercely glared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was as honest as a shy old hen, standing there with a red face. "Is this senior martial brother Zhang's jade bottle?" Junior martial sister Yi at the side asked tentatively. "Of course it's mine," Zhang Xiaohu said without hesitation. Nonsense, what was taken out from his arms was naturally his, although it was forced by others. "Then can you exchange with me, senior martial brother Zhang?" Xiao Tian coquettishly handed over the golden jade in her hand. "Exchange?" Zhang Xiaohu was even more surprised. It was just his bathwater, but he could actually exchange it for a golden hairpin and a jade artifact. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu remembered what Zhang Xiaohua meant when she rushed into the courtyard and said, "I'm rich. Why should I exchange?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. The disappointment on Xiao Tian and junior martial sister Yi's faces was obvious. Zhang Xiaohu changed the topic and said, "What's the harm in giving it to you?" But in his heart he said, "It's just bathwater." "Really? Senior martial brother Zhang, you really want to give it to us?" Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised. Junior martial sister Yi also said, Senior martial brother Zhang, you might not know, but this magical elixir makes senior martial sister Chen look much younger. Zhang Xiaohu's face was indifferent. I know, what don't I know? But no matter how precious it is, as long as my junior martial sister wants it, I will give it to her. Here, take it, 1 bottle each. The two of them received the 2 jade bottles and were wild with joy. They bowed and said, Thank you, Senior martial brother Zhang. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand, then looked at the silent Zhang Xiaohua and said, If there's anything in the future, come and find me, your senior martial brother. As for the others? It's better not to believe too much. That's right, if we knew that senior martial brother Zhang had good things here, we would have come long ago. Who would look for others? Oh, right, senior martial brother Zhang, do you still have these elixirs? Many people know about senior martial sister Chen, they might come too. Yes, let them come. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled, but in his mind, the huge wooden barrel of his bath appeared calm. Chapter 756. Not to mention how high senior brother Zhang had become in the hearts of Xiao Tian and junior sister Yi. Just as the two of them were thanking him profusely and leaving the small courtyard, they heard them say from outside the door, Greetings, senior sister Chang'e and senior sister Chen. Well, the regulars of Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard had come. When Zhang Xiaohu heard the sound, he didn't have time to ask Zhang Xiaohua in detail and slowly walked to the door. At this time, outside the small courtyard, Xiao Tian and junior sister Yi had already roughly explained the matter. Then, they pursed their lips and looked back at Zhang Xiaohu who had just walked out of the small courtyard. They ran away happily while laughing. Chang'e and Chen were also baffled. Seeing that there was no one around, they immediately asked, Xiaohu, what's going on? According to Chen, wasn't this elixir given to her by Xiaohua? How did it suddenly become yours? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, I also don't know what's going on. Just now, Xiaohua gave me a few jade bottles as soon as she entered the courtyard, and then the 2 junior sisters came. I just wanted to ask Xiaohua the reason, and you came. Xiaohua here with you? Oh, that's great. Chang'e said as she rushed into the courtyard. Are you kidding me, Chang'e? I'm the patient. Didn't you come here to visit me? Zhang Xiaohu shouted very miserably behind her. Chen didn't follow closely this time. She supported Zhang Xiaohu and said, Senior brother, don't blame senior sister. She's anxious. What's your senior sister anxious about? Zhang Xiaohu was quite puzzled. Senior brother doesn't know that after I used the elixir given to me by Zhang Xiaohua last time, the effect was surprisingly good. As a result, it was noticed by the other junior sisters. The pimples on my face. I don't know if senior brother, you guys don't have these things on your faces, but most of us female disciples have them. Although it's not a big deal, isn't it not too beautiful? Moreover, when I applied the magical elixir to my face yesterday, they actually said that I looked much younger. Do you think that they wouldn't go crazy? Junior sister Xiao is quite straightforward. She kept asking me. In the end, I had no choice but to tell her that it was given to her by Ren Xiaoyao of the Tuodu Hall. So, she directly went to Zhang Xiaohua. As for the other junior sisters, they feel that they don't have a good relationship with the Pill Repository Hall and are afraid of being rebuffed. They only think of you, senior martial brother, as his savior. Other people's faces might not work, but your face will definitely work. Of course, many of them have met you once, but they all know that senior sister Chang'e often looks at you. So, since last night, many junior sisters have tried every means to talk to senior sister Chang'e. Senior brother, you don't know that in our Mingtsue Hall, senior sister Xia was outstanding, and even senior sister Chang'e couldn't compare with her. Today, senior sister Chang'e's popularity has increased. After listening to Chen's explanation, the two slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu was happy for Chang'e's situation, but at the same time, he was a little uneasy. He knew best what the whitening elixir was. Thinking that the bath water was applied to the faces of a group of young and beautiful female disciples, wasn't this a little too much? Inside the courtyard, Chang'e had also asked. With a face full of admiration, he said, "Little flower, how are you so amazing? You can actually refine such a miraculous pill elixir. Previously, when I saw Chang'e wiping it, I didn't pay much attention to it. Looks like I'll have to ask you for some too." Damn, Zhang Xiaohu's face changed color immediately. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua fiercely and said secretly, "Refining elixir? I don't know how this guy coaxed Chang'e." Then he immediately stopped her and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Chang'e, your skin is so good, and you are so young and beautiful. You don't need this at all." Chang'e said angrily, "Won't I grow old in the future? Do you only want others to be beautiful, but not me? Do you want this fertile water to flow to other people's fields? I know you are tired of looking at my face." "No way." Zhang Xiaohua next to her was a little stunned. Is this the gentle sister Chang'e? Does this whitening have such a charm for every woman? Zhang Xiaohu surprised Zhang Xiaohua even more. With a fawning look, he said with a smile, "Look at what you said. How can I be like what you said? I'm just..." At this point, he didn't know how to explain. He said in his heart, "You are right. It's just some fertile water. It's not a pity that it flows. But if I let you apply it on your face, then he stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you say it." With this glare and scolding, Chang'e couldn't take it anymore and said, "You're still blaming Little Blossom? Look at what you've done, and look at what Little Blossom has done. I don't think you're acting like an older brother at all." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he lowered his head and stood at the side obediently. He looked like a wronged little wife who had been bullied. "What did I do?" Zhang Xiaohu widened his eyes and was very puzzled. Didn't you see how much Xiaohua did for you?" Chang'e was quite disappointed and said, "Xiaohua worked hard to refine the precious elixir liquid. In order to accumulate popularity for you, he gave it away so easily. You didn't even say a word of thanks, and, well, even if Xiaohua is your brother, it's fine if you don't thank him. How can you talk to him in such a tone? Is it because you are his brother?" "That's right, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so angry?" Chen Chen also helped from the side. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu had already understood the meaning of Chang'e. Of course, he also knew why Zhang Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle into his arms and deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Tian and junior sister Yi. However, this magical whitening elixir liquid was not the elixir liquid that Zhang Xiaohua worked hard to refine, but the bathwater that he used every day before. Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything for a long time. Yes, how could he dare to say anything about the bathwater? Moreover, this was also his brother's painstaking effort. It could establish his prestige among the female disciples, and it would also be of great help to him when he became the chief disciple in the future. And there was also Chang'e. He heard that she was also very popular now. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Sister Chang'e, this is also my fault. This thing was originally a secret. When I saw the pimples on Qin Chen's face that day, I gave it to her to use. I didn't know the effect inside was so good, and my second brother didn't know either. Today's matter was also because I met Xiao Tian outside. She tried to get close to me. At first, I didn't understand what was going on. The matter of asking my second brother to come forward was also a temporary idea. I didn't explain it to him yet, but she came to him. It's normal for him to blame me." After hearing this, Chang'e's face eased and she smiled. Xiaohua is sensible and always thinks about her brother. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, "You should learn more from Xiaohua in the future. She is much younger than you and knows a lot of things. You will be the chief disciple in the future. You can't lose face for us." "That's right. Just now, I heard Xiao Tian and junior sister Yi call my second brother, senior brother Zhang." Zhang Xiaohua said timely. Really?" Chang'e and Qin Qin asked with a smile. "Well, there is such a thing. I didn't expect it." Zhang Xiaohu at this time also lowered his eyebrows and looked like a little wife. Chang'e didn't know whether she was satisfied with Zhang Xiaohu's attitude or with others calling Zhang Xiaohu senior brother Zhang. Her face was bright like spring flowers and she said, well, you have some achievements. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, how many elixir liquids do you have? You don't know that these two junior sisters have been looking for me like crazy. It's all Chen Chen's fault. Can't you just say nothing? Chen Chen also looked aggrieved. She stood beside Zhang Xiaohu and didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister Chang'e has wronged Chen Chen. If she didn't leak it out, how could my second brother have such an opportunity? This is also God helping my second brother. Xiaohua's mouth is really sweet. Don't praise me, Sister Chang'e. I will be proud. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, by the way, although there is not much elixir liquid, there is still a lot. If it is distributed evenly, it should be enough for each disciple of Mingtsue Hall. So much? Chang'e was stunned. There is only so much of it. There won't be any more in the future. I don't have any left. I might as well give it all to my second brother at once. Oh no, just give it to Sister Chang'e. Second brother will owe me a big favor. Okay. Chang'e smiled and said, I will go back and find some jade bottles. Put some elixir liquid in each jade bottle. I will wait and see who is pleasing to the eye and give one to her. If she is not pleasing to the eye, let her wait. After that, Chang'e and Chen Chen left hand in hand with a smile. It must have been a long time since they were so elated. After the two left, Zhang Xiaohu stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Tell me, what is going on? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Second brother, didn't second sister-in-law say it clearly just now? Don't you understand? Of course I understand what your second sister-in-law said, but I don't understand what is going on with the elixir liquid you worked so hard to refine. How can you use my bathwater as precious whitening elixir liquid? And you let Chen Chen apply it on her face. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Second brother, you don't know. Do you think the bathwater you used is ordinary? This is millennium stalactite. If it were not for this thing, how could your scars heal so quickly? Millennium stalactite? Zhang Xiaohu was also surprised and felt warm in his heart for no reason. He blamed her and said, This is an extremely rare thing in the world. You don't have to waste it like this. I will just keep it for a few more days. How can that be? If it can make second brother recover sooner, it doesn't matter how precious it is. Besides, with this thing, second brother won't have hidden marks all over his body. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Chapter 757. Zhang Xiaohua continued, However, the wounds on your body have healed, so the efficacy of the bathwater is still there. One day, I saw Chen Chen say that she had pimples on her face, so I gave her a little. I didn't expect it to be so effective. But that's also the water I bathed in. How can you let Chen Chen wipe her face? Do you need to be so polite with your junior sister? Well, even if what you said is reasonable, what about now? Zhang Xiaohu was a little helpless. Now all the female disciples in Shixin Peak are crazy. Do I have to let them all wipe my bathwater? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, What's wrong with that? You are the chief disciple. Aren't they all your junior sisters? It's just the difference between one junior sister and many junior sisters. But, Zhang Xiaohu said, and didn't know what to say. Anyway, Chen Chen, Xiao Tian, and junior sister Yi had all wiped their faces. Did he still care about hundreds of other junior sisters? Zhang Xiaohua said again, Maybe some of them will wipe it on their bodies. Second brother. You. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He really couldn't figure out why he would have such wretched thoughts. He could only criticize, but you're talking about some whitening elixir. Why don't you get some clear water and add a little 10,000-year stalactite? It's better than the real bathwater. Forget it, second brother. Didn't you just say that the millennium stalactite is so precious that you don't even want to use it? Do you think it's appropriate to waste my millennium stalactite just for the glory of the female disciples of Mingcue? Zhang Xiaohua was a little indignant. But you can't lie. Zhang Xiaohu felt that his request was a little too much, so his tone softened a lot. Lie. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. If it's a lie, where are the pimples on Qin Chen's face? If others say she's young, it's even more of a lie. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about you using bath water to pass off as a pill elixir. Zhang Xiaohu shouted, what you're doing is immoral. Impersonate? Morality? Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, my bathwater has these magical effects. It's just a change of name. Morality? Needless to say, there are so many people in this world who fish for fame. Why don't I see them talking about morality? Soon after, he looked at the faint floating clouds in the sky. A mocking smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he said, perhaps second brother doesn't know. Do you still remember when I was recovering from my injuries at the Lotus Escort Agency? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly, then said, of course I remember. At that time, the bones in your left hand were broken. I was so distressed that I thought you'd be disabled for the rest of your life, not to mention practicing martial arts. But looking at it now, your martial arts? It's simply unimaginable. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm not talking about this. At that time, when I was lying on the Kong to recuperate, I also followed Li Jinfeng to learn how to write. In order to let me pass the time, young Master Li let me read a lot of books. Oh, I remember. Second brother, I almost forgot to tell you. The Li Yinfeng we saved that year is young Master Li's younger sister. She married sister-in-law's big brother Lu Kai. Is that so? That's great. Big brother Lu isn't young. It's really not easy to find a suitable wife. Zhang Xiaohu was also happy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who didn't seem to have any other expression. After thinking for a while, she said, actually, Li Yinfeng took care of mother and father for a long time in our house because she wanted to wait for you to come back. Did she have any feelings for you before? What? Feelings for me? Zhang Xiaohu pointed at his nose and said in surprise, are you sure? I didn't know anything about this. Then he remembered that Zhang Xiaohua said that Li Yinfeng was already married. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, luckily she found Lu Kai. It can be considered a match made in heaven. If she waited for me, I don't know how long it would take. Then he said, you said that young Master Li gave you books to read. Why did it run to his sister's place? I thought of it so I told you. I wanted to let you know that you also let down a beauty's heart. Pay, Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, as if you didn't do it. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, speaking of the books that young Master Li gave me, there were some foreign customs. Inside, there were records of. Zhang Xiaohu's curiosity was also aroused and asked, what were the records of? Speaking of which, it's strange. The books said that there was a place, but I don't know the name. The people there were all smart people who lived in harmony. But after a long time, there were some people who tried to curry favor. In order to make huge profits, they began to think of all ways to earn money. Zhang Xiaohu disagreed. The ancients said, a gentleman loves money, but he obtains it through the right way. As long as they use the right way to earn it, it's easy to talk about anything. It's a pity. Although they know this principle, they immediately lose their rationality when they encounter another old saying, laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, do you still remember the story that Grandma told us in the past? There was a kind of fish called pufferfish. The taste was very delicious. Some people risked their lives to taste it for the sake of their appetite. Some people died immediately after eating it, but some people ate it and were fine. So, in the future, there were more people who continued to risk their lives to taste it because of the possibility of not dying. Perhaps the people there have this kind of idea. Their behavior of earning money is simply unimaginable. For example, in the cornbread that we usually eat, they actually put realgar on the outside in order to look good. Second brother must know about realgar. That's something that even poisonous snakes are afraid of. They actually put it on the outside of the cornbread just to sell it for 2 more copper coins. Impossible, right? How can they joke about people's lives? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disbelief. What is this? These cornbread are not good cornbread. They are moldy and infested with worms. They also put a kind of poison on the pork that died of the plague. Because when the poison is put on the pork that died of the plague, it will emit a fragrance like that of a cow. Not only can they sell the pig that died of the plague, but they can also sell it for a higher price. What a lunatic! What are these people thinking? Is it just because of the smell of money? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Also, not only do they harm the adults, they also put a kind of highly poisonous arsenic in a kind of milk and sell it to children who are less than a month old. Because this kind of poison is in the milk, the taste of the milk is more fragrant and can be sold for more copper coins. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely angry. He slammed his palm down on the tree trunk beside him. Even his fingers were bleeding. If these people are in front of me, I will definitely slap them to death. But, Zhang Xiaohua said with a somewhat mocking tone, these people are not just one or two. There are thousands of them, including peddlers, merchants, and even officials. Can you kill them all alone? Moreover, if you kill these people, there will be thousands of people who will step in and do these disgusting things for money. Can you kill them all? Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss for words. That's not all. It's not like you'll lose your life immediately. It's just that your body will be damaged over time. What's more, just like the pufferfish I mentioned earlier, there's also a type called the swordfish. It's delicious, but it's produced in small quantities. Every year, many people would think of all sorts of ways to inject a heavy poison into the body of the swordfish to increase its weight. Can't they use other things? It will only increase the weight? How can that be? It's just that this poison is cheap. It doesn't cost more than a few copper coins. It's also easy to put it into the fish's stomach. It won't be discovered by others. Once it changes hands, it will be a large amount of silver. It won't be easy to choose other things. Zhang Xiaohu said sadly, human nature has been reduced to a servant of money. Perhaps only the skin on the body can still write one's name. Zhang Xiaohua coughed again. Also, in order to make the rouge and powder sold to women more beautiful, they directly put arsenic into it. The women who buy the rouge can maintain some of their beauty when they are young, but how many of them can survive when they are old? Even if they are alive, they will be terminally ill and on the verge of death. Sometimes, the women there know that there is arsenic in the rouge and powder, but they still use it. They even use the rouge and powder that contains arsenic as a standard of identity. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, I understand what you mean. It's fine as long as you understand what I mean. Second brother, the reason why I used the bath water to make the elixir is because I don't want to waste this precious stone milk. Think about it, this stone milk that I have is of a genuine value was able to help you win back the support of hundreds of female disciples in Mingcui Hall. If you can do the same with bath water that doesn't have the stone milk, would a person who has lost his mind due to the stench of money add this stone milk into the elixir? And by doing this, aren't I more noble than them by 1,000,000 times? Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be moved. After a moment of silence, he said, Oh, what about those people who were harmed by this poison? What was their final fate? If I can help, wouldn't it be? Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the many white clouds in the sky. Her gaze seemed to pass through countless time and space. She only shook her head and said, There are no records of this in the outer realm. Who knows? Everyone has their own fate, everyone has their own struggles, everyone's fate is in their own hands. Anger is not worth it, sorrow is misfortune. Perhaps we are all worried for the ancient people. We should just live our lives well. Isn't that better than anything else? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful face and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohua, after talking for so long and saying so much, isn't it just to cover up the fact that you are passing off fake as real? Perhaps. Sometimes, if you can do the same thing with a small price, why should you pay a more expensive price? Zhang Xiaohua said leisurely. Chapter 758. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu sighed. He must have been moved by Zhang Xiaohua's unbelievable experience. He said, "All right, since things have already come to this, if you are not willing to take out some stone milk and mix it with clear water, then there is nothing I can do. Just look at how this used bathwater can be exchanged for the favor of the Mingzue Hall's female disciples. I am also quite tempted, let alone those people that you mentioned just now." Hee, Zhang Xiaohua sneered, "That's right. This kind of thing is the best way to torture one's conscience. If one is not careful, one's conscience will be obliterated. After a long time, one will not know what conscience is." Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his chest and said, "Fortunately, this matter only makes me feel a little uneasy. There is no need to burn my conscience." Then he changed the topic and said worriedly, "That's right, there are many female disciples in the Mingzue Hall. Although my wooden bucket is big, 1 bottle per person may not be enough." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "If the wooden bucket is not enough, then use the water jar. Didn't you want to mix it with clear water? Then mix the bathwater with clear water." "Then," Zhang Xiaohu hesitated, "wouldn't that be going against my conscience even more?" Faint, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She said helplessly, "Since I have already lied, why don't I lie to the end? If a few female disciples don't get a share and bear a grudge against you, wouldn't I be doing more harm than good? I might as well not do it." "All right, I can only take one step at a time." Zhang Xiaohu helplessly led Zhang Xiaohua to the small kitchen in the courtyard. There were 3 large water jars in the house. They were all filled with water. It seemed that the other disciples who were doing odd jobs had just filled them up. Zhang Xiaohua did not hide it. In front of Zhang Xiaohu, she took out the water bucket from her belt. She evenly distributed the fertilizer used by Zhang Xiaohu to the 3 water jars. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua juggling the water bucket, Zhang Xiaohu was amazed. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua pouring the bathwater into the water jar, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could only mutter, "I have boarded a pirate ship." He forgot to ask how the wooden bucket was taken out. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu knew in his heart that the elixir made by his brother was like this. It was just that he took a bath in the middle. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, I will put this bucket back. Otherwise, if second sister-in-law and Qianxia see it, I will not be forgiven." As she said, she was ready to go out. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing behind her, asked seriously, "Xiaohua, do you think the female disciples of Mingzue Hall will use this whitening elixir on their bodies?" "Damn it." Zhang Xiaohua immediately fell to the ground. Just now he was hurriedly scolding her, but now he was thinking so much. Zhang Xiaohua got up from the ground. Without looking back, she said in a low voice, "It's easy to let them use it. You just have to secretly tell a female disciple that this whitening elixir seems to have the effect of breast enlargement." "Hey," Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "why do you have to secretly tell a female disciple and say, 'seems to'?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped in his tracks and turned back. "You're whispering to a female disciple. Others will definitely ask about it. Are female disciples the type to keep secrets? The more mysterious and the more they don't want to let others know, the faster it will spread from their mouths. As for the word, 'seems to', it means that you don't know whether this elixir has the effect of breast enlargement. As for whether to try it or not, it's the female disciple's problem. Even if it doesn't work, it has nothing to do with you. After all, you just said, 'seems to', but you aren't very sure." Can the female disciples who hear this sentence resist this possible temptation? Don't worry, as long as you whisper my words, all the female disciples on Shixin Peak tomorrow will be smeared with your bath water. After that, she heard hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Chang'e and Qianxia must have returned, so she hurriedly carried the wooden bucket and ran to the house next door, completely ignoring Zhang Xiaohu, who stayed in the kitchen with a thoughtful look on his face. When Zhang Xiaohua came back, Chang'e and Qianxia had taken a lot of jade bottles and were pouring water into them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Qianxia said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, you actually got so much elixir. It must have been hard on you." Chang'e also nodded, "That's right. I was afraid that there wouldn't be enough elixir because there are too many female disciples in our Misty Hall. Now it seems that as long as we use it sparingly, each of us can get half a bottle. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. It's not hard on me. It's Sister Chang'e and Qin Qin who have to work hard. You have to share these. Whitening elixir. That's tiring. Then Zhang Xiaohu blinked and said, by the way, second brother, I have something to tell you. Let Sister Chang'e do it. Don't worry about her. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, I was about to tell you something, but I almost forgot that you were busy with the elixir as soon as you came in. When Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu returned to the inner room, they heard Zhang Xiaohua say with a smile, second brother, what do you want to say? You can say it. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand, you can say it first. My business is not urgent. Okay then. Zhang Xiaohua didn't refuse and said, it's like this. These 2 days, I've been refining some elixirs for Manor Hedo. I usually have a little free time. I don't want to wait for your injury to heal. Now, I'll think of a way to bring Captain He here. I'll try to treat his injury first. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu heard this and said with great joy, of course, this is a good thing. I think that although Martial Uncle He's injury is serious, the time taken is shorter than Master and the others. Perhaps the sooner the Dantian is repaired, the better. In fact, the disciples of Lingxiang Peak don't pay attention to people like Martial Uncle He these 2 years. I just need to find a reason to let the disciples bring him here and let him stay here for a few days. This. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, although your small courtyard is not small, there will be disciples coming in and out. And maybe there will be more female disciples in the future. It's quite inconvenient for Captain He to stay here. This is easy to do. There is a row of empty rooms in the backyard. You just need to clean them up a little. Who would go to the backyard for no reason? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded, that's good. I'll stay in your backyard. In fact, it's not good for me to come here every day. Previously, when you were seriously injured, it was reasonable for me to visit my benefactor. But now that you've recovered, it doesn't make sense for me to come here frequently. Oh, that's reasonable. Then what should I do? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Zhang Xiaohua coughed a few times and said, don't go through the main door of your small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu understood a little. He knew how good Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was. She could fly in the sky. It was simply too easy for her to come in without being noticed. Then, when should I call Martial Uncle He here? Zhang Xiaohu asked again. The sooner the better. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'll go to the backyard in a while and tidy it up. But, second brother, didn't you just say that you have something to tell me? What is it? It's like this. Xiaohua, didn't you give me a nameless inner strength cultivation method yesterday and ask me to practice it to hide my inner strength? What's wrong, second brother? You can't have practiced it in just 1 day, right? I practiced that chant for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. No, how is that possible? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head again and again. That cultivation method is very mysterious. I can only roughly understand the front part. I don't know when I'll be able to practice it. It's just that I feel that after practicing this cultivation method, it's not realistic to practice the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method. Moreover, I don't know how much I can hide my inner strength after practicing this cultivation method. However, Little Blossom, perhaps what you learned is different from what I learned. I believe that as long as no one transmits true qi into my dantian and meridians, no one will be able to tell my Nigong cultivation just by looking at my appearance. I just need to practice this cultivation method together with the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method. When my inner strength reaches the large success stage, this cultivation method should be about the same. This is the best and most time-saving method. Isn't that so? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. He had overlooked that Zhang Xiaohu practiced martial arts and didn't need to hide his divine sense. If he only wanted to hide his inner strength, it wouldn't be as complicated as he originally thought. He also didn't need to practice the entire cultivation method. In fact, if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know Zhang Xiaohu's inner strength, he could use his divine sense or true qi to enter Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. Just by relying on the naked eye, It was absolutely impossible to see the depth, let alone other people. If Zhang Xiaohu deliberately hid his inner strength during a normal fight, it was really difficult for anyone to see the flaw. Second brother's words are very reasonable. I've thought too much. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, however, second brother, this cultivation method is very mysterious. If you want to hide it from the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it's best to practice this cultivation method together with other inner strength. Then what does second brother mean? Do you want to start practicing the Su Huan mental cultivation method? But your injuries? Zhang Xiaohua said with some worry. Zhang Xiaohu stretched his arms and kicked his legs, saying, with a great divine doctor like you, what is there to be afraid of with this body of mine? Moreover, didn't you say that my dantian and meridians didn't suffer any damage? Practicing inner strength shouldn't be a problem? That's right, although I haven't really practiced the ethereal divine art these few days, I can feel that the inner strength in my body is still increasing. If a period of time passes, the inner strength of the ethereal divine art will be too strong. It seems to be unfavorable for practicing the Su Huan mental cultivation method. Second brother, since you have more than 20 years of cultivation, as long as your dantian is repaired, the damaged inner strength will naturally be slowly cultivated back. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since second brother wants to practice the Su Huan mental cultivation method, then I'll try to see if I can help you. But if it doesn't work, second brother, don't blame me. Although she had heard from Yang Ruping that day that the people of the Immortal Dao might have a successful example of this joint practice, she didn't say how to deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua could only feel the stones and cross the river. Chapter 759. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since you want to help second brother, Captain, he should wait for a while. I'll clean the backyard and let you use it first. The backyard was behind the house where Zhang Xiaohu lived. Through a small door in the yard, they could see that there were several small rooms with some odds and ends. Zhang Xiaohua moved quickly and cleaned up a space in the room in a short time. When she was about to do something else, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu and said, the rest needs to be done carefully. Let Chang'e and Qianxin do it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, they are accumulating popularity for you. Are you willing to let them be disturbed? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, of course, popularity needs to be accumulated, but housework also needs to be done. As he said, he walked out of the room. Zhang Xiaohua had to follow him out. They came to the kitchen. In a short time, half of the elixir liquid in a water tank was gone. It was unknown how many times Chang'e and Qianxin had gone back and how many jade bottles they had filled. Seeing them come in, Qianxin smiled and said, senior brother, do you want to help us deliver the elixir? Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Chang'e and said, I want to, but I can't. If I fall on the way, I'll have to lie in bed for half a month. Chang'e pursed her lips and said, I'm afraid you want to deliver the elixir. Several of the most beautiful female disciples of Mingcui Hall are talking about senior brother Zhang. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to go further on this topic. He just smiled and told them about the cleaning of the backyard. Qianxin said curiously, that house is just for storing odds and ends. Why do you clean it up? Do you want to? Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed in his heart. This woman's imagination is really amazing. Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, why does this senior brother of mine have such an image in your eyes? After that, she told them that she was going to treat He Tianshu. Chang'e and Qianxin were both surprised when they heard it. They looked at each other and said, Zhang Xiaohua, can you really do it? Although Zhang Xiaohua had previously told them about this matter, and Zhang Xiaohu's dantian had also been repaired using the meridian's nourishing pill, but when they thought about how He Tianshu's limbs had been crushed, and his dantian and meridians had been destroyed, even the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had said that he was a cripple, so they couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, I'm not very sure either, but I can't just watch Captain He and the others go on like this. If I can, I still have to try. All right. Chang'e seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's temper. She would never say for sure. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had already agreed, she said, Xiaohu, go and get the bedding in the house. We'll go to the backyard to clean it up. After that, she pulled Chen and ran out. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua took the bedding and followed Zhang Xiaohu back to the house had already changed. Zhang Xiaohua praised, as the saying goes, professional things should be done by professionals. If I had known, I wouldn't have moved just now. It's nothing. We're just trying our best. It's far from being as kind as you are. Little Blossom, I'll leave the matter of martial uncle He and the other martial uncles to you. The revival of the Misty sect depends on you, Changgu said seriously. Don't worry, Sister Chang'a. I've already made fake medicine for Misty School. Why would I care about contributing a little more? I've made fake medicine for Misty School? Chen asked curiously, what does that mean? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Chen, come closer. I have a little secret to tell you. As expected, Chen put her ear close to Zhang Xiaohua's and heard Zhang Xiaohua whispering something in her ear. She immediately forgot to ask, and her face gradually turned red. She looked down from time to time, seemingly aiming for the slightly bulging chest. Naughty, Zhang Xiaohu immediately knew what she was talking about. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua finished, Chen asked shyly, Zhang Xiaohua, what you said is true? Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, it seems so. I'm not sure either. After all, I can't test it. Chang'a asked curiously, Xiaohua, what are you talking about? Chen went forward and pulled Chang'a's hand. Senior sister, we're done here. Let's go. The other junior sisters are still waiting for us. After saying that, she dragged Chang'a out of the room. Zhang Xiaohu waited for the two of them to leave before pointing at Zhang Xiaohua and saying, You really said it. Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, I only said it seems so, guess, probably, sigh, fine. You're right. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, I'll go get the elemental pill. Let's start now. I'm afraid that the Vice Hall Master from Lingering Fragrance Peak will come and watch me consume the elemental pill. That would be bad. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua bared her teeth and said, Hee, you're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. Zhang Xiaohu's body swayed twice before he stabilized himself. He shook his head and walked outside. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu returned with the universal pill and the universal pill. Zhang Xiaohua took the jade bottle and opened it to smell the pill. She nodded and said, The medicinal smell of this pill isn't very strong. It seems that the level of refinement is quite high. It's really a pill used by Lingxiang Peak. Moreover, the medicinal properties of this pill are more gentle. It's suitable for cultivating cold attribute internal energy. After saying that, she asked Zhang Xiaohu to sit cross-legged on the bedding. She also sat in front of him and channeled her true qi into his meridians. Just like what Zhang Xiaohu said, after not seeing him for a few days, the internal energy in his meridians had increased by quite a bit. In his dantian, the place where the medicinal properties of the meridian-nourishing pill gathered had been completely repaired. It was no different from before. Furthermore, the medicinal properties of the meridian-nourishing pill were still in his dantian. Perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohu had been warned by Zhang Xiaohua that he didn't dare to refine the medicinal properties. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua eavesdropped on the conversation between Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin in the Misty Hall, she had been pondering over the matter of Zhang Xiaohu cultivating two types of internal energy at the same time. However, there wasn't any jade slip that recorded this, so she didn't know how to help. With just an illusory story, it really made things difficult for her. In fact, in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, no matter which school of internal energy cultivation method he cultivated, as long as his heart was from the Misty School, it would be fine. However, Zhang Xiaohu didn't think so. He was originally willing to cultivate the Misty Divine Art. Since the cult leader of the Fragrant Cult had given him the universal pill, it was impossible for him not to cultivate it. Thus, he would cultivate both at the same time. In addition, at this time, Zhang Xiaohu's meridians already had the internal energy of the Misty Divine Art. Zhang Xiaohua could only help Zhang Xiaohu through this process of yin and yang harmonization. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Second brother, Concentrate all the internal energy in your body into your dantian. Don't let it run amok in your meridians. Zhang Xiaohu followed her words and converged all the internal energy into his dantian. Zhang Xiaohua immediately sent a wisp of zhenqi to wrap the internal energy in his dantian into a ball. Then, she threw a universal pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. The universal pill melted in his mouth and turned into an ice-cold medicinal power that rushed into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. Follow the incantation of the universal mental cultivation method and refine the medicinal power. Remember, you have to refine it bit by bit. Don't be greedy. Zhang Xiaohua whispered into Zhang Xiaohu's ear. After receiving the hint, Zhang Xiaohu silently circulated the universal mental cultivation method in his heart and refined the medicinal power bit by bit. As the medicinal power of the universal pill was refined, the first trace of universal mental cultivation method's internal energy was produced. Then, it slowly flowed through Zhang Xiaohu's meridians according to the universal mental cultivation method's circulation path. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the universal mental cultivation method's internal energy was not only terrifyingly cold, but the circulation path was also different from the misty divine art. After circulating one cycle, the internal energy returned to the dantian. Zhang Xiaohua sent another trace of true energy over and wrapped the cold internal energy. Then she instructed Zhang Xiaohu to slowly refine the remaining medicinal power and wrap the cold internal energy with his true energy. Soon after, she whispered, "Second brother, I'm going to try to release these two types of internal energy. Don't circulate your cultivation method. Just sit there and don't do anything." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua controlled the true energy that wrapped the two types of internal energy and released two equal amounts of true energy. She also released her divine sense and tried to merge the two types of true energy together. However, the internal energy of the misty divine art was warm while the internal energy of the universal mental cultivation method was cold. When the two different types of true energy came into contact with each other, it was as though water was poured into a pot of boiling oil. The two types of internal energy were boiling and it felt as though they were about to explode. This is bad. Don't let your dantian explode. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent another trace of true energy over, wanting to wrap the two types of true energy together. However, at this time, the two types of true energy seemed to have a mind of their own. Or perhaps it was because they were attracted to each other, they suddenly intertwined with each other rapidly. At the place where the two types of true energy came into contact with each other, there was an extremely small explosion sound. The intertwining of the two types of true energy created a kind of attractive force that wanted to attract the other things in the dantian. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's dantian only had two balls of internal energy wrapped with true energy and there was nothing else. This attractive force was like a tornado that sucked for a long time. It only gradually sucked in some of the medicinal power from the meridians that had not been refined. Moreover, this attractive force also sucked in some things from the meridians. With the addition of the meridian soothing pill and some other things from the meridians, the entanglement of the yin and yang inner forces became even more intense. Could it be that they are like water and fire? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do next. At this moment, the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill and the thing in the meridians reached the point where the two types of internal energy intersected. Immediately, the light popping sound gradually decreased until it finally subsided. Could it be that they fused together like this? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to let out a sigh of relief, the two types of true energy that were originally calm suddenly began to swell as if they had been injected with medicinal herbs. Not good, it's going to explode. Zhang Xiaohua thought anxiously. Chapter 760. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when she saw the two types of inner energy mixed together. It was as if they had been injected with an excited herb. Without thinking, she sent all the vital energy in her body into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, enveloping the increasingly large inner energy. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was filled with regret. He regretted that he had been too arrogant, thinking that he could face all difficulties head-on with the immortal Daoist. He had easily pushed his second brother's martial path and even his life into a desperate situation of life and death. Large beads of sweat instantly dripped from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Zhang Xiaohu was well aware of the abnormality in his inner energy. He was shocked, alarmed, and flustered at first, but when he opened his eyes and saw his younger brother's pale face and the sweat on his forehead, these negative emotions were immediately swept away. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his words would affect Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. At this moment, the situation was getting more and more urgent. Zhang Xiaohu's meridians and dantian were all refined from martial arts' inner energy. They couldn't withstand Zhang Xiaohua's immortal vital energy. However, because Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, she sent in too much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua's meridians immediately began to tear. The tearing was very painful and sudden, so Zhang Xiaohu accidentally groaned. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She opened her eyes and asked, "Second brother, hold on a little longer. I'll be done soon." Although these words were comforting, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little panicked. She was almost crying. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he pursed his lips and smiled. "It's fine. Xiaohua, take your time." That day, Vice Hall Master Zhong's law enforcement disciple was 100 times stronger than this, but I wasn't afraid. "What are you doing? Moreover, even if your dantian is broken, don't we still have the meridian nourishing pill? What are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and didn't dare to say anything. She calmed her mind and controlled the vital energy entering her dantian. The immortal vital energy was indeed domineering. As Zhang Xiaohua sent in more vital energy, it actually wrapped around the two types of inner energy. It no longer expanded, but the size of this vital energy was almost the same as Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. What should we do? Using vital energy to wrap up the inner energy is only a temporary solution. We can't always stay in second brother's dantian. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment, she had already closed her eyes quietly, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and also closed her eyes. However, her mind was spinning like a wheel. She wanted to find a good method in her memory. Unfortunately, after flipping through several cultivation methods, there was no content in this area. Restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. If the restriction was inserted into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and wrapped up the inner energy, then there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, the consequences were obvious. Zhang Xiaohu wouldn't be able to cultivate any inner energy in the future. This dantian was completely filled with restrictions. Without a better method, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be confused. The words fusion, yin and yang vital energy, and expansion kept flashing in her mind. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to think of something. It was like a bright light illuminating a dark room. Yin and yang vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She suddenly thought of the scene at the bottom of the mountain in the Yulon Grand Canyon, next to the extremely cold pool, when she picked the two black and white fruits. Needless to say, the fruits were black and white. They must be of opposite attributes. They originally grew separately, but when she picked them, she accidentally put them in the same jade box. Thus, the two black and white fruits inevitably fused together. What about their fusion? It was like the fusion of two different medicinal liquids in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It actually looked like two fish. Perhaps, the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method could also be fused like this? However, the fusion of the black and white fruits was natural. There was no external force at all, and there was no such expansion. How could these two types of internal energy be handled? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already calmed down. Her mind was also a lot more flexible. An incredible idea emerged in her mind. The fusion of two kinds of elixir liquids requires a technique to fuse them. Then, can the same technique be used for internal energy? At the same time, another thought uncontrollably emerged. If it can be done like this, then can the immortal vital energy also be fused? Then, the human body, or the dantian and meridians, can it be like a pill furnace that can refine elixirs in the body? Then, what kind of elixirs can be refined with vital energy? It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua had a flash of inspiration. She was actually able to comprehend the essence of cultivation on her own. However, this was just some comprehension. As for the actual implementation, it was not something that could be understood in a short time. Zhang Xiaohua immediately shook her head, trying to shake these outrageous thoughts out of her mind. She grumbled inwardly, "What kind of situation is this? Second brother's life is at stake, and I'm still thinking nonsense. But under the heavenly Tao, all methods return to the origin. The fusion of elixirs is not impossible." After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, "Second brother, this? I'm very sorry. I didn't expect it to reach this stage. I thought that if I only released a small amount of internal energy, it wouldn't be too dangerous." Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and smiled. "It's all right, Xiaohua. I was thinking too much before I forced you to do this. If I cultivated the Su Huan Heart Sutra or the ethereal divine art, wouldn't there be no problem? How can this be blamed on you?" "Second brother, actually, I just thought of an idea. It's just that. It's just what? There's no but. Just do it. It's fine as long as I'm still alive. Anyway, your second sister-in-law is just outside. I'll just say a few words to her." "Second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua choked and said, "Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure your safety. Even if I lose my martial arts, I won't let you lose your life. Father and mother still want to see you and second sister-in-law's child." At the mention of Chang'e, Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with longing. He smiled and said, "All right, then why don't you hurry up and do it? If you do it a little earlier, won't you be able to see your nephew a little earlier?" Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "I'll try now. However, I don't know what the consequences will be." "What are you waiting for? Since you have an idea, then give it a try. Your second brother isn't a coward." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and gritted her teeth. She stretched out her left hand and formed a seal. She gathered the remaining vital energy in her body to her fingertips. Zhang Xiaohua had formed this seal countless times on Tianmu Peak and was already very familiar with it. However, when she formed the seal today, it felt as if 1,000 kilograms of stones were falling on her fingertips. She only used 5 times the time compared to usual to finish forming the seal. Seeing that the seal was completed, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. She glanced at Zhang Xiaohu's calm face and pointed her finger. The seal was directed towards Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. The seal formed from vital energy hit Zhang Xiaohu's body and entered his dantian in a flash. It went so smoothly that Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect it to. Furthermore, the seal entered his dantian and entered the ball formed by Zhang Xiaohua's vital energy. As the seal entered his dantian, the ball in his dantian began to rotate slowly. With every rotation, it shrank. However, not long after, the ball gradually stopped and its size didn't change. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she saw this. She hurriedly stopped the seal and continued to inject the seal into the ball. Slowly, the ball began to rotate again. The ball slowly rotated and its size gradually shrank. When Zhang Xiaohua had exhausted all the vital energy in her body, the ball slowly shrank to the size of a pea. Maybe it will work, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. But this time, he didn't dare to be reckless. He carefully retracted a little of the zhenqi wrapped around the ball. The ball didn't change much. He retracted a little more, but there was still no change. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua retracted all of his zhenqi that the 2 types of zhenqi were revealed. There was not much difference between the 2 types of vital energy. It was just like the yin-yang fruit and the liquid in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that Zhang Xiaohua saw before. It looked like 2 fish entangled together. The place where the 2 fishes' eyes were was also a little bit of each other's vital energy. At the junction of these 2 types of vital energy, there was a layer of something that Zhang Xiaohua felt very familiar. It harmoniously bonded the 2 types of vital energy together. In addition to the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill, There was also something similar to starlight. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. It feels very familiar, but thinking about it carefully, I don't think I have seen it before. Forget it. Now is not the time to think. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and said, "Second brother, how do you feel?" "Very good, incomparably good." Zhang Xiaohu naturally knew about the changes in his dantian. He replied almost without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that this was second brother's comforting words. She nodded and said, "Then I will strike while the iron is hot and deal with the rest of the vital energy first." After saying that, she didn't rest. She controlled the vital energy that was wrapped around the two balls of vital energy and released a small wisp of vital energy. At the same time, she wrapped the vital energy that was wrapped around the vital energy to deal with the situation that just happened. However, the situation that happened at this time made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop to the ground. The vital energy that was produced by the ethereal divine art and the universal pill was released was like a child that saw its mother. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu to do anything. It immediately floated towards the two balls of vital energy that were entangled together. Moreover, once it came into contact, it drilled into it and disappeared without a trace. Alright. Zhang Xiaohua was even more pleasantly surprised. Each of them released two balls of inner strength, and the same amount of inner strength was released. Not long after, the two balls of inner strength were absorbed by the inner strength ball, and the size of the inner strength ball did not change at all. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Chapter 761. The situation in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian at this time made Zhang Xiaohua a little surprised. Although the qi mass formed by the yin and yang inner force had already absorbed all the ethereal divine technique's inner force and the medicinal effect of the universal pill, it was still the size of a pea and did not expand at all. Previously, any inner force in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was much bigger than this pea, but now it was forcefully compressed to such a small size. This was somewhat out of Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. However, thinking about the word fuse, Zhang Xiaohua had some understanding. When different elixir liquids were fused together, there would be some changes in the size. It was just that she didn't notice it at that time. And when the inner force was fused together, the space it occupied would be even smaller. Of course, there was another reason that Zhang Xiaohua neglected. That was, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry at that time. When she saw that the technique of fusing the elixir was effective, it was as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She injected the technique into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian again and again. In fact, this technique might be enough once, but how could it withstand Zhang Xiaohua's repeated attempts? Of course, the two types of inner force with different attributes were compressed to the point that they couldn't be any smaller. In addition, due to the injection of the technique by Zhang Xiaohua, as well as the medicinal effect of the meridian-nourishing pill, star power, and some immortal true qi, the pea-sized yin and yang inner force seemed to have a motive force. It slowly rotated in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, just like the core in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that the disciple that Yang Ruping mentioned had cultivated two types of inner force with the help of an immortal Dao expert. However, the yin and yang inner force mass in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never dreamed of. As for the development prospects of this yin and yang inner force mass, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. However, when she thought about how the fusion of inner force could be combined with the elixir of the immortal Dao, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this thing was definitely not simple. With a thought, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, I have finished dealing with it. Adjust your breath and see if there is anything unusual." Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to circulate the mental cultivation method. He only allowed Zhang Xiaohua to mess around in his dantian. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, his heart moved and the mental cultivation method of the ethereal god art immediately circulated. The yin and yang inner force mass slowly rotated and a trace of true qi was extracted from it. According to the circulation route of the ethereal god art, it circulated in Zhang Xiaohu's meridians for a cycle. Then, it increased a little and returned to the yin and yang inner force mass. When Zhang Xiaohu finished, Zhang Xiaohua asked nervously, "How is it?" "And it feels very good. It seems that the power of this inner force is much stronger than before. It has almost doubled. However, this is just a feeling. I have to try it in the future to know." "And how about the meridians?" "Fortunately, there was a tear just now and it still hurts. I think it will heal after a few days of rest." "Then, second brother, can you circulate the inner force of the Suhuan mental cultivation method for another cycle?" "This? I should be able to. Although I haven't circulated it before, I remember the meridian route. Let me try." After speaking, Zhang Xiaohu silently circulated the Suhuan mental cultivation method. He extracted the inner force refined by the Suhuan pill from the yin and yang inner force mass and slowly circulated it along the meridian route that was completely different from the ethereal god art. At first, it was very obscure and sometimes even stagnant. However, after one cycle, it returned to his dantian with a slight increase. Following that, Zhang Xiaohu didn't stop. He extracted another trace of inner force and circulated it along the same route as the ethereal god art. This time, it was less obscure and more smooth. When the inner force of the Suhuan mental cultivation method returned to his dantian, Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The Suhuan mental cultivation method really lives up to its reputation. Just these 2 cycles of the ethereal god art's refined inner force was equivalent to 3 cycles of the ethereal god art. That's right. This Suhuan mental cultivation method is something that even the inner disciples covet. If it can't compare to the ethereal god art, then how could the sect leader win your heart? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with 2 different cultivation methods, right?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled comfortably and said, "Not only is there no problem, it's really wonderful. Not to mention that the 2 inner force cultivation methods are different, the way the meridians temper the 2 types of inner force is also different. Other people will be tired after 10 cycles of circulation of the meridians, but I'll adjust my breathing for 20 cycles and my meridians won't be tired. Also, I've already tested it just now. When I only circulate the ethereal god art's cultivation method, the Suhuan mental cultivation method can also produce a trace of inner force. It's just that this inner force is much less than the ethereal god art. When I circulate the Suhuan mental cultivation method, the inner force of the ethereal god art will also increase. It can be said that the inner force of these 2 cultivation methods has a relationship of mutual promotion and restraint." Mutual promotion and restraint? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, why is it similar to the 5 elements? But this is only the inner force of 2 attributes. Could it be that I can also cultivate other cultivation methods? It's possible. When refining pills, don't there also need to be a few main ingredients and some auxiliary ingredients? It's the same for cultivation methods. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu had almost lost his life just now. How could Zhang Xiaohua still dare to think about it? She only thought in her heart, the inner force of 2 attributes should be related to the Tao of life and death. Should I tell second brother about my own understanding? It's just that the understanding of the Tao of heaven had always been something that could be understood but not explained. Wanting to let Zhang Xiaohu understand was not an easy matter. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua thought again. Zhang Xiaohu was unable to cultivate the immortal Tao cultivation method, but he should be able to cultivate the martial cultivation method. That soaring dragon cultivation method that she stole from young Master Long was not bad. If Zhang Xiaohu were to learn it, it should be very helpful. When Zhang Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohu about the soaring dragon cultivation method, Zhang Xiaohu's head shook like a rattle drum. What a joke! He had just cultivated the Su Huan cultivation method and Zhang Xiaohua's nameless chant which he needed to comprehend. Where would he have the spare time to cultivate this? Moreover, that dangerous scene earlier was still lingering in his mind. He didn't want to cause any more problems before he succeeded in cultivating the 2 cultivation methods. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and felt that it made sense. This soaring dragon cultivation method was not a cultivation method to cultivate inner force. It was just a technique to use inner force. If there was time, she would write down this cultivation method and pass it to Zhang Xiaohu. There was no need to teach it now. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and smiled. Since it's like this, then today can be considered a great success. Although it was very dangerous just now, I didn't expect second brother's character to be so good. You were actually able to turn danger into safety. As the saying goes, if one survives a great disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Little brother wishes second brother's unrivaled martial arts, unifying the Jianghu and having a long life. Ha! Zhang Xiaohu also sat up from the ground and laughed. Thanks for your praise. If I don't have unrivaled martial arts, then I'll be letting down your prophecy. The two of them laughed and walked out of the small house. There was no one in the front yard and they didn't know where Changgu and Qinchen went. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, "Second brother, it's getting late. I have to go. Take a look at the pill furnace. Manor Hedo's illness, sigh, he still needs to rely on this pill. I'll come back tomorrow. If you have time, bring Captain He to the backyard." Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat worried. "Xiaohua, isn't this too tiring for you? Why don't we wait a few days?" "Don't, second brother. Seeing Captain He like this makes my heart ache. I'd rather be a little tired so that Captain He can get back on his feet and recover his martial arts. Only when Captain He returns to his previous state will my heart be at peace." Yes, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua also felt a little guilty. If he hadn't attracted too much yuan qi from the medicinal field, the medicinal plants wouldn't have sprouted and he Tianshu wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the cause and effect of this and only nodded. "Then, you should rest more. If you don't feel well tomorrow, it's better to postpone it. If the same dangerous situation occurs tomorrow, it's not good." "I know, second brother." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said somewhat tiredly, "I'll know after I rest for a night." Oh, by the way, second brother, when you practice, try to make the two kinds of internal forces equal. Don't have one more and one less. Otherwise, there may be some problems. "Well, how can I not know this? You should go back quickly." Zhang Xiaohu chuckled and drove Zhang Xiaohua out of the small courtyard. Coming out of Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, the entire misty hall felt a little quiet. Occasionally, a few male disciples glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and walked away without greeting her. There was not even a single female disciple. Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to the courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall. Instead, she went to a secluded place and made a hand sign. Circulating the little amount of genuine qi in her meridians, she went straight to the pill room at the top of the mountain. When she arrived at the pill room, the genuine qi in her meridians was gone. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly looked at the pill furnace. Fortunately, there was still some time before the liquid was melted. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly sat down cross-legged. She took out a primordial stone and replenished the genuine qi in her body. When the time was right, Zhang Xiaohua didn't get up. She used her divine sense to carefully observe the temperature of the pill furnace. At the right time, she made a hand sign to melt the liquid. She put several main ingredients and more than 10 auxiliary ingredients of the Spirit Awakening pill together and let the medicinal liquids of different attributes interact with each other and gradually fuse. After all this was done, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the earth fire again. She made a few hand signs to better control it. Only then did she sit cross-legged again and carefully think about what she had learned today. Just now, when she helped Zhang Xiaohu cultivate the two types of internal strength, although she met with setbacks at the beginning, the final fusion of the two types of internal strength gave Zhang Xiaohua a lot of inspiration. She might not have two types of genuine qi, but was it possible to compress the genuine qi in her dantian into a ball like Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength? That way, wouldn't he be able to refine even more true qi? Chapter 762. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it made sense. Since Zhang Xiaohu felt that the power of his inner strength had increased after compressing his inner strength, He should be able to do it too. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and cast the same liquid-melting incantation into his middle dantian. However, when the incantation entered his body, it didn't change like Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, which pushed the rotation and compression of his inner strength. It was like a clay ox entering the sea without any effect. It didn't trigger any changes in the true energy in his middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. What's going on? He thought of a lot of bad consequences, but he never thought that there would be no reaction. After that, he cast a few more incantations unwillingly, but they were all ineffective. Zhang Xiaohua gave up dejectedly. He couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohu could do it, but he couldn't. Could it be that my character isn't as good as second brothers? Zhang Xiaohua brought out the common answer to all the questions. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, he had a slight oversight. This oversight was that he forgot the difference between true energy and inner strength. The reason why Zhang Xiaohu's inner strength could be merged with Zhang Xiaohua's incantation was that true energy was of a much higher level than inner strength. The incantation formed by true energy could have unpredictable effects on inner strength. When Zhang Xiaohua used his quintessential qi to form a hand seal, it was as though he was scooping up water from a water tank with a ladle before pouring it into the water tank. The quintessential qi in the water tank was still the same. In other words, if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to achieve the same effect as Zhang Xiaohu, then he had to cultivate a martial art that was of a higher level than his Forget Worry Sutra. The true energy in that person's meridians must be more pure and of a higher level than Zhang Xiao's. Only then could he control and compress the true energy in Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian. When he couldn't compress the true energy in his dantian, Zhang Xiaohua thought of another problem. That was related to the sky stalactite. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the heaven stalactite was rich in heaven and earth yuan qi. Moreover, it grew together with the black-white fruit, so it must be a very precious item. Therefore, she carefully collected it. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi seemed to be somewhat different from the heaven and earth yuan qi that Zhang Xiaohua absorbed. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua put it in her purse, she completely forgot about it. Even after returning from the Yulin Grand Canyon, when Zhang Xiaohua counted her gains, she did not remember this jade bottle that contained the heaven stalactite. Until today, the whitening elixir, that didn't even use a single drop of sky stalactite, had caused a stir among all the female disciples of the Misty Hall. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua remember the essence of heaven and earth in the stalactite. What did Zhang Xiaohua lack the most right now? The first was divine sense, and the second was true qi. Since the heaven stalactite could replenish his true qi and even increase his cultivation, how could he not want to give it a try? Previously, he had estimated that since he did not know the method to refine it, his meridians might be damaged. However, when he thought about the 3 drops of stone milk he fed to Little Black, Little Yellow, and Yellow Wind, he figured that he could consume it with his mouth as well. Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade bottle containing the heaven stalactite milk from her purse. She opened the lid and smelled the faint fragrance. With a slight movement of her finger, a drop of heaven stalactite milk flew out of the jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua put away the jade bottle and opened her mouth. The drop of heaven stalactite milk slid down her throat. Following which, Zhang Xiaohua wrapped it in a ball of zhenqi and sent it into her meridians. She wanted to slowly refine it and melt it into zhenqi. However, out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, even though he had been silently circulating the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to refine the heaven stalactite milk in her meridians, the drop of heaven stalactite milk slowly decreased. There was no excess zhenqi being produced. What is going on? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely depressed. Just now, the methods to melt the heaven stalactite milk was useful to Zhang Xiaohu, but it had no effect on her. Right now, the heaven stalactite milk was useful to Huang Feng and Little Yellow, but it was useless to her. It was fine if she said it was useless, but the drop of heaven stalactite milk was still decreasing. Even Zhang Xiaohua did not know where the drop of heaven stalactite milk went. When the last drop of heaven stalactite milk disappeared, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense discovered that the heaven stalactite milk had turned into something similar to the yuan qi of heaven and earth and merged into her body. As for where it merged into, she did not know. Since this heaven stalactite milk can turn into something similar to the yuan qi of heaven and earth, then my meridians should be able to refine and absorb it. But why is it not working? Is it because the Tranquil Heart Sutra is unable to absorb it? Or is it because my meridians are unable to absorb it? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think about it. At this moment, he recalled the scene a few days ago when he used the delusion breaker Dharma eye to look at himself. He remembered seeing a few strands of silk floating around his bones, and the color was different. Could it be that these strands of silk were the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to open the delusion breaker Dharma eye again, but Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi was completely depleted. How could she have the energy to open it again? Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow when I recover from my break. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. But if these strands of silk are the yuan qi of heaven and earth, why are the colors different? Could it be that there are different kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by her own ridiculous conjecture. Following that, more questions popped up in her mind. Since the yuan qi of heaven and earth is different, then what kind of yuan qi can I absorb? What are the other kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth? How can I absorb them? Is it the meridians or the cultivation method? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the dense meridians that she saw on Byron's body. Gosh! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and smiled bitterly. The path of cultivation is indeed long. Even if you understand a little, there will be more. Not to mention the realm of understanding the way of heaven, even the foundation of cultivation is something that I haven't understood yet. If there is a way in my heart, I will search for it from top to bottom. After lamenting, Zhang Xiaohua felt exhausted. She took out the primordial stones and sat down cross-legged. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. The starry sky and the starlight arrived as expected. When she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua was full of energy. All her exhaustion was swept away. The true qi in her meridians was still the same, only about half of it. However, the Dan core in her Naiwan palace had improved a little. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the various medicinal liquids melting in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and left the alchemy room. Facing the rising sun, she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist, using the mysterious flow to refine her bones. Although the Big Dipper mystical fist was the same as before, Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was something different about it. However, when he tried to explain it, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Could it be that the heaven stalactite is beneficial to the Big Dipper magical fist? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Of course, this was only Zhang Xiaohua's conjecture. She did not have any real evidence. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohua murmured, "Life is so beautiful." She took a deep breath of the clear morning breeze at the top of Shixin Peak and ran all the way to the back of Shixin Peak, to Yan's residence. Zhang Xiaohua entered the courtyard. As soon as she came out of the corner of the room, she saw an old man with gray hair sitting in front of Yan's bed. His back was facing her, but his hand was on Yan's wrist. It seemed that he was checking Yan's pulse. Is this the doctor of Lingxiang Peak? Zhang Xiaohua thought and immediately released her divine sense to take a closer look. However, when he released his divine sense and saw that the doctor had a few strands of dark beard on his slender face, the doctor seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked around in astonishment. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She made a gesture and hid underground. He did not expect the doctor to have such a high cultivation level. He could actually sense her divine sense. Careless. Zhang Xiaohua silently scolded himself. This time, he carefully released a bit of his divine sense to observe the room. However, this time, he didn't dare to directly cover the doctor. Because of this, the doctor didn't look around. Zhang Xiaohua secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Before he entered the cult of fragrance, He had been practicing the nameless formula in order to deceive the eyes of the elders and consecrators. But after being in the pill hall for so long, he had not met any top experts. Zhang Xiaohua had unconsciously let his guard down. Today, he had actually used his divine sense to envelop the other party. He had been too careless. After a long time, the doctor stood up and said something to Qiu Tong, who was accompanying him. Then, he walked to the main hall and picked up the brush and ink on the table. After writing for a while, he cupped his hands and left. Qiu Tong carefully saw him out. After the doctor left, Zhang Xiaohua came out from underground and took the prescription that the doctor left behind. He carefully looked at it. Before he could finish reading the prescription, he heard footsteps. Zhang Xiaohua looked outside carefully. Only then did he relax. Xiaohua, when did you come in? The person who came back was Qiu Tong. Looking at Qiu Tong's indifferent expression, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I came in when the doctor of Lingxiang Peak was examining the patient. Oh, so that's how it is. Qiu Tong nodded and said, however, you're wrong. This person is not a simple doctor of Lingxiang Peak. He is Tang Jinsheng, known as the divine doctor. But isn't the godly doctor also a doctor? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Of course, this senior Tang Jin is one of the few male elders on lingering Fragrance Peak. His martial arts, character, and prestige can be counted on one hand. Elder? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. No wonder he's so powerful, he's actually an elder. Powerful? Qiu Tong asked, you've seen Senior Tang before? Not at all. This is the first time I've seen him today, and the first time I've heard of his name. Then why did you say he's powerful? Qiu Tong was ready to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 763. Zhang Xiaohua did not hide it and whispered, when I came in just now, Divine Dr. Tang felt something. I'm not sure if he knew I was coming, but looking at him, his martial arts should not be weak. Oh, so that's how it is. Qiu Tong nodded and said, Divine Dr. Tang is not like other doctors. He is famous in Lingxiang Peak. Just as you guessed, he is not only skilled in medicine, but his internal strength is also impressive to ordinary inner disciples. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that the hierarch values young Miss very much. He actually brought out such a person. I think young Miss should be fine. But then she changed the topic and said, but I think Divine Dr. Tang's prescriptions are mainly focused on recuperation. It may not be able to cure young Miss's illness. Qiu Tong's face darkened. That's right. According to Divine Dr. Tang, young Miss is terminally ill. I'm afraid that she can't be saved. He can only prescribe some useless prescriptions, but it's better than nothing. Sigh, if only Divine Dr. Tang came earlier. Earlier? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Divine Dr. Tang said that he came late. If he had taken over the treatment when young Miss just fell ill, maybe there would be a 30% chance. Only 30%. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. She unconsciously doubted the awakening pill she refined. Then why did he only come now? I remember Sister Qiu Tong said that young Miss fell ill not long ago. Did we pass the news to Lingxiang Peak? Qiu Tong shook her head blankly and said, who knows what the hierarch is thinking? What's the use of only paying attention to young Miss's illness now? Zhang Xiao was heart moved and said, then, did Divine Dr. Tang ask about the acupoints on young Miss's head? Yes, of course we did. However, we didn't directly ask who hit the acupoints. Instead, we asked which doctor had come to lingering Fragrance Peak. We also asked if we had found anyone else. Well, we especially asked if we had found anyone from Misty Hall. Then she worriedly looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Divine Dr. Tang also said that Mrs. illness has been delayed and the treatment has been blindly performed by a quack doctor. No matter what kind of medicine is prescribed, it will be ineffective. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, Tang Tong was a legitimate divine doctor, and she was just a newbie. Perhaps divine Dr. Tang's words made some sense, so she said awkwardly, "Sister Chiao Tong, my medical skills may not be as good as divine Dr. Tang's, but I—" When Chiao Tong heard this, she immediately understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. She waved her hand and said, "Xiaohua, don't take these words to heart. Elder you and I know about your relationship with young Mississippi. If you have the ability, you will definitely give it your all. You will definitely not have the slightest intention of hurting young Mississippi." What divine Dr. Tang said is probably what the previous doctors said. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Sigh, perhaps. Actually, I don't have much confidence in myself." "Don't worry about this, Xiaohua. If it was me, I would also give it a try. Even if it's young miss, she will definitely let you treat her." Chiao Tong didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Xiaohua and directly said what she meant. "Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, divine Dr. Tang seems to have found something wrong with the acupoints on young Mrs. Head. He has been examining young Mrs. Head for a long time. I think that's why he asked if we invited the Misty Hall's people." Chiao Tong added, "Moreover, if he suspects the people from Shixin Peak, you are also new to Shixin Peak, so he will probably suspect you too." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, "Sister Chiao Tong, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just a small character in the pill repository hall. Even if I walk in front of divine Dr. Tang, he might not even look at me." Chiao Tong was relieved and said, "That's good. However, you still have to be careful." She then sighed and said, "Sigh, divine Dr. Tang is already the most skilled doctor in Lingxiang Peak. If even he can't do it, do we have to ask the hierarch for help? But this is not an injury or an internal injury. Even if the hierarch comes, what can he do?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She thought to herself, if the hierarch or other elders who have cultivated the immortal Dao come, won't they be able to see through the acupoints I sealed on young Mrs. Head? However, she immediately denied it. "If I'm afraid that the people of Lingxiang Peak will see through my identity as an immortal Dao cultivator, and I don't care about young Mrs. Life, then how can I call myself Xiaoxia?" She then reminded Chiao Tong, "Sister Chiao Tong, if the hierarch or anyone from Lingxiang Peak asks about this acupoint, just say that you don't know. Don't worry, Xiaohua. I didn't even say anything about divine Dr. Tang, let alone the others." Chiao Tong said seriously, "But young Mrs.'s condition today is similar to yesterday. Do you think divine Dr. Tang is exaggerating?" Zhang Xiaohua had already seen it before, so she nodded. "And I think so too. Young Miss can delay it for a dozen days without any problems." "Will you be able to find the pills after a dozen days?" Chiao Tong was still worried. "Definitely." Zhang Xiaohua nodded firmly. After leaving Yan's place, Zhang Xiaohua did not return to the Misty Hall. Instead, he went straight to the pill room and carefully looked after the pill furnace. Yan did not have much time left, and this furnace of pills was the only method Zhang Xiaohua knew of to save her life. If the pills were ruined, Zhang Xiaohua would not have the time to refine a second furnace. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he had two 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces. If he refined the pills together, wouldn't he have a better chance of success? However, this thought disappeared in a flash. He only had half of his true qi left, and refining one furnace of spirit awakening pills took a lot of effort. How could he spare the energy to refine a second furnace at the same time? Instead of being distracted, he might ruin the 2 furnaces of pills. It was better to focus on refining the first furnace of pills. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the futon and closed his eyes to comprehend the Tao of talismans. From time to time, he would release his divine sense to look at the medicinal liquid in the furnace. The fusion of the medicinal liquid was similar to that of the previous pills. It was a little dangerous at the beginning, but the process was stable. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua remembered what he told Zhang Xiaohu yesterday. Should he bring He Tianshu to his backyard? Seeing that everything was normal in the furnace, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and went straight to the front mountain of Shixin Peak. This time, Zhang Xiaohua did not show himself. He only released his divine sense to determine the direction. He went straight to Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard. Seeing that there was no one else in the courtyard, he jumped out. Using his divine sense, he saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting on the bed, and the other person sitting on a recliner. Wasn't that he Tianshu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, didn't I make it clear yesterday? If we were to meet in the small room in the backyard, I wouldn't need to see anyone. I only asked second brother to come. Why is Captain He still in this room today? At this time, Hitanshu laughed and said, Marshal Nishang, are you done joking? This morning, you came to find me and said that you haven't seen me for a long time and wanted to talk to me. You can say whatever you want, but why did you have to send me here? You only said a few words and asked me if I wanted to heal my joints and meridians. I thought you were running a fever and talking nonsense, but you still want me to wait here for your helper? Hehe, if you can heal your joints and meridians, why don't you heal your own injuries first? I heard from the disciples that your ethereal divine art has no more internal energy. Why are you practicing the Yuhuan Sutra now? That is the Xiangxiang Sutra taught women to practice. I've been waiting for a whole day. Where's your helper? Besides Chang'e and Qin, who else can help you? He Tianshu laughed and said, You're also clever. Chang'e was actually tricked by you. Oh, right, what benefits did you get in the Yulon Grand Canyon? You actually made some whitening elixir? I say, you're not a disciple of our pharmaceutical hall. Why are you making elixirs? You're wasting medicinal herbs for no reason. Listening to He Tianshu's nagging, Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He anxiously looked outside the door. This Zhang Xiaohua always came at noon. Why did she come so late today? Yes, it was not easy for him to trick He Tianshu into coming here. He also painted a big picture for him. He just wanted to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to come and treat him. If he didn't come, how could he treat him? Zhang Xiaohua listened carefully outside the room, and she already understood a little. She could not help but smile. Second brother's move is really amazing. I'll be his assistant, and he'll be the main physician. No one can see any flaws in his plan. He's really cunning. I didn't even think about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked in with a smile on her face. She said loudly, Captain He, long time no see. How have you been? Captain He? He Tianshu was stunned. He didn't know how many years he hadn't used this title. When he got up and saw Zhang Xiaohua quickly approaching, he couldn't help but be stunned. His right hand drooped on the recliner and slightly raised a finger. He said in surprise, Zhang Xiaohua? Then he looked up and down. Are you Zhang Xiaohua? Why do you look exactly like him a few years ago? Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and bowed deeply. That's me, Captain He. I'm Zhang Xiaohua from Huanxi Manor. How is this possible? He Tianshu still couldn't believe it. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Marshal nephew Zhang Xiaohu, is he the helper you mentioned? Is he really your younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, That's him. There's no doubt about it. But, didn't you say that he? Oh, but this. He Tianshu mumbled a few words and believed it. No matter how tall he was, why did his face not change? Why was it not the yin and yang that he had imagined? Since his second brother had said so, what was there to hesitate about? After thinking for a moment, He Tianshu asked, Zhang Xiaohua, do you still only know that set of messy fist techniques? Chapter 764. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed up. He immediately remembered that he was still an ignorant country boy back then, pestering He Tianshu to teach him fist techniques in the open space of Huanxi Mountain Villa. He Tianshu had taught him many times in a row, but he would forget the scene after a night. At that time, not only He Tianshu, Nye and the rest, even he himself thought that he was a useless martial artist and was not suitable to practice fist techniques. Of course, after so many years of experience, he discovered the power of the Big Dipper magical fist and its unclear effects. Zhang Xiaohua also vaguely understood why he had forgotten many moves back then and only remembered a few. In the end, these moves formed a perfect fist technique. a fist technique that could refine the bones of the whole body. It could even be said that this was the ancestor of all the fist techniques in the pugilistic world. All the fist techniques evolved from the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. All of this started from He Tianshu teaching Zhang Xiaohua Arhat fist move by move. At that time, what kind of spirit did He Tianshu have? And now? He was lying lazily on the chair, unable to move his limbs. Although his face was full of surprise, it could not hide the decadence in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua walked a few steps and came to He Tianshu's side. He squatted down and said, "Yes, Captain He, you still remember? I thought you had forgotten about my scandal back then." He Tianshu smiled and said, "He, how could I forget? Although I don't specialize in teaching the medicine hall disciples martial arts, I have taught dozens of people martial arts. But I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. The Arhat fist is the simplest fist technique in the pugilistic world. Even a 5 or 6-year-old child from the Young Eagle Hall would be able to do it pretty well after watching it a few times. But you cough. At this point, He Tianshu could not help but cough. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and held his hand. He put his finger on his pulse and said, "Until now, I still don't know why." "You don't know." "Later on, I tried to practice the Arhat fist again, but it was still the same. However, the sword technique is still okay and I can't forget it. Besides, how many disciples in the pugilistic world are as stupid as me? You're lucky to have met me." "Ha." He Tianshu coughed and laughed. "But things are different now. Even if I know all kinds of fist techniques, I won't be your opponent. You can defeat me with just one finger. Even if you are not my match now, even if your martial arts are better in the future and you can defeat me, you are still my enlightened teacher. You can't escape this title even if you want to. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to admit that you are the enlightened teacher of this stupid disciple of mine." With a smile, Zhang Xiaohua lifted her finger from his wrist, patted his palm and said, "Tiske." He Tianshu smacked his lips with a yearning look on his face. "Back then, when I learned martial arts, I didn't think it was that great. But when I lost it, I realized that being able to move, fight, and jump around was really a free and easy thing to do." "Sai, that's right. Back then, you were quite talented in practicing the ethereal steps. It was much better than fist techniques. How are you now?" "Yes, Captain, he is right. What you have now is the most precious thing to you. It is the easiest thing to overlook. Although you can't move now and can't practice martial arts, you can still watch the sunrise and sunset and watch the flowers bloom and wither. There are many people in the pharmacy with you. Can't they even enjoy this?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer the question about the ethereal steps. Instead, she changed the topic. "Sai, that's right. Let's not talk about the others. Just the few people who were with you in the Huanxi manor." At this point, He Tianshu became even more depressed. Zhang Xiaohu said in a deep voice, "Martial Uncle He, the past is the past. Perhaps memories can only give us more motivation to move forward. We can only live better and rebuild the Misty School. Only then can we be worthy of sect leader O and our dead brothers." He Tianshu's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Xiaohu's words are very encouraging now." Listening to his tone, he is close to Zhang Chengyue. "Martial Uncle He, please don't joke with that disciple. Martial Uncle Zhang is a dragon among men. He is the eldest disciple of our Misty School's headmaster. He is not on the same level as me." He Tianshu narrowed his eyes and said, "People can change. The level of martial arts is not a problem. As long as the opportunity is there, even a chick can become a phoenix." "Oh, all right, let's not talk about it. Didn't you want to give me a surprise and let me return to how I was before? Your precious brother's helper is already here. Why aren't you making a move?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, send Martial Uncle He to the small house at the back. I will be there in a while." Zhang Xiaohua also said in a serious manner, "Okay. Do you need me to prepare anything?" "No need. Just send Martial Uncle He over. I will bring some things over." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and stood up. He smiled and said, "Captain He, sit tight." As he spoke, he grabbed the two ends of the reclining chair. Without using much strength, he lifted He Tianshu up along with the chair and walked out of the house with ease. He Tianshu was flabbergasted. He already knew that Zhang Xiaohua was strong, but he was still surprised that Zhang Xiaohua could lift him up as if he was holding a feather. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Zhang Xiao, your arms can lift a few hundred kilograms of stone?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He didn't want to lie to He Tianshu, but he didn't want to expose his strength. He only said vaguely, "Actually, it's not that I don't want to tell Captain He. I haven't lifted any stone weights in a long time. It should be a lot more than before." "Yes, that's not bad. You are strong, so your fist techniques don't need to be too complicated. Your messy fist techniques are the most suitable. I forgot that your second brother asked when one high for an inner force cultivation method called reckless bull force for you. How is your cultivation going?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed. "Captain He is wise. This disciple doesn't seem to be suitable for cultivating martial arts. To be honest, this reckless bull force only allows me to sense qi. I haven't made much progress in the past few years." "Yes, this is also within my expectations. Don't be discouraged. Only 4 or 5 years have passed. You still have a long life ahead of you. Just cultivate slowly. You just have to remember that, as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. There is nothing in this world that cannot be done." Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head and said, "That's right. I hope, Captain, he can set a good example for your disciple." "Even if my limbs are crippled and my inner force is crippled, I still know more than you. Since I am able to meet you again, I will teach you martial arts in the future." "Alright, you don't know. After you left, I have comprehended a lot of the ethereal steps. If there is a chance in the future, I will pass it all to you." He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and said, "That's great. Captain He, I have been wanting to cultivate the ethereal steps for the past few years, but I just couldn't find the trick. Now that I have met you, the heavens have given me a chance. Please don't think that I am stupid in the future." Don't say that. The clumsy bird flies first. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to achieve great things. Alright, actually, with your great strength and weak inner force cultivation, you can consider cultivating the outer sex cultivation method. You can follow Shernyo's cultivation path. Yes, Shernyo is now like me, but he is even more unbearable. If you can get his guidance, not only will it be your fortune, but it will also give him a little hope. Martial uncle, is he still drinking? Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and asked. Sigh, yes, with Martial Uncle Su. Martial Uncle Su? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Who is this person? Just as she was about to ask, they had already arrived at the door of the small house in the backyard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Captain He, let's go in first and wait for my second brother. So what if we wait for a year or so? I want to see what kind of miraculous technique Zhang Xiaohu has. Alright, Zhang Xiaohua. Is your second brother confident? He has been in Shixin Peak for so many years, but I have never seen him say that he has some ability after coming back from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua was amused. She still had to think about it, but he suddenly said the answer. Therefore, he climbed up the pole and nodded, maybe. I also met him in the Yulon Grand Canyon. At that time, he was extremely brave and saved me from a group of wild beasts. He might have had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to joke about Captain He's injuries. You also went to the Yulon Grand Canyon? He Tianshu asked curiously. Oh right, why did you come to the fragrant cult? I was so happy to see you just now that I forgot to ask. Zhang Xiaohua was about to answer when she heard Zhang Xiaohu at the door say, Xiaohua came to the fragrant cult to find me. His story is very long. You two can slowly talk about it after Martial Uncle He's injury is healed. We don't have much time now, so it's better to hurry up. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, My second brother is right. Captain He, we have a lot of time in the future, so let's talk about it slowly. He Tianshu smiled and nodded. Zhang Xiaohu walked in front of He Tianshu and glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. He bowed his head and said, "Martial Uncle He, disciple will tell you the truth. Disciple is not proficient in this healing technique, and I don't have full confidence. It's just that, seeing our Misty School's martial uncles dispersing their cultivation, I feel very uncomfortable. Since disciple knows this technique, if disciple doesn't treat them, how can disciple face you?" "You mean, I can practice?" He Tianshu immediately understood what Zhang Xiaohu meant. "Yes, martial Uncle He, you're right. Your meridians and dantian were damaged, and your joints were also crushed. This is the most serious injury. If you can be cured, then the injuries of the other martial uncles will not be a problem." If that's the case, why don't you pick your master, Wen Hai?" He Tianshu said curiously. Chapter 765. Zhang Xiaohu didn't avoid it and said in a low voice, "My master is a direct disciple of the Misty School. There must be a lot of spies on Shixin Peak watching him. Not to mention that I don't have confidence now, even if I do, if my master disappears from his courtyard for a few days, or if his injuries have any obvious changes, wouldn't the spies on Lingxiang Peak be aware of it?" You're right. Even the spies I've been keeping an eye on have only gradually disappeared in the past 2 years. If your master had made any movements, it would have been immediately known to others. However, if you have confidence, won't you treat your master? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Martial Uncle He, what are you saying? Isn't it because I wanted to treat Martial Uncle's injuries that I tried my best? If it can be treated, of course, I will treat him. However, before I know the effect, everything is just empty talk. Well, who asked me to be the most seriously injured, but also the most insignificant?" He Tianshu nodded and said, "Of course, I have to promise you." Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed and said, "However, I have already said the risks. If it can't be cured, you can't blame me." "You little brat, I'm already like this. Even if you can't cure me, what can you do? Even if you want my life, if I can learn a little from it, I will die in peace." Zhang Xiaohua immediately smiled and said, "Since second brother dares to call Captain He, naturally you have some confidence. You don't have to worry about life and death." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say so, Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, "See, Martial Uncle He, this is what your favorite disciple said. He is quite confident in me. To hell with his talent. Even if you want me to take him in, I wouldn't want him. Besides, he's your younger brother. If he doesn't speak to you, why would he speak to me?" He Tianshu pretended to be angry. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and said, "Second brother, I heard you say that in order to realign the joints that have already healed, you need to crush the joints again. Isn't it too painful? Do you want to seal Captain He's acupoints?" "Then you are right. Martial Uncle He, please forgive me. I have to seal your acupoints to avoid your pain and also to avoid being discovered by Lingxiang Peak spies." He Tianshu didn't want to seal his acupoints, but the pain of his joints being crushed was too unbearable. He also didn't want to suffer a second time. He only nodded and said, "I hope you can succeed. Don't let me suffer a second time." "Okay, then I'll offend you." Zhang Xiaohu slowly walked to He Tianshu's side and extended a finger. Using a very shallow amount of internal energy, he tapped on He Tianshu's acupuncture point. Seeing He Tianshu close his eyes, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "All right, my act as a cheat is over. It's time for the main character to come on stage." Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. She extended her index and middle fingers and randomly sealed all of He Tianshu's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohu felt a wave of dizziness. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao, what kind of acupoint sealing technique is this?" "Enchanting finger." Zhang Xiaohua replied, "If you want to learn it, I'll teach you later. We'll talk about it later. I still haven't finished learning the acupoint sealing techniques from Misty School. I'll talk about it when I have time." "Oh, right, Xiaohua. Last night I circulated the Ethereal Divine Art and Yuhuan Sutra for 36 times. I feel that my progress is much faster than just cultivating the Ethereal Divine Art. Do you think there's a risk of chi deviation?" Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be, because you already had nearly 30 years of cultivation. Your dantian was destroyed by Zhao Jian, but your dantian was immediately repaired by the meridian nourishing pill. Just take it that you didn't cultivate your internal strength for a few days." It should be normal for your cultivation speed to be fast now. Moreover, you still have the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill and Yuhuan pill in your body. They were refined when you were cultivating, so of course the internal strength produced is more than before. By the way, don't take the second Yuhuan pill for the time being. You can take it when you have mastered the 2 different types of internal strength and can control it freely. And when you take it, you must call me. Okay, I think the new Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiang Peak will be here soon. I should study the nameless breathing method you gave me more. Don't let others see any flaws at once. Second brother is right. Tell second sister-in-law and Chin not to reveal any flaws. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, she carried He Tianshu to the bed that had already been made. She took off his clothes and used her hands and divine sense to check his joints that had been crushed earlier. She sighed and said, "It's still a little late. If he was like you and second sister-in-law, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to use the bone-solidifying pill as soon as he was injured. Now that they have grown strong, I have no choice but to crush them." Sai, crush them? Don't be soft-hearted. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the cold. If you don't suffer a little, how can you regain your freedom? Zhang Xiaohu advised. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and closed her eyes. She released her divine sense and crushed all of He Tianshu's joints that had grown strong but could not be used from head to toe. Although He Tianshu's acupoints had been sealed, large beads of sweat still dripped down from his forehead. Even his entire body was covered in fine beads of sweat. Sigh, even our Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoxia's foreheads were covered in a thin layer of sweat. After all, this method of crushing joints was used on the enemy. It was still a little heartache to use it on someone familiar. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua straightened her back, opened her eyes, and twisted her neck. Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, "How is it?" Fortunately, the first step was not a big mistake. All of the injured joints have been crushed. Sai, this work is really not for humans. Why didn't it take much effort to crush other people's joints in the past? While muttering, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second sister-in-law, have you found the splints I asked you to find?" "They're over there. They're under the hay." As Zhang Xiaohu spoke, he walked over and took out several splints and cloth belts. He asked, "Should I put them on Marshal Uncle He now?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "There's no hurry. Let me apply the bone-congealing pill on him first." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a few elixirs. His true energy flowed through the elixirs and turned them into elixirs. Then, he spread the elixirs evenly on the joints that He Tianshu had just crushed. After that, he took the splint and cloth from Zhang Xiaohu and tied the joints firmly. After that, she put on He Tianshu's clothes and turned to Zhang Xiaohu. "Second brother, Captain He's joints have been fixed. Before he recovers, we can only let him lie here alone. He mustn't move casually. If they grow out of place, we'll have to crush them again. If we crush too many joints, even the bone-congealing pill might not be able to restore them to their original state." "Yes, don't worry about that. I've already told the disciple who serves him to accompany me here. I'll let him go when I recover. That disciple is from our Misty School, so he knows what to say and what not to say." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohuan nodded and walked to the front of the bed. She sat down and took out another bottle of pills. She poured out a pill and placed it in He Tianshu's mouth. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out and immediately dispersed in the small room. Zhang Xiaohu could smell it clearly. It was the bone-congealing pill that he had used earlier. When the bone-congealing pill dissolved in He Tianshu's body, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. She circulated her true energy and sent the pill's medicinal properties through He Tianshu's blood vessels to every joint in his body. The medicinal power of the bone-solidifying pill and a sliver of starlight that Zhang Xiaohua did not know where it came from left behind a small amount of starlight. Every time it passed through a joint, a small amount would be left behind. At a speed that was not visible to the naked eye or divine sense, the small bone-solidifying pill that Zhang Xiaohua had applied on the outside of the joint also repaired the joint from the outside. The small bone-solidifying pill that Zhang Xiaohua had applied on the outside of the joint also repaired the joint from the outside. While evenly distributing the medicinal properties of the bone-congealing pill, Zhang Xiaohua also discovered a magical use of true energy. Immortal true energy wasn't the same as martial inner qi. It could only circulate within the meridians. Even if the true energy left the meridians, it could still circulate within the body. The medicinal properties of the bone-congealing pill were directly sent into the bones of the joints using true energy. It was much more direct and effective than using other methods to reach the joints through oral ingestion. Even so, it took a lot of effort for Zhang Xiaohua to send the appropriate medicinal properties to He Tianxu's joints. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua felt a trace of exhaustion before she finally completed the most important step. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and smiled tiredly at Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing quietly at the side. He didn't dare to make a sound. "Second brother, I've already consumed the bone-congealing pill. From the looks of it, everything is normal." Chapter 766. When Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianxu's painful appearance, he was immediately shocked. When he gave the universal pill to Zhang Xiaohu the day before yesterday, he took on everything and thought that he had absolute confidence. In the end, if he hadn't thought of the method to dissolve the liquid, he didn't know what the consequences would have been. Therefore, when he saw He Tianxu's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua thought that he had done something wrong again. He immediately floated forward and poured his true qi into He Tianxu's body. Then he released his divine sense. But just as Zhang Xiaohua's true qi entered He Tianxu's meridians, He Tianxu let out a long breath. His limbs relaxed and were limp on the side. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. After checking with true qi and divine sense, there was nothing unusual about the joints that had just been crushed. Then he checked the rest of the body and found that everything was normal. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. This was the first time that he had treated so many internal injuries in his joints. He didn't have much experience and didn't know why He Tianxu was like this. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua frowning and holding He Tianxu's arm for a long time without letting go, Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua, generally, treatment and medicine are done slowly. Just now, you used your internal force to dissolve the medicinal power of the bone-solidifying pill. Wasn't it too overbearing that his joints couldn't accept it for a while? For example, in the Yulon Grand Canyon, when you helped me dissolve the medicinal power of the meridian-nourishing pill, I almost couldn't control the internal force that increased out of thin air. But Chang'e and Qinchin dissolved the medicinal power by themselves, so such a thing didn't happen. Moreover, the healing of joints is a painful and itchy process. I often encounter it now, but it feels a little weak. Do you think Martial Uncle he is also in this situation?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Step by step is the way of the king. I may be a little impatient by pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. If the medicinal power is too strong, the pain will probably double. However, Captain He's joints have been growing wrongly for so many years. It won't be good if I don't use heavy medicine. I hope he can endure it." After thinking for a while, he said, "In order to prevent any accidents from happening to Captain He, I will not be able to understand his acupoints. Let's see how it goes tomorrow." "All right." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "I'll come over often." "Oh, that's right, this acupoint will automatically unseal after 24 hours. You have to come earlier. I don't have enough internal energy right now, so I probably won't be able to seal Martial Uncle He's acupoint for too long." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said proudly, "It's not that I'm looking down on second brother, but you don't need to touch this acupoint. Moreover, it won't open automatically for 24 hours. This point of view was far beyond Zhang Xiaohu's understanding. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Quick, tell me what's going on?" "Damn," Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "You really don't know anything. This is your brother's acupoint." Zhang Xiaohu said gloomily, "Is it that simple?" "Yeah. I don't think there are many people in the world who can unseal the acupoint that I sealed. Even if it's 24 hours, it won't automatically unseal." Zhang Xiaohu immediately said with a calm face, "Xiaohua, is this the bewitching finger that you were talking about?" "Hee, I didn't understand. You said you were going to teach it to me." "Cough cough, I'm bored these 2 days. If you have time, I don't mind teaching it to you." "Don't, my bewitching finger isn't some misty school's secret technique. You should learn from your master first." Looking at the man's muscular appearance, she immediately pretended to be afraid and said timidly, "Hero, this little one has no money. You're robbing me like this, you're wrong." When the man heard this, he almost fell down. He looked at his empty hands, his face full of sweat, and said in an evil voice, "You little brat from the Tuodan Hall, which eye of yours thinks your grandpa is an evil man who would rob you? How can you frame grandpa for no reason? Be careful, I'll go to the Pill Tower Hall and sue you for slander." Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of fear. He looked left and right, up and down. After a long while, he said, "Hero has come out. This attire is from the Misty Hall. Oh, and he doesn't have an axe. Otherwise, he would be the same as the bandits I met earlier." The man was completely defeated. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Grandpa is not here to rob you today." "Bah, I've never robbed anyone before, and I won't in the future." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then what are you here for?" "Grandpa wants to vent his anger on you," the man said as he reached out his big hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He didn't mind beating this man down, but the problem was that he was a gentleman, and he was Xiaoxia. He had to be polite before resorting to force. He had to ask for the reason. If there was any misunderstanding and second brother's martial brothers were hurt, it wouldn't be good. The corner of her mouth curled up as she scolded, "Uncle, how do you feel? Do you feel that you deserve it?" The man seemed to be still pondering why his fist had smashed into something as hard as a rock and not an ordinary person's fist like he had imagined. Therefore, he didn't answer for a moment. Seeing the man's slow reaction, Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and smiled. "Uncle, are you the senior brother that Tian was talking about? The one who always strikes up a conversation with her?" "Yes, how did you know?" "Nonsense. On the surface, I have offended 2 female disciples of the Misty Hall at second brother's place. One is Xiao Tian and the other is junior sister Yi, who has a huge number of pimples on her face. Even if I used my heel to think, the possibility of it being Xiao Tian was very high. Hee, how did this guy get into the Misty School? Don't tell me that they didn't check if he was as stupid as an ox? AI, this young master was incomparably smart and was even rejected by the Misty School. How did this guy get into the inner circle of the Misty School? The people who recruited disciples back then were really blind. Thinking about how she was rejected by the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was unfair. She couldn't help but have evil thoughts. She smiled and said, "This kind of thing, how could I not know? Tian also told me that she ignored you, but you still showed up in front of her every day or every other day. Although you didn't speak sometimes and only looked at her from behind, she saw it all. She also hinted to you many times, but you didn't understand, or maybe you didn't want to understand at all." AI, yes, junior sister Xiao, she... Halfway through, the man's face changed dramatically. Ignoring his injured right hand, his left hand pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and roared, "How did you know? How can you call her Dantian? Say it." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, "Uncle, have you not studied before?" Don't you know that the ancients said, 1,000 miles of marriage is linked by a thread. If fated, 1,000 miles will meet. If not, we will not know each other? Oh, there's also love at first sight? Zhang Xiaohua used all the idioms she knew and looked at the man with a smile that wasn't a smile. How is this possible? How could junior martial sister Xiao take a fancy to a pretty boy like you? The man was both shocked and angry, and his voice was trembling. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and wagged her tail. She almost took out her fan and said sourly, "Beautiful women like little white faces. This is an ancient saying. I think even someone like you who hasn't studied for many days knows this. Tell me, if a female disciple like Tian doesn't like a little white face like me, why would she like a brute like you?" The man almost flew into a rage and was about to punch again, but the moment he moved, it affected the place where his broken bones were, causing it to hurt even more. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's more, this little white face is even fiercer than you. Why wouldn't she like me?" When the man heard this, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. "That's about it, he." Zhang Xiaohua secretly felt good, but she still said, "What? You don't believe me? What's there to not believe? If Tian wasn't interested in me, why would she tell me about you? If I didn't hear about you, I would know that she was talking about you the moment I saw you. Sigh, if you still don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go ask Tian yourself? Maybe you'll only give up if she tells you personally." After saying this, she looked like she wanted to help but couldn't. Sure enough, the man was fooled. He jumped up high and didn't even remember the pain in his finger. He said, "I naturally don't believe it. We have been brother and sister for so many years. How could she possibly fall in love with someone else after seeing you a few times? I will go ask her now." Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer, as if he agreed with Zhang Xiaohua's words of love at first sight. Without waiting for him to finish, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the misty hall. Zhang Xiaohua watched the man's back disappear quickly, and he could vaguely see the commotion for a while. With a smile on his face, he shouted without turning his head, "Senior Brother Du, you've been watching this show for a long time. It's time to pay some copper coins." Before he finished speaking, a tall figure floated down from a big tree at the side. With a surprised look on his face, he asked, "Junior Brother Ren, when did you discover me? It seems like your eyes have never looked in my direction." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "When Senior Brother Du came out from the direction of my courtyard, I saw it. However, Senior Brother Du was unreasonable. At that time, you as his senior brother had yet to make a move, so why didn't you stop him? Don't tell me you like to hide in the tree and watch the two tigers fight? Oh, right, I have been talking to your senior brother for a long time and I still don't know his name. Is this how the disciples of the Misty Hall are taught? There is no basic etiquette at all." Du Feng's face was a little embarrassed as he licked his lips and said, "This senior brother is called Song Yinghao. His temper is a little rough, but his heart is not bad. Junior Brother Ren, please don't lower yourself to his level." Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. It was said that officials would protect each other, but in this misty school, it was really everyone who protected each other. She couldn't help but sneer. If your heart is not bad, then you don't tell the reason why you want to grab someone's neck? If you tell the reason, then you hit someone's face with your fist? How could he not have a bad heart at this time? How can I not lower myself to his level? Hee, Du Feng said, "Junior Brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. Even Lu Qiaogang is not your opponent. This Song Yinghao probably won't be able to gain any advantage from your hands, so I didn't stop you. Moreover, all the disciples of the Misty Hall know about Senior Brother Song's temperament. On Shixin Peak, everyone gives him some leeway. If Junior Brother Ren can teach him a lesson, it may not be a bad thing. Moreover, didn't Junior Brother Ren teach him a lesson just now? Not only did he make him suffer, but he also instructed him to find Junior Sister Xiao. Presumably, tomorrow you will see Song Yinghao with a bloody nose and a swollen face. If I appear, how can I show Junior Brother Ren's wisdom? Alas, Flattery is the only thing that will work. Senior brother Du, I don't dare to answer your words. Did you come to the courtyard to find me to flatter me? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and laughed. Of course not. I am looking for junior brother Ren because I have something important to discuss with him. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What is it? Chapter 768. Seeing that Du Feng specially came to find him, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, I heard that this pill-expanding hall is a peaceful place. How did I become so popular the moment I came? Could it be that you were all so hospitable in the past? Du Feng cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Ren has been here for a few days. It seems that there are many disciples who have disturbed you. If I have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize to you. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and said, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I haven't said anything to you yet, and you are in such a hurry to apologize. Could it be that you have something to ask of me? Being seen through by Zhang Xiaohua, Du Feng's face heated up and he felt a little embarrassed. But soon after, he smiled and said, actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask if what you said to junior brother Xiao is true? Junior brother Xiao? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, who is this person? What did I say to him? Hearing this, the faint joy on Du Feng's face was immediately swept away. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhang Xiaohua had deceived Song Yinghao. He thought that what he knew was just Zhang Xiaohua casually replying. He could only smile and said, it's that guy who brought a group of young disciples to find trouble with you that day. His name is Xiaobinghe. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead as he remembered. This matter had only happened a few days ago, but Zhang Xiaohua had encountered too many things in the past few days, so he had long forgotten about it. If Du Feng had mentioned Mu Tangchun, he might have immediately thought of it. However, if Xiaobinghe was only mentioned, he naturally did not have much of an impression of him. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Senior brother Du, you must be joking. These days, there have been too many people who have come to find trouble with junior brother. Even if I am talented and intelligent, my memory is not clear. With senior martial brother Du's reminder, this little brother remembered. Du Feng was also speechless. Xiaobinghe bringing people to find trouble was wrong. Being ridiculed by Zhang Xiaohua, how could he say anything? His face was slightly red. In the dusk, it was hard to see clearly. He smiled and said, I wonder if what junior brother Rin said that day was true? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I forgot that this kind of thing should be told to you. Telling them is like playing the lute to a cow. Oh, is senior brother Du talking about the matter of various herbs or the matter of exchanging pills? This is of course the promise that junior brother Rin made that day. Promises? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, My Ren. At this point, she unconsciously rolled her eyes and smiled, saying softly, Senior brother Du, do you think what I said to them is true? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Du Feng could not help but secretly sigh. He cupped his hands and said, Since junior brother Rin said so, this one will not ask any more. Let's go. Our Misty Hall's Vice Hall Master Qin wants to see you. Vice Hall Master Qin? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, Why does she want to see me? Has she seen all the previous disciples of the Pill Tower Hall? Du Feng shook his head and said, Although this deal with the Pill Tower Hall is managed by Vice Hall Master Qin, she is very busy every day. How can she have the leisure to care about this? This one discussed with the other senior brothers and reported the situation to Vice Hall Master Qin. It was only because she heard your nonsense that day that she felt it was inconceivable and thought of asking me to ask if it was true. I see. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was not because of other things and it was not because of Chang'e and Chen Chen's report, it must be because of the Misty Hall's business. So she cupped her hands and said, Since Vice Hall Master Qin thinks so highly of this one, please lead the way. Senior brother Do I also want to admire Vice Hall Master Qin's majesty. Admire? Hearing this, Du Feng could not help but smile bitterly and said secretly, Can this word be used in this way? However, he just pretended not to hear it and said with a smile, "Junior brother Rin, please follow me." Du Feng led Zhang Xiaohua forward. After a while, they came to a place that Zhang Xiaohua was very familiar with. It was the misty hall that Zhang Xiaohua entered when she came to Shixin Peak. At this time, there was only Aunt Qin in the misty hall. She was sitting on a chair with her head lowered and pondering. When she heard Du Feng's report, she was delighted and asked first, "Did the disciple of the pill-expanding hall agree?" Du Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "He neither admitted nor denied. This disciple doesn't know what he is thinking, but—" Then he told her what he had seen. Hearing this, Aunt Qin frowned and sighed. "The disciple sent by the pill-expanding hall is really extraordinary. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Let him in." When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the misty hall, she saw Aunt Qin staring at her. She felt a little scared and went forward to salute. "Disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Ren Xiaoyao, pays his respects to Vice Hall Master Qin." "Oh, Ren Xiaoyao, please get up." Aunt Qin returned the greeting and said, "I wanted to see you for a long time, but there are many things to do in the hall. You saw it the day you arrived. The aftermath of the matter is very complicated and we have just finished dealing with it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin has a heavy responsibility and is working hard for all the disciples of the Misty Hall. You are much busier than a small disciple of the pill-expanding hall like me. I can understand. Aunt Qin smiled and said, "I heard from Du Feng that there were many people who went to find trouble with you these few days. Actually, I should have told them earlier. I have caused you to be wronged. I apologize to you here." Zhang Xiaohua quickly stood up and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you don't have to be so polite. I am happy that they came to play with me. I am the only one here and they came to find trouble with me because they were afraid I would be lonely. I am very happy and was about to thank you, but you apologized to me first. I can't accept it. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Sigh, it's even easier to say, after aborting the child, you can see your parents. That's right. The previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall probably didn't receive such treatment. Nephew Ren, you must be joking." Aunt Qin closed the distance between them and said with a smile, "Young disciples are full of vigor. If they meet an expert like Nephew Ren, they will also be happy. The two of you can compare notes with each other. It will be a good story between our Shixin Peak and Baiyu Peak." Zhang Xiaohua listened and smiled without saying anything. Aunt Qin glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and Du Feng and asked casually, "I heard from Du Feng that you promised Xiaobinghe that they would fill all the wastelands in the Shixin Peak with herbs. And it would be best if the herbs were the ones that our Misty Hall is short of. You also promised that you would use the most reasonable method to exchange the pills for our herbs. You also said that during the exchange, they would personally come out and make the decision for you. Is this true?" If it was usual, Zhang Xiaohua would have already agreed and admitted that it was true. But now, seeing Aunt Qin so serious and happy, she didn't know what medicine she was selling in her gourd. How could she dare to agree casually? She only said vaguely, "Well, it can't be considered as an agreement." It can't be considered as an agreement. I think Deputy Hall Master Qin should know. Whether my promise is true or not. When Aunt Qin heard this, she immediately had a look of realization. With a smile, she said, "How can I not know what Nephew Ren is thinking? We are all sensible people. Since we have called you here and only Du Feng is present, you don't have to worry about anything. Tell me, how much of the benefits do you want?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said dumbfounded, "What do you mean by how much of the benefits? What is Deputy Hall Master Qin talking about?" Vice Hall Master Qin smiled coldly and said, "Virtuous Nephew Ren, it is not good for you to feign ignorance like this. We are all people of the pugilistic world. Since we all know this and I have already asked so clearly, Virtuous Nephew Ren, can't you name a price?" Zhang Xiaohua's mind turned quickly. She immediately thought of what Xiaobing has said that day and understood. She cupped her hands and said sincerely, "Oh, so Deputy Hall Master Qin is talking about this. Actually, I don't have any thoughts. Even if Deputy Hall Master Qin doesn't give me any benefits, I am also willing to. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Aunt Qin waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Don't put on a sanctimonious face in front of this old lady. I have seen many people like you. In this day and age, if you don't have any benefits for yourself, do you think you can promise so many benefits to our Misty Hall? Such conditions are obviously disadvantageous to our Pill Tower Hall. Aren't you just trying to get more benefits for yourself?" Then he smiled and said, "Nephew Ren is young and thin-skinned. This hall understands that very well. However, Nephew Ren's methods are vicious and your intentions are experienced. This hall admires you greatly. Speak, how much of the benefits do you want?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, really?" "Ha, you little brat, you're really giving us a hard time. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Our Misty Hall can only give you 30% of the benefits. You can consider it yourself and see if it's suitable." 30%? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She calculated in her heart. 30% of the benefits meant that she had to keep 3 out of 10 elixirs while the Misty Hall could only keep 7. Wasn't it too much of a loss for them? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Qin frowned and said, "Nephew Ren, you have to think carefully. If you ask for an exorbitant price like the previous ones, even 30% will be gone." Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. 30% was not a lot, but didn't the previous ones ask for more? 40%? 50%? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua still hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Nephew Ren, forget it. You don't have to think about it. 40% is the final price. If you ask for more, you can only end up like your senior brother of the Pill Tower Hall. Let's break up." No. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands and said, I don't. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say no, but thinking of what Aunt Qin said just now, she had to change her words. "I don't mean that. I just want 10%. "What? 10%? Aunt Qin was surprised. She looked at Du Feng and said, "Nephew Ren, don't play with me. Could it be that you want to cheat our Misty Hall with those fake and inferior pills?" You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.